Greetings from the Shigaraki family. Before the video commences, I am grateful to the original author for granting us permission to incorporate their work into our video. I am extremely grateful. The description contains the work of the original author. We will now proceed to the video. Where is the Justice? By Kahlua_best boy. All men are not created equal. This was the reality Izuku learned about society at the young age of 4. And that was his first setback. All Izuku ever wanted was to be a hero. Even when he was pronounced quirkless, he didn't give up on his dream. He was still confident that his lack of quirk would not stand in his way. He made up for it with his intelligence and analytical mind. He would watch heroes fight and take notes on them and their quirks, their strengths and weaknesses, their fighting style and support items, and even had suggestions for improvement, ways to counter their drawbacks, and possible gear. Izuku was a hero fanboy all the way. But his favorite by far was the symbol of peace, the #1 hero. All Might. What he wouldn't give to become just like him, like he and Kacchan planned since they were toddlers. He would now laugh at his younger self's hopes and dreams. But let's take the story from the beginning. Izuku was rushing through the crowd. A huge villain was going rampant on the rooftop of Tatooine Station. They were screaming and tearing down power lines, causing them to fall near the civilians that had gathered in the area. Just as one of them was falling, Death Arms rushed in and stood underneath and caught it with his bare hands. Izuku had already filled a few pages in one of his hero analysis for the future notebooks with information and thoughts about the punching hero. There were a few more heroes at the scene, like the rescue specialist Backdraft, and Kamui Woods, who was the first to attempt at restraining the villain. Izuku made his way to the front to have a better view. Just as the hero unleashed his ultimate move, Lacquered Chain Prison, a female voice echoed, followed by a huge woman rushing to the scene, pronouncing the move with which she kicked the villain, causing him to fall from the bullet train station and onto the ground. The woman, who stood taller than 20 meters, turned to the highly surprised journalists present and announced her debut as the new hero Mount Lady. Izuku had already taken his notebook out of his school bag to take notes. He started mumbling as he wrote. Gigantification was an amazing quirk, and she would certainly become a popular hero, but she would cause a lot of damage to the city. She had already destroyed part of the road where the villain she took down crashed, and she didn't seem to care for the consequences of her quirk, in favor of a dramatic entrance for her debut. That could have easily ended up hurting civilians, and even kill them, were they unfortunate enough to stand closer to the scene. Did she prioritize appearances over safety? Why would? Hey, wait, you're taking notes? You want to be a hero? A man cut his train of thought. Izuku was probably mumbling again, and had heard him analyzing the new hero. That's great. You can do it. He gave Izuku a thumbs up, which made him light up. Not many people thought he could be a hero. He didn't know Izuku was quirkless, of course, but he still cherished the rare moment of bliss. Yes, I'll do my best. Since you're all third years, it's time for you to think seriously about your future. The teacher was talking about the students' careers, but Izuku wasn't paying much attention. He already knew what he wanted. So, instead, he was filling his notebook with observations about the new hero. I'll pass out handouts for your future plans now, but you're all. He paused before throwing the papers to the air, pretty much planning to go into the hero course, right? The classroom erupted to cheers. The teacher was praising the students for their amazing quirks, and supposedly scolding them for using them in class, but Izuku remained silent. He generally tried to stay as unnoticeable as possible during school. Everyone knew about his quirk status, and didn't hide their opinion on it. Sensei. Don't lump us all in the same group. Kacchan, his childhood friend and current bully, exclaimed. He was leaning on his chair, his legs crossed on his desk, grinning. I'm not gonna be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. That was uncalled for, Katsuki. Yeah. You should all shut up like the extras you are. Kacchan exclaimed at his classmates' reactions. Oh, if I remember correctly, you want to go to UA High, right, Bakugo? The teacher asked, earning surprised exclaims. UA? The national school? It was in the top 0.2% this year, you know? Their acceptance rate's always really low, too. That's exactly why you guys are just extras. Kachan dramatically jumped and stood on his desk. I aced the mock test. I'm the only one at this school who could possibly get into UA. I'll definitely surpass All Might and become the top hero. Kachan may be arrogant, but he worked really hard to achieve his dream. He and Izuku had the best grades in their class, but surpassing All Might was a bit of a stretch. Izuku had also gotten top marks on every test, too, but he was definitely not going to point it out. Oh, yeah, Midoriya wanted to go to UA too, right? He wanted to crawl into a hole and hide for the rest of his days. His teacher had just signed his death sentence. Everyone was already laughing, but he knew that once class was over, he would get the true reaction of his classmates. So, he said nothing but correcting a person saying that he wouldn't get in just by studying. After all, there were courses other than heroics in UA and Izuku was certain of his ability to get into the school. But that only made Kachan lash out and use his quirk to blow up Izuku's desk, causing him to fall from his chair. Just like always, the teacher said nothing about the blonde exploding stuff in the classroom. He had a heroic quirk, and no one would dare compromise his future as a hero. He was already dreading the moment the bell rang, and Kachan would once again call him out for his stupid unachievable dream. Izuku admired him, he really did. And he still called him a friend, even though he was starting to believe that wasn't the case anymore. Hey, DEKU. His childhood nickname was one of the reasons why. It literally meant useless and unable to achieve anything. He started calling him that ever since he found out he was quirkless, after realizing it was another way to read the kanji in his name. At first, Izuku wanted to believe it was just a playful comment, but as they grew older, Kachan had incorporated his distaste for him to the name, making Izuku doubt he still used it as a friendly nickname, if he ever did. You're below the rejects. You're quirkless. How can you even stand in the same ring as me? Izuku wanted to defend himself. Tell his bully friend that he wasn't trying to compete with him, or anything. That it was his dream since he was little, and that it wouldn't hurt to try. But deep down, he knew any effort would be futile. He had already tried to explain himself, change his childhood friend's mind, and it never seemed to work. So, he remained silent. He let Kachan rant about his uselessness, each word expanding the cracks in the glass separating his childhood friend from the rest of his classmates, his bullies. Kachan was different. He was going to be a great hero, if only he didn't cause Izuku so much pain. Pain that he made sure to bury, and make himself believe it wasn't there. As the bell rang, signifying the end of classes for today, he started gathering his stuff, leaving his hero notebook for last. Before he had the chance to put it away in his backpack, someone grabbed it from his hands. Said someone was Kachan, of course. We're not done talking, DEKU. Katsuki, what's that? One of his lackeys had waited for him and approached them, two others following him. Huh? Hero analysis for the future? He snickered, the lackey's already laughing. Give it back. Kachan didn't give it back. Instead, he used his quirk to blow it up, and then proceeded to throw it out the window. He didn't give Izuku a chance to complain as he started one of his usual speeches. Most first-string heroes have stories about them from their school days. I want the shine. I want the shine of being able to be called the only student to make it into UA from this mediocre city junior high school. I mean, I am a perfectionist. He had the audacity to look timid about it. So anyway, he said, as he casually placed his already smoldering hand on Izuku's shoulder, don't apply to UA, nerd. He kept his hand a little while longer, making his point, and made his way to the classroom's exit. The glass cracked a little more. He had used his quirk just enough to not sound an explosion, but it still hurt. Just like every other time he burned him. Izuku's body had more than a few starburst scars to prove it. He barely heard the lackeys commenting on his lack of response, calling him pathetic and delusional, when Kachan's voice reached his ears. If you want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. Izuku didn't turn to face him. He didn't want to believe he would say what Izuku thought he would. Take a swan dive off the roof, and pray for a quirk in your next life. And just like that, the glass shattered. Izuku turned to face his bully. He finally accepted it. Suicide baiting wasn't something a friend would do. But he was met with a snarky grin and explosions popping of Katsuki's palm. Because he was Katsuki, not Kachan. He hadn't been Kachan in a long, long time. And Izuku only now admitted it to himself. There was no point hoping for a friendship that hadn't been real for years. As he passed the school's koi pond, he found his notebook. It was drenched, and was littered in scorch marks. It was probably ruined, but he would try to salvage whatever he could and write a new one. His thoughts drifted to when the doctor revealed he was quirkless, his mom apologizing when he asked her if he could still be a hero. Ever since, everyone told him the same thing, over and over again. He couldn't be a hero. His mom never said those exact words, but Izuku knew that's what she believed, too. Everyone did. He had started to believe so, as well. He made his way under the bridge on the way home, when he heard someone behind him. A medium-sized invisibility cloak. A sludge-like person got out of the sewer entrance behind him and engulfed him before he had the chance to run. He felt slime enter his mouth, getting in his airway. He clawed at the villain, trying to remove the fluid entering his body, overwhelming him, his eyes filling with tears. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. "Thanks for the help. You're my hero," he heard the villain say. How ironic. The first person to tell him he was a hero was the one who would end his life. So, this is how I die, he thought. There was a gush of wind, and he swore he saw the frame of his favorite hero right before passing out. The next thing he knew, he was gently being slapped in the face. "Oh, good, I'm glad you're okay," Izuku screeched. It really was All Might, and he was screaming like he saw a ghost. "Way to go, Izuku. Sorry about getting you caught up in my villain fighting. I don't usually make mistakes like this, but I was in high spirits on my day off in a new place." The hero's smile didn't falter as he explained. "But you were a big help." "Thanks," All Might was thanking him. What the heck? There was no way this was happening. He must be dreaming. "I captured him safely." All Might held 2 plastic bottles with slime in it. He had apparently caught the villain with whatever he had in hand. Izuku was still getting his head around meeting his hero, and reached for his notebook that he dropped when the villain attacked him, but it was already signed. He didn't expect any less from the #1 hero, and bowed, thanking him profusely, before a thought crossed his mind. All Might was getting ready to leave and take the villain to the police, and Izuku started to ask his question. But before he could utter a word, the hero had crouched and activated his quirk, ready to jump, and without thinking, he grabbed the hero's leg as he took off in the air. "Hey hey 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 hey. Let go of me." All Might started pushing him off of him, but Izuku held tight. "If I let go now, I'll die." "That's true. I have something to ask you directly," he tried to say, and thankfully the hero understood. He landed on a nearby rooftop, and he already started to leave, leaving Izuku to gather himself, muttering about being out of time, when Izuku called after him. "Wait, I wanted to ask you, even if I don't have a quirk, can I become a hero?" No one thought he could. He barely believed it himself, but maybe, if his hero told him his dream was possible, it wouldn't be just a dream anymore. His meeting with All Might, at the time, he couldn't even imagine how much it would change his fate. If only it was for the better, because, with a single sentence, All Might shattered his dreams, and broke the dam that was holding his faith in the hero world. Chapter end notes. Hi guys. This is my first FIC, I really hope you like it. I would love to hear your thoughts and comments. English isn't my first language, so feel free to give me any corrections. So, I was listening to Where is the Justice? If you're not familiar with the song, please go listen to it, it's amazing. And I was scrolling through YouTube, and saw a villain. DEKU animatic, nothing unusual. But then I thought to myself, what if there was a scene where Izuku preaches about the unfairness of hero society in Class 1A? And then so many ideas for a story entered my head, I just had to write them down, and lo and behold, my first FIC ever was created. We gone. Burned the whole house down. Chapter summary. Burn the House Down by AJR. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Can someone without a quirk be like you? Izuku pinned his eyes to the ground as waited for the hero's answer. Without a quirk, huh? Izuku was mumbling about always being made fun of because of his lack of quirk, but he always thought that saving people with a fearless smile was really cool. As he glanced up to look at the number one hero, his eyes widened at the sight before him. In a cloud of smoke, the hero had disappeared, a skeletal version of him taking his place. Izuku couldn't hold back a scream of surprise. Why you're deflating. But this couldn't be All Might. This man was so skinny. He must be a fake. Izuku looked around, trying to find the real hero. I am All Might, the man said before spewing blood out of his mouth. No way. Izuku screamed again. All Might is fearless. He saves everyone with a smile, the man sighed. A fearless smile, huh? He sat on the ground before explaining his grave injury 5 years ago, from a fight that almost cost him his life. How he could only work as a hero for 3 hours a day. How he asked the incident not to be made public. I will save people with a smile. The symbol of peace cannot be daunted by evil. He clenched his hand into a fist. I smiled to show the pressure of heroes, and to trick the fear inside me. So, heroes aren't invincible, after all. Izuku knew that, but he never expected the symbol of peace, the supposedly invincible hero, to mask his weakness and pretend he was the hero. Everyone knew and respected, that Izuku looked up to. He felt pity for the hero. He imagined the pressure of being the symbol of peace while hiding such a weakness was bound to break his spirit, and make him suppress his own fear of failure. Still, he had lied to the whole world, and made himself appear as this flawless protector, put on a fake smile and spread the misconception that everything was sunshine and rainbows just because he didn't want to admit to himself that he was weak. Izuku finally understood that heroes weren't so perfect and admirable as society deemed them to be, as the heroes presented themselves to be. Pros are always risking their lives. I cannot simply say, you can be hero without power. With those words, his appreciation for the hero evaporated. Any high regard that remained after everything Izuku just learned, turned to dust, along with his dream to be a hero. They were instead replaced by disappointment and something close to resentment. I see. All Might stood up and started walking away, blissfully unaware he just shattered a 14-year-old's dream. If you want to help others, then you could also become a police officer. They're often teased because they get villains delivered to their doorstep, but that is also a fine occupation. He stopped as he opened the rooftop's door. It's not bad to dream, but you also have to consider what's realistic, shonen. Those were his last words to Izuku as he closed the door, leaving him alone on the rooftop. Before Izuku could process the fact that a hero just left a child, and a victim of a villain attack just minutes before, alone on a rooftop after telling him to be realistic, he heard a loud bang a few blocks over. He instinctively ran to the exit, wondering what hero would arrive at the scene, before All Might's words echoed in his head. I cannot simply say, you can be a hero even without power. He slowed down to a walk, and made his way out of the building. He walked towards his apartment, his scorched notebook in his hands. He started to leaf through the pages, reaching his newest entry on Mount Lady, and All Might's autograph, while the words of his teacher and classmates played in his mind. He still can't face reality, even though he's already a 3rd year in junior high. It's time for you to think seriously about your future. You also have to consider what's realistic. All Might's advice really stuck with him. Whoever said, never meet your heroes, was absolutely right. Izuku almost wanted to have remained blissfully unaware of the faults of the hero world. Almost. He was surprised to notice he hadn't cried at all, after his dreams were crushed. For the crybaby he had been since he was born, it was strange that he hadn't shed a single tear today. It was nice, being in control of his emotions for once. He supposed this entire experience had actually benefited him in some way. He contemplated the reality of the hero society, how broken it was. His mind wandered on details he had gathered and chose to overlook, the fanboy he used to be. Endeavor, for example. He was the number 2 hero, and yet had the highest kill-to-capture ratio in the whole country. There was also an old news report stating his eldest son had burned up in a quirk accident, but no details were ever revealed. The Hero Commission had covered the whole incident up and it was never talked about again. The HSPC was sweeping under the carpet secrets they didn't want the public to know, like All Might's injury. The hero hadn't said so, but there was no way they didn't know about it. Izuku wondered what else the commission had been concealing to keep up their facade of their perfect little system, with their perfect little heroes. Izuku then had a thought he never imagined he would think of. If his dream to become a hero was impossible, and the system is as defective as he was sure to find proof of if he dug a little deeper, then he would try to change it instead. His thoughts were interrupted by nearby screams. He noticed smoke and explosions sounding from where he heard the villain attack earlier. He had walked towards the scene without even thinking about it. His fanboy habits would die hard, he figured. Still, he was curious, so he made his way through the crowd to the front, to get a better view of what was happening. The place had caught fire, and there were a handful of heroes in the area, trying to put out the flames and keep away the civilians. That's when he noticed the sludge villain that almost killed him earlier. Hadn't All Might captured him? Did they get away? Oh, no, did All Might drop him when Izuku had clung to his leg? In that case, this was Izuku's fault, wasn't it? But wait, why weren't the heroes doing anything? There were so many of them there, Mount Lady, Death Arms, Kamui Woods. Why weren't they attacking the villain? His questions were answered when he heard a civilian saying the villain had caught a middle schooler, and that it's been like this for a while. What the heck? All the more reason for the heroes to rush in and help them. They were definitely suffocating, just like Izuku was a while ago. Wait, All Might would have definitely arrived at the scene before Izuku. Where was he? Why wasn't he doing anything? Izuku looked through the crowd and spotted the hero in the back, in his skinny form, watching the scene with horror. Izuku was filled with anger. He was just standing there, doing nothing. Why? Because he wouldn't be able to keep his buff form for long. He was letting a kid suffocate, just to protect his secret? The guilt over the villain getting away was overshadowed by anger and disdain. An innocent person would die, just to keep up the facade of the invincible symbol of peace. How dare he? How dare the heroes not even try to do something, anything? Pathetic. They were all pathetic. He was looking around, hoping maybe someone would step in, when he caught the victim's eyes. Red eyes, wide with fear, were looking back at him. And he recognized them. Of course he did. He would recognize those piercing crimson irises anywhere. Without any hesitation, he was already running towards Katsuki. He couldn't just sit there and do nothing, like All Might was doing. He wasn't like any of those heroes present. Said heroes were shouting at him to stop, but he didn't listen. He wouldn't let his childhood friend die. They may not be friends anymore, and Katsuki may be his bully, but right now he was a victim, in need of rescue. And Izuku was going to help him, any way he could. His mind ran 1,000 miles per hour trying to find a way to free Katsuki from the villain's grasp. He mentally skimmed through his 13 notebooks worth of information about heroes as he ran. The villain's eyes locked on his own. His eyes, they were the only solid part of his body, so Izuku took his school bag and threw it at the sludge with all his might. In hindsight, it wasn't a lot, but it was enough to hit his target and loosen the grasp he had on Katsuki enough so the boy could breathe. As he gasped for air, Izuku started clawing at the villain, trying to remove any amount of sludge to reach the blonde and free him. "Why are you here?" he said in between coughs. "My legs moved on their own. You looked like you needed help, and I couldn't stand there and watch while the heroes did nothing," Izuku shouted, before a powerful gush of wind blew from behind him. "I really am pathetic." All Might was then standing in front of him. "Even though I admonished you, I wasn't putting what I said into practice." "No, you weren't." He grabbed Katsuki's arm that had managed to get free from the sludge. Pros are always risking their lives. Only after a middle schooler runs to save another, risking his life while you did nothing, apparently. Detroit Smash. All Might punched the air with such force, it blew the villain away from Katsuki, whom he was holding tight. The silence that followed was interrupted with the sound of raindrops falling. The wind pressure must have been so high, it created an updraft, forming clouds that poured a significant amount of rain. Izuku was still amazed, despite his disdain, but he was almost too late, and he would be if Izuku hadn't stepped in. But no one acknowledged his part. Instead, the crowd started praising All Might add how amazing he was. They received his signature smile, and journalists started surrounding him, asking questions and taking pictures. While the heroes collected the scattered sludge and safely delivered it to the police, Izuku was getting scolded by Death Arms in Kamui Woods. Geez, there's a limit to how rash you can be. There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger. There was every reason to do so. The heroes were doing nothing. Instead of voicing his thoughts, Izuku stayed silent. He glanced at Katsuki, where other heroes were praising him. What the fuck? The word felt foreign, even in his head. He wasn't accustomed to cursing, but fuck was describing his thoughts accurately. That was amazing toughness, and that quirk. The fuck? Seriously, Katsuki should be getting scolded, too. Yes, he was trying to escape, but with his explosions he had lit the whole street on fire, and could have easily hurt someone. Why was only Izuku getting reprimanded? Was it because he didn't use a quirk? Because he was quirkless? Why was he even asking? Of course it was. As if he needed more confirmation that he would never be a hero. Not that he wanted to, anymore. Once you're a pro, please come to my agency. You'll definitely be an excellent sidekick. Ha! As if Katsuki would settle with being a sidekick. Speaking of, he was now looking at Izuku with a weird expression on his face, a mixture of anger, embarrassment and something else Izuku couldn't put his finger on. As Izuku walked home, he heard his terrible nickname from behind him, DEKU. He turned around, and he saw Katsuki running towards him. After he stopped in front of him, and caught his breath, he clenched his fists. I never asked you for help. Izuku mentally rolled his eyes. Sure, you didn't. And you didn't help me. Got it. He was now shouting at Izuku, who stood there with a neutral expression on his face. I was fine by myself. Sure. You're a quirkless failure. Playing without a full deck. Don't think you can look down on me. Are you trying to make me owe you? Don't look down on me, you damn nerd. Before Izuku had the chance to respond, he turned around and walked away. Izuku frowned. Look down on you. I never. Oh, he thought. So that's what it was. The blonde always acted so full of himself, but now he understood. Katsuki was masking an inferiority complex with tough words and violence, and used Izuku's quirklessness as an excuse. Well, that's ironic. Izuku was always looking up to Kachan, since they were kids. Even when he started hurting him with his words, and his quirk, he still thought Katsuki had the potential to be a great hero, and he aspired to be like him. Not anymore, though. Izuku was even starting to doubt Katsuki's ability to be a hero. When he finally accepted that his childhood friend had turned into his bully, wow, that was a few hours ago, so much had happened, it seemed like an eternity ago. He was starting to think that if he continued behaving this way, not only to Izuku, but to anyone, how could he be considered heroic? Just because he had a cool quirk, that wouldn't be enough in the long run. Then again, Izuku had lost his admiration for heroes, so it didn't really matter. If he made it, he would just be another piece of the Hero Commission's puzzle of dishonesty and corruption. Just as he was about to turn around and head home, he heard the familiar booming voice for the millionth time that day. I am here. All Might appeared in his buff form, running towards Izuku. All Might? What are you doing here? You were surrounded by reporters until just now. The hero laughed. Getting away from them was a piece of cake. Why? He flexed his muscles in a dramatic pose. Izuku mentally rolled his eyes. He was kinda surprised to see how quickly his enthusiasm for the man had dissipated. Because I am All Might. Before he could finish his sentence, he deflated into his skinny form, blood spewing out of his mouth. After he cleaned after himself, he took a serious expression. Shonen, I come with thanks, a correction, and a suggestion. What? Even if Izuku was intrigued, he was fairly sure he didn't want to speak to the hero ever again. If you hadn't been there, if you hadn't told me about your life, I would have turned into a guy in a bodysuit who was all talk. What was he talking about? Thank you. Oh no, please don't. It was my fault in the first place. Izuku was feeling like scolding the man, but instead, he decided to continue playing the part of the little helpless kid with zero self-esteem. The last part wasn't a lie, but if he was going to change the broken hero system, he could use the cover of a fragile middle schooler. He only had to pretty much act like he would before his whole world came crushing down. I got in the way of your work, and I said all those impertinent things even though I'm quirkless. He kept his gaze downwards, and held the straps of his backpack. That's right. Thanks, that's so kind of you. It was because it was none other than the timid, quirkless you at the scene, that I was able to act. Glad to be of service. Wait, what? Izuku looked at All Might with a surprised expression on his face. Top heroes have stories about them from their school days. Most of the stories have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. Wait, Izuku thought, is this going where I think it is? His eyes started watering for the first time today. For some reason, he remembered his mother's apologies when he had asked her if he could be a hero. That was true for you, too, wasn't it? Yeah, he managed to get out. He was full on crying, and cursed his tear ducts for once again working excessively without his permission. That's not it, Mom, he thought. Back then, what I wanted you to say, the words I wanted to hear were, you can become a hero. Even though he had decided that wasn't what he wanted anymore, hearing those words, the words that he longed all his life to hear, felt like a stab in the gut. When he had finally given up on his former dream, his childhood hero was hurting him in a way he never thought possible. He cried with frustration and pain, that he hopefully passed off as happiness and relief. He felt as if the hero was trying to apply duct tape to the dam that he had broken, but was unaware he was too late. The water had already gotten through, and Izuku's respect had drowned along with his ambitions and faith. In another universe, maybe this was a dream becoming reality. But for Izuku, here and now, it was one of the most painful moments in his life. By the way, this is the story of how he became the greatest villain. Chapter end notes. I really liked the idea of a villain DEKU story, where everything happens exactly like canon, but Izuku becomes a villain anyway. So I wrote the first chapters, and most of the dialogue and scenes being exactly as they are in the first chapters, episodes, but Izuku's thoughts and reactions are different. It really stands out when you think about everything Katsuki and All might have said to him in the beginning, and yet the little green bean stays a cinnamon roll, whereas here, he's pessimistic enough to change his whole view of things. Let me know your thoughts. This is how villains are made. Chapter summary. This is how villains are made. Madeline Duke. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. You are worthy to inherit my power. Huh? Izuku looked up to the hero. His surprise cut his sobs like a knife. Inherit your power? All Might burst into laughter. What's with that face? It's just a suggestion. The real show starts after this. He walked closer to the boy. Listen, Shonen. You need to decide whether or not you will accept my power, he exclaimed, pointing a finger at Izuku, as he started spouting blood again. What power? What is he talking about? I'm talking about my quirk, Shonen, All Might said, if reading his thoughts. The tabloids called it superhuman strength, and a boost, and I constantly dodged the question during interviews with a funny joke. That's right, Izuku already knew that. He had spent quite some time trying to figure out his quirk, but in the end, it didn't really matter to him. And now, it looked like he was going to get an answer. Because the symbol of peace, All Might, had to be a natural-born hero. Bullshit, Izuku called. Wow, he was on a roll with cursing today. But, Shonen, I will tell you the truth. The hero dramatically opened his arms and looked at the sky. My quirk was passed on to me like a sacred torch. What? It was passed on to you, that's right. And next, it is your turn. He was still looking at the sky for some reason. Wait a minute. It's true that your quirk is something hotly debated as one of the world's greatest mysteries. So much that not a day goes by when I don't see someone talking about it online. But, well, I don't really understand what you mean by inheriting or passing on a quirk. Izuku had entered mumbling mode. I've never heard of anything like that before, and it's never even been conjectured in the debate. Why is that? Is it because since the dawn of history, a quirk like that was never confirmed? You always start with denial, huh? All might cut him off. Nonsense. What? I may hide a lot of things, but I don't lie. The power to transfer power, that is the quirk I inherited. Huh? How? Why? Where did super strength come from, then? Does it stack the power of all the previous holders, making each successor more powerful? Izuku had so many questions. His obsession with analyzing quirks and curiosity were getting the better of him. I was crowned with, one for all, one for all. That's right. One person cultivates the power, and passes it on to another person, who also cultivates it and passes it on. It is the crystallization of power that spins together the voices of those who need help, with a courageous heart. Well, that sounds a bit dramatic, in Izuku's humble opinion. He also thought it was stupid, keeping his quirk such a mystery. He could just say he has enhanced strength and durability or something. It's like he wanted people to look more into it. That would just make it more likely for this information to fall on the wrong hands. Speaking of, does the hero make a habit of talking about his greatest secrets to random people, or was it his first time? If it was, he was doing fantastic. Why do you want to give me something so great? And more importantly, who the fuck gives one of the most powerful quirks in history, that can apparently be transferred? He would have to look into that. To a random 14-year-old who they just met, and don't even know their name. That was so irresponsible. I have been looking for a successor, and then, I thought it would be all right for you to inherit it. Oh. So, that's how it was. He was offering Izuku his quirk, so he can be his successor. A hero. Which meant, he thought Izuku could be a hero, but only if he got some super strong quirk like his own. Because Izuku, as he was, quirkless and weak, wasn't enough. Also, All Might has been looking for a successor, and he chose a fucking random kid he found who, after he crushed his dreams and left him alone on a rooftop, did his job for him, and offered him a quirk as a pathetic excuse for an apology? You were just a quirkless hero fanboy, thanks for the info, but you were more heroic than anyone else back there. Izuku didn't agree. He didn't do it to be heroic. He saw no one was helping and took initiative. It was just common sense. Someone had to do something, and he couldn't just stand there and watch. All Might said that word again, though. He thought Izuku had a hero's heart, but he wasn't good enough. Not as he was, and he never would be. Anyway, it's up to you. The man rubbed the back of his head. What will you do? Did he really expect someone to take right then and there's such an important decision? It seemed such a spontaneous decision in All Might's part. Izuku wanted to slap his forehead. And he still hadn't asked Izuku his name, not that it mattered. He didn't want to be hero anymore. He wouldn't need a quirk to achieve his dreams. He was about to decline, when a thought popped into his head. What if, in his efforts to bring down Hero Society, he had one of the most powerful quirks ever recorded? Quirks were tools, after all. It would be a great addition in his arsenal against the system. And the irony. Using the number one hero's quirk against the heroes? Oh, that was perfect. He hid the feral grin that tried to form on his lips, and instead forced his face to make the most determined expression possible. I'll do it. An immediate reply. That's what I thought you'd say. Of course he did. Hey. This is such a comfy fridge to sit on. If only you could move it even a little. Well, I mean, you weighed 274 kilograms, right? Izuku looked at the hero in exasperation from the ground. No, I lost weight, so I'm only 255 kilograms now, in this form. Izuku sighed. Anyway, why am I dragging trash at the beach park? It was 5 a.m. 2 days after Izuku accepted to inherit the hero's quirk. All Might had brought him to Dagoba Beach Park, that was more of a trash dump than a beach. It had been like this for at least a few years, apparently. Because of the sea currents, objects drifted there a lot, and people took advantage of that to hide their illegal dumping, resulting in mountains of trash. All Might thought it was the perfect training for him. He explained that One for All is the fullest physical ability of many people gathered into one, so an unprepared body could not inherit it fully. Izuku, small and weak as he was, would not be able to withstand the quirk's power, and his body would explode. So first, he would need to train his body to be able to handle the quirk. He wondered if All Might had to go through a similar training or if he was already able to receive it. The number one hero added that wasn't the only reason they would be cleaning up the beach. He said that heroes these days were all after the showy stuff, shocking, when originally, being a hero meant doing volunteer service. So, cleaning the beach to its former glory would be the perfect first step to becoming a hero. Even though Izuku wasn't interested in showing the world what a wonderful and selfless hero in the making he was, he did wonder what the coast would look like without all the rubbish that had built up over the years. For some reason, before he explained all this, the hero sat on a fridge and ordered Izuku to drag it across the beach, to the truck he had gotten to transport all the trash away. The boy thought it would be counterproductive, trying to drag such heavy weights on the first day of training. He hoped it was just to show him what he would end up being able to do, towards the end of the 10 months leading up to the UA entrance exams. Midoriya Shonen, he had finally asked his name. You want to go to UA, right? Time to put on his fanboy persona. Yes, because that's where you went. So, if I'm going to go to a hero school, he smiled softly, as if he couldn't wait to follow the hero's footsteps. I thought it would definitely have to be UA. You really are a fanboy. The man laughed. But I've told you this before. It's not something you can do without a quirk. It's sad, but that is what the reality is. Gee, thanks for reminding me, Izuku thought, as if it didn't break my spirits the first time you told me. UA is the hardest hero course to get into, All Might continued. In other words, I have to complete my vessel until the entrance exam, Izuku concluded. That's where these come in. He held a stack of papers in his hand. Where was he hiding those? He called it his aim to pass. American Dream Plan. In other words, a training plan, meal plans and sleep schedule included. For Izuku to follow, so he could get his body ready for receiving his quirk in time. Izuku would have to make a few adjustments, and overall, as he skimmed through it, it seemed really hard, but not impossible. A genuine smile formed on his lips. He was finally working towards an achievable goal. It wasn't his real one, getting in the prestigious school, but it was a great first step towards his ultimate goal. He didn't have a specific plan for overthrowing the system yet, but that could wait. Getting his hands on the Symbol of Peace's quirk was a solid first stepping stone. And so, his 10 months of hell began. He started with cleaning the beach, one piece of garbage at a time. Contrary to All Might's plan, he didn't begin with random heavy objects, but worked his way through, from small trash, to old tires, to boxes and containers, to electrical devices, and so on. Sometimes, he really wanted to shoot All Might with a bazooka. Like when he told Izuku to push a whole car during his first month of training. Or, when he would kindly remind him that he would never pass the exams if he went on like this. This being falling to the ground from exhaustion a few times, or shouting at him when he couldn't lift weights too heavy for that particular part of his regime. It was great exercise for honing his acting skills. Even when he wanted to shout at the hero for breaking him, when he wanted to scream his guts out every time he reminded him how his quirklessness was a temporary handicap, and basically any time he wanted to hit his face with the perfectly fine frying pan he found at the beach one day, he kept his soft, goofy and loving expression on his face. He would keep up his hero fanboy facade, an aspiring hero in the making, and not a manipulator who just wanted to steal a powerful quirk and slither his way into the very hero society he wanted to bring down. It seemed to work. His mom didn't seem to notice any difference in his behavior, apart from his constant tiredness, and his requests for training equipment and martial arts lessons. At first, he thought beginning any other type of training would make him collapse during the first few months. Since the hero was only preparing his body, however, he would end up going to the entrance exam bulked up, but with no fighting experience whatsoever, and a quirk he would have no time to learn how to use. So, he signed up for classes that would teach him close combat, both evasion, defense and striking techniques, as well as using some kind of weapon, since he wouldn't be able to use his quirk frequently while his body adjusts. His weapon of choice was a staff. He was also inclined to use knives, but that could wait until after the exam, when he wouldn't have a deadline that his literal future and new purpose depended on. His training also included swimming laps on the beach, lifting weights, running figurative and literal marathons. He had scheduled almost everything, so he didn't overwork himself, but would consistently level up the difficulty in everything he did, and balance his training with all might and his Aikido classes. One time, he made the mistake of working on his schedule during class. He ended up mumbling for a few minutes before he got hit on the head by his teacher for disturbing the class, hard enough to bang his head on his desk. That was literal child abuse, but he was quirkless, so he couldn't say anything, or he would get in trouble. Instead, he ignored the teacher's joke about his encounter with the sludge villain making him go crazy and delusional about making it to UA, as well as his classmates' laughter and mean comments. He just kept a neutral expression on his face and apologized for the noise before returning to his notes, surprising his class. Katsuki wasn't one of the kids making fun of him, though. He had turned quiet after the sludge villain incident, and Izuku would often catch him silently watching him, with a somehow softer version of his usual scowl. Katsuki seemed to be getting irritated at his new apathetic demeanor during school, or maybe the lack of his usual whimpering and nervousness. Izuku wasn't sure. In any case, he would just scoff at his lackey's stupid jokes, to which Izuku had mastered the art of not giving a fuck and would either completely ignore them, or occasionally deadpan at them, which always shut them up. It was almost funny to watch. During the summer break, he had gained a significant amount of muscle mass, enough to be noticeable under his summer school uniform. On the first day back to school, Katsuki cornered him during lunch break, during which he was usually left alone. DEKU. He walked up to his desk, usual scowl in place, his lackeys right behind him, as Izuku took out his bento box. He had also done extensive research about his diet, and his mom, seeing him determined, had agreed to help him, cooking for him according to his meal plans. Izuku looked up as his childhood friend leaned over his desk. He waited for him to begin his rant or whatever he wanted, a neutral expression on his face. "What, you think you're too high and mighty to answer me, nerd?" Izuku wanted to wipe off that stupid grin off of his face with a cheese grater. Instead, he sighed and spoke calmly. "What do you want, Katsuki?" He almost laughed at their baffled expressions. He hadn't called Katsuki by his name in years. It was hilarious how the blonde almost didn't realize he was referring to him. His confused expression turned into an angry scowl. He grabbed Izuku by his shirt and brought him closer to himself, ruby eyes staring into emerald ones. It was almost like he was trying to break through his masquerade, decipher a puzzle that seemed impossible to solve. "What, do you think you're better than me? You look less like a twig and you think you can be a hero now, or something, huh? You're nothing, DEKU. You'll never surpass me." He unclenched his fist and jabbed at Izuku with his fingers as he made his point. "You will always be a weak, quirkless loser. You'll never be better than me." Izuku sighed again. "You know, not everything is about you, Katsuki." He took advantage of his classmate's stunned reaction to push away the hand in front of him. He gathered his stuff and hung his new dark green backpack on one shoulder, his bento in his hands. Katsuki was obviously trying, and failing, to find something to say, opening and closing his mouth like a fish. A snort almost escaped Izuku's lips. "Excuse me," he said as he got past the other boys and made his way to the roof, so he could eat his lunch in peace. As the entrance exam date grew closer and closer, Izuku got increasingly stronger and more confident in his combat skills. He was a quick learner, and he became steadily more dexterous with his staff. On February 25th, The day before the exam, he took his last trip to the beach. He had already cleared the part of the coast All Might had instructed a couple of weeks ago, but wanted to finish what he started. He stayed up until 1 a.m., leaving a couple trash for tomorrow. He had agreed to meet All Might there, at 6 a.m. sharp, so he could receive his prize for his hard work, and he wanted to get a good night's rest. He couldn't afford messing up. Dagoba Beach was completely cleared before sunrise. There wasn't even a speck of dust left. Izuku felt proud of himself. Not only for that, but for everything he had achieved over the last 10 months. And he would make sure they paid off. He was sitting on top of the last pile of trash he had made the last few days, admiring his work, when he heard All Might's footsteps behind him. He didn't turn to greet him, instead he closed his eyes and felt the breeze on his face. After a long, long time, he felt peaceful. All Might audibly gasped. He even cleaned outside of where I told him to. He finished at the last minute, more that perfectly. Izuku, instead of replying, jumped down from the trash pile and onto the sand. Oh my, oh my, oh my goodness! The hero exclaimed in English, turning into his buff form at the last word. Izuku mentally rolled his eyes. His lips curled up into a small smile, almost genuine. All Might, I did it, I did it. Yeah, you surprised me, you entertainer. Teenagers are amazing, he said, whatever that meant. Here, take a look. He brought his phone to Izuku's face. He was showing him a picture he had taken on the first day of training. Wow, he really looked different. He had doubled in size, and grown a few centimeters taller, too. You did good, you really did. Izuku didn't really care for the hero's approval, but he was still proud of himself. The mirage of it is finally just barely visible, but you have certainly become a suitable vessel. Izuku supposed this should be a heartwarming moment, so he shed a few tears and mumbled about how blessed he felt. We'll have to fix those leaky eyes of yours, he said, patting him on the back. Izuku had already fixed that, if it meant being in control of his emotions and the way he chose to express them. As if proving it to himself, he wiped his fake tears and gave the hero a warm smile. He found it so irritating, how All Might would say such things, insulting him for everything he used to be, and still presented himself as, with the same smile that he saved people, like he had saved Izuku. But no one had saved him. Izuku had saved himself. He had pulled himself away from the charade they called Hero Society, and could finally see the world as it truly was. Now, it's time for the award ceremony, Midoriya Izuku. Yes, sir. All Might plucked a hair from his head and held it in front of him. This is something I once said. Something that you receive because you're lucky, and something that you were given because you were recognized or different in essence. Take that to heart. This is the power that you earned because of your own effort. Izuku pretended to be inspired by his speech, and braced himself to receive one of the world's strongest quirks, while All Might held the strand of hair in front of Izuku. Eat this. Huh? Chapter end notes. I found myself giggling with my Izuku's commentary on actual lines and scenes from the story. Tell me what you guys think. I was thinking of uploading a chapter or two a week, depending on how much time I have to write them, with uni and classes and life. If this story ends up popular, I'll try updating more frequently. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing chapter summary. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. Set it off. William Beckett. The day of the entrance exam has arrived. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. It doesn't really matter what it is, as long as you take my DNA. All Might rubbed the back of his head, his demeanor far different from his "I'm giving an important inspiring speech" act just a few seconds ago. What? Now? There's no time. You'll be late for the exam. He seemed ready to start chasing Izuku if he fled from the situation or something. Wait. Why a hair? Isn't a drop of blood or saliva enough? Well, yes. I'll go with blood, then. The idea of trying to swallow a hair and it getting stuck in his throat made him shiver. As he approached the UA High School entrance exam location, he let his mind wander. In the end, he didn't have time to test out his new power. He had managed to convince the hero to pinch his finger and give him a drop of his blood, Thankfully. He wasn't feeling any different, though. He started doubting he even received it. All Might had said it would take 2 to 3 hours to start feeling something. He also noted that since its vessel was made in a hurry, when he used it, he should be prepared for the physical repercussions it would have on his body. He would find out later, he figured. Out of my way, DEKU. The familiar voice sounded from behind him. I'm not even close to you, asshole. Don't stand in front of me. I'll kill you. Katsuki didn't even stop as he passed by him and went inside the building. Weirdly enough, apart from that one time after summer break, he hadn't done anything to him since the sludge villain. Sure. Good luck, Katsuki, he said, not expecting a response, and followed him inside. As he made his first step, however, he tripped over his feet. Oh, fuck me. He was holding his backpack's straps with his hands, and he wouldn't manage to stop his fall in time. Instead of falling on his face, however, he found himself floating above the ground. Huh? Are you all right? A sweet voice sounded next to him. A pretty girl with short brown hair and pink cheeks smiled at him. She set him straight and touched her fingers together. 5-point activation quirk. It's my quirk. Sorry for using it without asking first. But it'd be bad luck if you fell, right? She gave him a cute smile that would have probably made him trip over his words, if he could even speak at all. Was he attracted to girls? He gave her a polite smile in return. You're right, thank you. You're welcome, aren't you nervous? Haha, yeah, he really was nervous, and he actually made it seem like it, too. Let's do our best. See ya, she waved at him and jogged inside. He followed, making sure not to trip again. He passed the written portion of the exam with flying colors. He was beyond prepared, having aced the mock tests more than a year before. The last question on the test was to write a small essay on why they chose to be heroes. He barely kept a snort when he read it. He bullshitted his way through, and ended up writing one of the most inspiring speeches he had ever heard, if he said so himself. He was done before everyone else, and even had half an hour to spare, so he went through all his answers one more time, handed his papers and took a stroll before it was time for the hero course applicants to gather in the exam orientation room for the practical exam. After everyone was seated, Izuku and Katsuki were placed next to each other, since they were from the same middle school. The overhead lights turned on, and President Mike began the introduction. For all you examinee listeners tuning in, welcome to my show today. Everybody say, hey. No one responded, resulting in an awkward silence. What a refined response. Mike resumed his dramatic mannerisms. Then I'll quickly present to you the rundown on the practical exam. Are you ready? Yeah. Once again, silence ensued. Izuku, a year ago, would have freaked out over meeting the voice hero, never mind all the teachers at UA being pro-heroes. As he was, though, he watched the hero explain the rules of the practical exam with a neutral expression, while feeling Katsuki's piercing gaze on him. The exam consisted of a 10-minute mock urban battle. Each person had on their application card the battle center they were assigned. In other words, they won't let you work with your friends, huh? Katsuki surprised Izuku when he pointed out they were stationed in different test locations. Friends? Izuku hummed instead of providing a response. They were all free to bring whatever items they wanted. Izuku had brought his steel staff with him, which was retractable and could fit in his backpack. His sensei at the martial arts center had gifted it to him, after seeing all his hard work and resolve, along with its case that he would hang on his back. He had submitted his weapon along with his application a couple months ago, just to be safe, and got it approved. Mike proceeded to presenting the different types of foe villains, robots and the point system. Your goal, dear listeners, is to use your quirks to earn points by immobilizing the foe. Villains. Use your quirks, huh? That was just plain quirk discrimination. What about quirkless people, or people with a non-combat type of quirk? They would be at a huge disadvantage. Izuku figured, since the exam was battle-oriented, there should be another way of awarding points, like from helping people. If not, he would be even more disappointed in the system, and the bar was already below the ground. He didn't have his hopes up, but he would still help whoever needed it. Of course, attacking other examinees and any other unheroic actions are prohibited, Mike pointed out. You hear that, Katsuki? Attacking other people is unheroic. Get that through that thick skull of yours. Izuku glared at his childhood friend, as if trying to telepathically get his message through. A hand shot up from the crowd, accompanied by a loud and stern voice. May I ask a question? After being given the okay by Mike, the tall, blue-haired boy pointed his leaflet with details about the exam. On this printout, there are 4 types of villains. If that is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. Dude, chill, Izuku thought. It's obviously not a mistake. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. Izuku held back a snort. Sure. Subtle laughter echoed in the room. Okay. Examinee number 7111. How the heck did he know his number? Had he memorized everyone's ID? Impressive. Thanks for the great message, Present Mike continued. He provided a summary about the 0-pointer, and the boy thanked him with a deep bow. He was so stiff, almost like a robot. The voice hero closed his presentation with a quote a hero had said, that Izuku didn't bother listening to, before shouting UA's catchphrase. Go beyond, plus ultra. A small bus brought Izuku and other examinees to Battle Center B, after leading them to the changing rooms to put on their gym clothes. Izuku put his staff in its case on his back, and waited for Mike's signal to charge into the testing grounds. Among the students waiting with him, he spotted the nice girl who stopped his fall with her quirk, as well as the stiff dude from before. He had a feeling he would be seeing them often from now on. As soon as Mike said, "Okay, start," Izuku was running inside the testing grounds. It wasn't easy to get points. Izuku didn't have much experience with his weapon, and certainly not with a quirk, unlike every participant there. Still, he did his best to destroy the robots he found with his steel staff, and helped every person he thought was in danger or injured. He couldn't do much without a first aid kit, but he knew enough tricks, spending most of his childhood being physically abused and all. After Mike's voice announced the 8-minute mark, at which point Izuku had counted 20 villain points. As he turned to a main street from the alley where he was catching his breath, the ground started shaking, and explosions sounded, not far from where he was. A gigantic robot appeared, that he recognized as the 0-pointer. Recalling Mike's advice, he joined the other kids in the area running away from it. Before he could get too far, he heard a pained scream, and turned around instinctively. When he recognized the kind girl who helped him just hours before, he was running before he could even think about it. His mind conjured up the moment he rushed towards Katsuki, when he was captured by the sludge villain. While it seemed ages ago, even after all his hard work, he still ran towards danger, in aid of another. He was no hero, not then, and certainly not now, but he wasn't going to let that girl get crushed by a huge robot because the school didn't care to make the exam safe enough, so no one got seriously hurt. As he approached the 0-pointer, he felt a surge of power running through his legs. He had instinctively activated his quirk, and the next thing he knew, he was up in the air, facing the robot with his right fist pulled back, his legs screaming in pain. He focused his quirk's power on his arm, ready to punch the faux villain. He recalled All Might's advice, for when he would use his quirk. Squeeze your buttocks, and yell this inside your heart. Smash. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that, thanks. Instead, he let out a cry. He was in pain, and scared as fuck. And his fist made contact, causing the robot to fall back with incredible force, similar to the hero's power, and explode. As he plummeted towards the ground, he realized he had 2 broken legs and a shattered right arm. Using All Might's quirk should be able to help him land without dying, but right now his legs were dangling like cooked noodles. So those are the repercussions the hero was talking about. Well, that fucking sucks. He was starting to freak out. He didn't know what to do to avoid getting squashed to the ground, and he had only one working limb. Wait, if he used a Detroit Smash, he had to come up with his own names for his moves, and aimed it downwards. He would have to get the timing right, or he would literally die. He drew his left fist back, and as he was about to activate One for All, he felt a slap on his face, and he stopped falling just above the ground. He heard a weak release before closing the distance with the asphalt, landing on his face. He barely heard the girl who just saved his life and spared him from another shattered arm, throwing up a few meters behind him. Present mic announcing, "Time's up," was the last thing he heard before he passed out from the pain. It was a week later, and he still hadn't received a letter from UA. Izuku wouldn't say he was getting nervous, but he was a little restless, wanting to know the results of the exam. Recovery Girl had come to the exam grounds once it was over, checking the kids for any injuries. She used her quirk on Izuku, and he regained consciousness shortly after. He had received an earful for being so careless, but he felt too tired to actually listen. He headed home and fell into a mini coma. He still went to school the next day. He didn't want to worry his mom too much. All Might hadn't contacted him at all since then. Not that he was going to complain, but it was kinda weird. He thought he would at least ask him how he went, though, or congratulate him or something. He was currently sitting in the living room, casually lifting weights with his right hand and scrolling through social media with his left, when his mom entered the room calling his name frantically. "Izuku. It's here, it came," she shrieked, showing him a white envelope with a red stamp of the school's insignia on it. He played the part of an overly anxious applicant who was about to find out whether he got in his dream school, and took the heavy envelope to his room. Inside it was a small disc that started projecting a hologram as soon as it got placed on his desk. He was greeted with All Might's face, who declared loudly, "I am here as a projection." Izuku groaned. Why him of all heroes? Wait, what does he have to do with UA? "I had to do some paperwork that took some time, so I couldn't contact you. I'm sorry." Oh no, the tragedy. The hero proceeded to explain he was the newest faculty member of UA, god fucking damn it, and started to say something before someone behind the camera told him to wrap it up. Couldn't he just tell him up close? Couldn't he make a simple phone call to his fucking successor? All Might then announced how he passed the written exam with top marks, and got 20 villain points on the practical exam. 20 points would not be enough for you to pass, if that were the only points you got. I knew it, Izuku thought. The exam did award points of heroism or being selfless or whatever. If only they actually told them that, or at least insinuated, so kids like him would not be discouraged for being quirkless or having a non-combat quirk. Izuku was sure many students would feel like they weren't given the chance of proving themselves. Fucking quirkist society. All Might played a recorded video on the screen, where the nice girl showed up, explaining she went to the teachers right after the exam to negotiate. All Might was overly dramatic during the whole explanation, and Izuku did his best to ignore him. "Excuse me, the person with curly hair and freckles, you know who I'm talking about. Is it possible for me to give him some of my points?" "What? Why? He lost enough points because of me. He attacked the 0-pointer when he could have been earning points. He saved me, so please." All Might stopped the video. In addition to now having a quirk, what the fuck, dude? Why would you say that in front of the camera crew? Do you want people to know your secret? Your actions spurred others to act. The entrance exam was not graded only on villain points. He resumed the video, where Present Mike explained to the girl he needed to know her name and thank her. That she could not give him her points, but there was no need anyway, before the number 1 hero took the floor. How can a hero course reject people who save others and do the right thing? I don't know, All Might. How do hero schools let quirkist assholes become pros? This is a job that requires risking one's life to put that into practice, and so, we use rescue points. On the screen appeared the examination results, his name on the top of the list, showing 20 villain and 80 rescue points next to it. Katsuki's name was underneath his, with 77 villain points, and no rescue. Shocker. The blonde was going to be so pissed when he saw this. Izuku snickered. This was the first time he bested Katsuki at something, and it was not going to be the last. Midoriya Izuku. You received 80 rescue points, for all your heroic actions during the exam, gaining first place with a total of 100 points. Uraraka Ochako also got 45 points. You both pass. Izuku smiled. The girl, Uraraka, deserved it. Come, Midoriya Shonen. This is your Hero Academia. Izuku grinned. Lovely. Chapter end notes. Thanks for reading. I can't believe so many people have already given this FIC a chance. Seeing kudos in bookmarks really warms my heart. Thank you guys so much. I hope you tag along for this journey. I will try to update at least once a week, on Mondays. The red means I love you. Chapter summary. The red means I love you, Mads Buckley. Chapter notes. She is here. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The day after receiving his acceptance letter, Izuku met Small Might, that's what he decided to call the man when he was in his true form, on Dagoba Beach so the hero could congratulate him up close. All Might said he hadn't told the school about his connection with Izuku, making him want to deadpan so hard. Not only did he literally say in front of the camera, now that you have a quirk, but there is something I must talk to him about. When the crew told him to hurry up, there is no way he could hide this from the staff. That man could not keep a secret for the life of him. And he definitely wouldn't be able to hide anything from the principal, a person. Animal. With a literal IQ quirk, although Nezu was probably already informed. It was futile trying to hide anything from him, anyway. When Izuku exclaimed that he was surprised to find out he was a UA teacher, All Might explained how he was offered the job while he was looking for a successor. But instead of a promising hero student, you gave your quirk to a random quirkless kid. Oh, I wanted to talk to you about something, Izuku said. My bones were shattered when I used one for all. You knew this would happen, right? The hero rubbed the back of his neck. Well, yes, there wasn't any time. For a simple sentence. Sure. But it turned out all right, All Might, Izuku cringed. Right now, you're either at 100% or 0. But once you learn how to control it, you'll be able to adjust to what your body can handle. So, will you teach me to control it? The more you train a vessel, the more you'll be able to move the power freely, like this, he said, turning into his buff form and crushing a tin can with his fist. Of course, people noticed him, so, before Izuku could point out he didn't answer his question, he started running away. Izuku facepalmed and ran after him. For the next few days, after school, Izuku would meet up with All Might for training. He had asked the hero for ideas so he won't break his bones every time he used his quirk. The hero would insist on strengthening his vessel, but Izuku argued that he still would have to learn to activate and use just enough power, so that it wouldn't shatter his arms. So, apart from strength training, he would experiment on different techniques, trying to use only a percentage of one for all each time, but he couldn't make the surge of power stop. That's when an incredible idea formed in his mind. He figured, since he could only activate his quirk in its full power each time, if he, instead of focusing one for all in one place, he spread it out across his body, each part would be distributed only a percentage of its power, without being too much for his bones to shatter when he used it. And so, full cowl was created. Thus, he trained to keep one for all activated evenly across his body, rather than focusing on one section at a time. He quickly found out that by keeping it constantly activated, he wouldn't have to waste time rechanneling it from one part of his body to another, while also increasing his reflexes and maneuverability. He convinced All Might to add sparring in his training, so he could incorporate his new technique with his martial arts skills, and the hero was more than happy to teach him to fight. His weaponless fighting style would become a combination of Aikido and brute strength punches and kicks. Of course, he continued his Aikido training, and using the staff had become second nature to him. When he was researching various weapons he could learn to use, back when he first started training, he had been fascinated by knives, and now that he didn't have any deadlines, he had a bit more free time, so he took the opportunity to research how to use them. He started training on his own, looking at his notes and following tutorials on them, but he later found himself being taught by the most unexpected person. He was in his way home from Aikido class. He had stayed an hour longer, set on getting right the new move his sensei showed him with the staff, so by the time he got outside, it was already dark, a few dim street lamps the only source of illumination. Izuku walked barely 2 blocks from the martial arts center, before he heard a cry in an alley just ahead of him. Confident in his fighting abilities and use of the staff he had on his back, he approached, prepared to fight if he had to. He stayed as quiet as he could, peeking in the alley to see what was going on, when he saw a blonde girl in space buns, around the same age as him, if her middle school uniform was any indication, getting attacked by a group of teenage boys. One of them was holding her against the wall, using a metal bending quirk of some kind to trap her with a metal pole he had wrapped around her. The boy next to him was making spider webs with his hands, and had used them to keep her mouth shut and her arms and legs pinned on the wall. The third one didn't have a visible quirk, but was holding a knife. The girl's cat-like eyes were wide open, and she was trembling with fear, thrashing against her restraints, her screams muffled by the thick web that covered her face below her nose. Izuku watched the scene, trying to form a plan to take her attackers by surprise and incapacitate them without putting her in danger. "You're not so scary without your knives, now, are you?" the one who had presumably taken her weapon said with a stupid grin. "We thought we had finally gotten rid of you when you left." The spider web dude grimaced with disgust. "You seriously thought you could attack Saito like a monster and get away with it, you blood-sucking demon?" The one holding her with the metal pole questioned, closing his fists and tightened her restraints. The girl had tears streaming down her face, and she was shaking like a leaf. Izuku quietly took the staff, his wooden one, that he used for training, out of its case and placed his bag on the ground before stepping closer. The asshole with the knife got closer and towered over her. He was at least 15 centimeters taller, and in the dim lighting he seemed more intimidating than he probably was. "We're going to make you pay for what you did. Disgusting monsters like you should be punished." The boy had brought the knife to her cheek, but before he got to use it, Izuku had already come close enough to swing his staff in a reverse strike, hitting the boy on the right side of his head. The shock and pain made him drop the knife, and he stumbled sideways. Izuku gave him no time to recover, performing a cross strike on his head, effectively knocking him out. By the time he collapsed, the other two had come out of their shock after seeing their friend getting attacked, and the spiderweb dude pointed his palms at Izuku, and shot a concentrated cobweb at him. Izuku swiftly evaded the attack and swept him of his feet, knocking him to the ground, and used a downward thrust on his abdomen, before stomping his nose with his foot for good measure. As a loud crack echoed in the alley, the asshole screamed and brought his hands on his bleeding face, but Izuku ignored him and focused on the third guy. The dude was obviously torn between keeping the girl restrained and letting her go to help his friends, but Izuku gave him no time to make a decision. He used a downward strike on his head, followed by an upward kick on his jaw, sending him tumbling backwards. He lost his balance and fell on his back, and Izuku used a final strike with his staff to hit him in the dick. The asshole howled with pain, but Izuku didn't show any pity. He stared at him, his body relaxed, holding the staff loosely. "Leave." With that single word, the teenager got up and ran away clumsily, and the web dude and other guy, who had regained consciousness, were quick to go after him. They didn't dare utter a word as Izuku followed them with his eyes until they got out of sight. Izuku then placed his weapon on the ground and turned to the crying girl. The pole that was keeping her against the wall had loosened and fallen down when Izuku attacked the dude with the metal bending quirk, and she was now sitting on the ground, the web on her face removed, her dropped knife in her hand. Izuku put his hands in the air, to show he had no ill intent, and slowly approached. "I am not going to hurt you. I want to help. Are you hurt?" He crouched on her level and kept his hands in front of him, but made no move to touch her. "Why?" She was trembling, but the hand that was holding her knife was surprisingly steady. "I saw those guys attack you, and I couldn't sit back and watch," he answered simply. "So, what? You decided to play the hero?" She scowled, repulsed, baring her teeth. Her canines were pointed and sharp, matching her cat-like slit irises. Her yellow eyes were glaring at him, but Izuku could tell she was afraid. Another kid failed by the heroes, he thought. He could relate deeply, and didn't hesitate to show it. He let out a humorless chuckle. I am no hero. That seemed to take her by surprise. Then why did you help me? She questioned, narrowing her eyes. Like I said, you looked like you needed it. I was there, and could help, so I did. A few moments passed in silence as she contemplated his answer. Finally, she dropped the knife and lifted her shirt enough to show a bruise forming on her prominent ribs, a cut just underneath them. The jerk who trapped me with the metal squeezed it a bit too much. I think my ribs are cracked. Izuku asked if he could take a look, explaining he had some experience with tending wounds, and after receiving a nod, he poked her ribs lightly. She hissed but otherwise didn't complain. I don't think they're broken, but they will be bruised for a couple weeks. He got up and took his first aid kit out of his bag. He always carried one with him, even though the bullies at school had stopped attacking him months ago. He cleaned her cut and wrapped her torso with some gauze, before giving her some painkillers and a bottle of water to wash it down. She accepted, and slowly started returning to what Izuku assumed was her usual cheerful attitude. My name is Toga Himiko, she introduced herself, a small smile creeping in her face. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, Toga. Call me Himiko, and I'll call you Izuku-chan. You're very cute. Izuku's ears turned a bit red, and returned her smile with one of his own. Thank you, Himiko-chan. You're very cute, too. You have a lovely smile. Apparently, that was the right thing to say, because her eyes went wide, gleaming. Her cheeks were painted rosy pink, contrasting her otherwise pale face. Her smile widened, more than what one would consider the usual amount, her canines in full display. Izuku wondered if they had anything to do with her quirk. You really think so? People usually say it's creepy and disturbing, especially when I drink their blood, she said sheepishly. I do. It's really cute. Does drinking blood have to do with your quirk? He asked with genuine curiosity, which she seemed to notice. Her eyes lit up even more and started nodding as she shook with excitement. Having a blood-related quirk, she probably hadn't many people ask her without being disgusted or judgmental. Yeah, I can transform into anyone whose blood I drink, but I don't just drink it to use my quirk. I think my body needs blood regularly, 'cause if I go too long without it, I go really bloodthirsty. Izuku thought that Himiko had probably been deprived of her needs many times, blood. Quirks received a lot of backlash, and even though they weren't as rare, Vlad King could control blood and he was a pro-hero for fuck's sake. Society wasn't as accommodating to people's needs. She looked like she was contemplating something, before looking at Izuku with a pleading face. Can I have some of your blood? He was taken by surprise, and Himiko seemed to regret her words. She was now clutching her knife, and avoided eye contact, probably expecting Izuku to freak out and call her disgusting. But the ex-hero fanboy knew all about quirks, and she was probably asking, not for the fun of it, but because she actually needed it. Sure. How much do you need? He extended his arms in invitation. She jumped, baffled with his response, and furrowed her eyebrows, disbelief and hesitation obvious in her eyes and body language. It's okay, really. You need it, right? He insisted. She nodded, and a few moments later she drew a cut on his forearm, and began sucking his blood with her teeth. Izuku watched with fascination. When she was finished, he wrapped his hand with some gauze and drank some water. He might be a bit lightheaded for a few hours, but it didn't bother him. You probably don't get much, do you? He gave her a small smile in understanding. He may not have grown up with a quirk, but he knew all about quirk discrimination, and Himiko's case was no exception. Tears started gathering at the corners of her eyes. No, I don't. I was always fascinated by blood, even though I didn't need it before my quirk manifested. Himiko hesitated. Izuku tilted his head, silently telling her to speak her mind. When I was little, I found a dead bird on the yard and brought it to my parents, because I thought it was pretty. They thought it was disturbing, and took me to quirk counseling to fix me. She played with her knife while explaining. It didn't work, obviously. They thought they could make me normal and behave. I pretended it worked, and would drink blood from dead animals secretly. But as I grew older, it got even more difficult to pretend I was the perfectly normal and well-behaved little girl they thought I was. Izuku hummed, and urged her to continue. One time, a friend of mine got hurt, and I sucked her injury. I thought it was normal. But when my parents found out, they said I was rotten to the core. That they created something inhuman. I didn't understand what I did wrong, and they would just yell at me, asking why I couldn't be normal. You did nothing wrong, Himiko-chan. You were just different from them. It's not your fault they didn't try to understand you, Izuku pointed out, brows furrowed. Even though he had long accepted the injustice of their world, Himiko's words tugged his heart in a way that made him resent it even more. He felt the urge to protect this girl, who was failed by society, and even her own parents. He reached for her hands, silently asking for permission. She accepted, and Izuku took her small hands in his own, and squeezed. She smiled at him and squeezed back. Thank you, Izuku-chan. I know that now. And I want to live true to myself. But back then, I just wanted to be loved, until it became too much. She paused for a second before speaking again. Last year, at the end of middle school, I liked this boy. I think I did anyway. Most people don't want to drink the blood of the people they love, anyway. One day, I was really hungry, I hadn't had blood in months, and I saw him at school and I snapped. I attacked him and drank his blood. I felt so happy and so sad at the same time. I was crying and sucking and it was a mess, until a classmate found me. The police wanted to arrest me, and my parents would not hesitate to hand me over. They called me a demon, a lost cause. So, I ran away. I've been on the streets ever since. She looked him in the eyes as she finished her story. She tried to find any sign of judgment, any indication Izuku would be weirded out and leave. But he didn't. Instead, he smiled and told her his own story. How he was born quirkless, and the treatment he got because of it. How he lost his father and his best friend, because of something he couldn't control. After a very long time, Izuku felt comfortable talking to someone. He was finally able to voice his true thoughts, his disdain towards society, and how it failed him. How the heroes failed him, when he wanted to be one of them. He told Himiko about his meeting with All Might, leaving out his secrets, about his quirk and injury, and how he broke his dreams. Instead of revealing the truth about One for All, he said that he manifested his quirk really late. That's what he would tell everyone who asked, and what he had to tell him mom when he started training with All Might to get in UA. He also told her about his plan. It was vague at the moment, and he didn't have a specific end goal, but he explained why he trained and got in UA's hero course. He recounted his wish to change the hero society from its core, and what better way to bring it down than from within. Himiko was listening intently, sometimes chiming in to provide her own thoughts. They were talking for about 2 hours by the time his mom called asking where he was. He was supposed to come home straight from Aikido class. He told her not to worry, and that he would be there soon. I'm sorry I have to leave you, but I really enjoyed talking to you. I hope we can meet again sometime. Izuku gathered his stuff and got up. Himiko's eyes lit up. Really? Me too. I don't have a phone, but I can meet you wherever you want. I have Aikido training the day after tomorrow. Do you want to meet me outside of the martial arts center over there? He pointed towards the building as they exited the alley and entered the main road. When I'm done. Sure thing, Izuku-chan. You're really good with the staff, by the way. I prefer knives, though. I have been training for a long time, and I now can't live without them, she patted her skirt, where she had hidden her weapon. Izuku's eyes widened as an idea formed in his head. Will you teach me? I really want to learn how to use them, but I haven't found anyone to teach me. It's not exactly a heroic weapon. He made a grimace, and waited for his new friend's reply. He received a crushing hug before her verbal confirmation that she would gladly be his teacher. They exchanged a few more words before they parted, and Izuku headed home. He was smiling to himself the whole way. He just made his first friend in a very long time. Chapter endnotes. Holy moly. In just 2 weeks we reached more than 500 hits. Thank you guys so much. Less than 3. I'm so happy more and more people are enjoying this story. I hope Izuku and Himiko's friendship doesn't seem too rushed. But from my experience, trauma bonding with a person you just met actually makes you some friends lol. I don't know how to write fight scenes, this is my first try at one. Hope it's not too confusing. I have been researching about martial arts way too many hours for this FIC. It's a brand new day chapter summary. Brand new day. Neil Patrick Harris from the internet musical miniseries Dr. Horrible's Sing-Along blog. Izuku's first day at UA has arrived, chapter notes. I've been really looking forward to this chapter. Lots of stuff happening. TW mentions of self-harm scars not described. See the end of the chapter for more notes. I am here. Izuku groaned, as his phone played the ringtone that signaled the beginning of the day. He quickly got up to close the alarm, not wanting to hear the number one hero shout in his ear at 6 a.m. again. He had chosen that ringtone specifically to get on his nerves enough to make him get out of bed. His training with All Might, and his Aikido classes, followed by his knife-wielding. Lessons with Himiko-chan were beginning to take their toll on him. He was constantly sore and tired, and having to go to school on top of his busy schedule wasn't helping. Thankfully, today was the last day of middle school, and Izuku was almost excited to go. He wouldn't have to see his awful teachers and classmates ever again. He wouldn't be able to avoid Katsuki though, since they were going to UA together. Katsuki had been so pissed the day after they received their acceptance letters. He came up to Izuku before the bell rang, crackling sounds coming from his palms. He didn't usually lose control of his quirk, so he must have been angrier than usual. He approached Izuku, stomping loudly, making everyone in his way take a step back, to avoid getting in the crossfire. When he reached Izuku's desk, he used his quirk on it, on a failed attempt to intimidate him. "DEKU. What do you want, Katsuki?" Izuku sighed. The blonde was still not used to hearing his actual name from Izuku's mouth, and scowled in contempt. "What trick did you pull to get to the hero course, huh? There's no way a quirkless DEKU like you got first place without cheating." Everyone within earshot audibly gasped. Midoriya Izuku, the weak useless kid, getting into the top hero school in Japan, that had a 1 in 300 acceptance rate, and in first place. Surely, he cheated his way in. Murmurs echoed in the classroom, that Izuku promptly ignored. He just stared at Katsuki until the bell rang a few seconds later, and the teacher walked in, instructing everyone to sit down. Katsuki mumbled something about getting an explanation later, and sat on his desk. The teacher, after a couple announcements that Izuku didn't bother paying attention to, exclaimed how Aldera had 2 students enrolling into UA. "Especially you, Midoriya. It's a miracle." Izuku didn't dignify that with a response, while Katsuki clicked his tongue loudly. At the end of the day, he cornered Izuku before he left the school grounds. He pushed him to a wall and went to grab him by his shirt, but Izuku's reflexes allowed him to evade it, resulting in Katsuki hitting his fist on the wall. "What dirty tricks did you use to get in, huh?" He attempted to grab Izuku again, who ducked and got out of the way, making the blonde lose his balance and almost fall. "The first student from his school to go to UA, my future PLN, has already been torn to pieces. Why did it matter that much to him? Wasn't he gonna be the number one hero? I told you to go somewhere else." He swung his fist at Izuku, but the greenette stopped it with his hand. "I really don't care about your stupid plan. Whether you like it or not, I'm going to UA, and there's nothing you can do about it. So suck it up." He let go of the angry boy's fist and walked away, not bothering getting an answer. Katsuki had been quiet ever since. It was a bit unnerving, but Izuku preferred it to getting pestered all the time. Izuku approached the school gate as the memory faded away. He was on autopilot mode, and attended the graduation ceremony without paying much attention. He did feel everyone's eyes on him as his name got called. The principal handed him his diploma and congratulated him on his acceptance in the hero course. He gave a nod in return, and walked back to his seat, most students still staring at him, Katsuki, gaze lingering the most. His mom was at work and couldn't attend his graduation, and Himiko was a wanted criminal and couldn't risk anyone seeing her, so Izuku didn't have to stay any longer at that god's forsaken hellhole. while everyone else was taking pictures and cheering the end of the school year. He had 2 weeks left until his first day at UA. Since he didn't have to go to school, he took advantage of his free time to rest more and train harder. His lessons with Himiko were paying off. After his martial arts training, he would meet her outside, and they would go to the building she had been seeking refuge in for the past few months on the run. His prior research and attempts on knife wielding were nothing compared to the hardships the girl made him go through, after she had taught him the basics, and took him to the market in the sketchiest part of Musutafu to try different types of knives. He ended up getting seal knives, a couple easy concealed ones and a few throwing knives. She showed him different techniques for all his choices, and proceeded to attack him relentlessly. His training with her would always start this way, a few minutes of barely evading and counter-attacking her merciless stabs and slices. She had a rather unconventional way of teaching him, but her ruthless attacks were keeping his reflexes sharp and his mind constantly on overdrive, resulting in him starting to be able to defend himself without even thinking about it. Once he became good enough with short-range attacks, she would tutor him on throwing knives, but considering the short amount of time he had dedicated on training with those weapons, it would be a while. He preferred being adept with one type of weapon, rather than mediocre with many. His training with All Might, on the other hand, was way easier and casual. Izuku would have to keep his quirk activated for as long as he could, while the hero threw different moves at him to counter. By the time April came, he could use one for all without breaking any of his bones, and as his first day at UA Monday, April 8th, grew closer and closer, he was experienced enough to use it freely with barely any strain on his body. Looking back, he had changed so much during the past year, he barely recognized himself. He was no longer the weak, quirkless kid everyone ridiculed. He wasn't the helpless, delusional little boy who wanted to be a hero. He had shed sweat and tears and broke his bones and fell bloody on the ground before coming back up again, stronger and more determined. He had pushed himself beyond his limits, and gained a quirk he could use effectively, a body that wouldn't collapse even after hours of training, and an arsenal of weapons he could wield with ease. For the first time in his life, he was proud of himself. And he had a friend who would support him, no matter what. Izuku straightened his tie, took one last look in the mirror and bid his mother goodbye before heading at UA for his first day of high school. Once he arrived, he wandered in the halls of the huge building, looking for classroom 1A, where he had been assigned at. He found a massive door that corresponded with his classroom, and braced himself before opening the door and stepped inside. "Don't put your feet on the desk, huh?" Of course. Of course he would end up in the same class as his friend turned bully turned whatever he was now. Izuku knew he would be seeing him often, since they both got in, but he had hoped they wouldn't end up in the same class. Maybe they placed them together on purpose, being from the same middle school. Oh well, Izuku wouldn't do anything to provoke him, but he wouldn't be responsible for Katsuki's actions if he decided to act like an asshole. But alas, Katsuki managed to make a scene on his first day. The stiff boy from the practical exam orientation was scolding him for being rude to his upperclassmen and the people who made the desk, while chopping the air with his arms like a robot. Oh, he was a stickler for rules. Lovely. The boy introduced himself as Iida Tenya, a Sumei Private Academy graduate. So, he was the person who got third place on the practical exam, just below Katsuki. This would be fun. "Sumei, you're a damn elite, huh? I'll have fun crushing you," the blonde taunted. The poor boy wasn't used to him, and took the bait. "Crushing? That's terrible. Do you truly aim to be hero?" Apparently, he did, and thought he will actually be one, even with that attitude. Izuku put on his friendly neighborhood hero student persona, and addressed Iida as he entered the classroom. "Don't bother with him, Iida-kun, he's way too stubborn to reason with." Everyone's heads turned to him. The dude enthusiastically marched towards him. "Good morning, I am from Sumei Private Academy. My name is Iida Tenya. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, Iida-kun. Midoriya-kun, I congratulate you for placing first on the practical exam. You realized there was something more to it, didn't you? I hate to admit it, but you were better than me," he said, chopping invisible onions. The thought almost made Izuku burst out laughing. No, I actually didn't realize anything. He did, but decided to play the role of an innocent puppy, rubbing the back of his neck. Oh, those curly hair. You're that boy. A familiar voice sounded from behind him. He recognized the nice girl from the exam, Uraraka, he thought her name was. I'm so glad you passed, just like Present Mike said. Of course you did. Your punch was amazing. She punched the air excitedly. Oh, right. Thank you for what you asked him. I really appreciate it. He gave her a blinding smile. How do you know that? They told me on my acceptance letter. It was really kind of you, so thank you again. He bowed in appreciation. From the corner of his eye, he saw Katsuki scowling at him, like always. Uraraka was pondering on what their teacher would be like, when a deep voice spoke from behind her. Go somewhere else if you want to play friends. Izuku saw a man in a bright yellow sleeping bag, laying on the floor. This is the hero course, he said, opening his sleeping bag just enough to bring a juice pack to his mouth, and slurped it in one go. He then got up and stepped out of it. Okay. It took 8 seconds before you were quiet. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. Oh, Izuku liked this guy. Speaking of, the dude, who was probably a pro hero, considering he was their teacher, was the most tired man Izuku had ever seen. He wore all black, with the exception of his gray scarf, and his long black hair hung loosely on his shoulders. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota. Nice to meet you. He spoke as if he was definitely not happy to meet them. Before he gave the students a chance to react, apart from the collective, EHH, that echoed in the classroom, he took out a gym uniform from his sleeping bag, and instructed them to put theirs on and go out onto the field. No orientation? This dude went straight to the point. Instead of gawking over their weird homeroom teacher, Izuku made his way to the changing rooms, and into a secluded corner, to change into his gym uniform. He wasn't ashamed of his body or his scars, but he didn't want to attract unnecessary attention to himself, nor did he want anyone to question the array of starburst scars on his torso and upper arms. Some of them had figured out he had known Katsuki before UA, and he wouldn't be opposed to make the blonde's life a living hell for tormenting him for years, but that would also mean having to talk about himself. He would rather play the part of the happy-go-lucky hero student, and when he would finally set his plan of revealing the truth about the hero society into motion, he could drop the bomb. Having a bully and quirkist asshole in the hero course of the top hero school in all of Japan wouldn't be taken lightly. He also didn't feel like explaining the self-harm scars on his thighs, or get pitied because of them. No one in his class knew he grew up quirkless and the hardships he faced because of that, but regardless, going back to one of the darkest times of his life wasn't very appealing. A quirk assessment test. What about the entrance ceremony? Uraraka asked, when everyone had gathered outside. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events, Aizawa said. His selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's how the teachers run their classes. He looked back at his students with bloodshot eyes, prominent eye bags shadowing them. You kids have been doing these since junior high, too, right? Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It's not rational. He turned to Katsuki. Bakugo, the blonde didn't seem to expect to be addressed. In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? Oh, he probably wanted someone who placed high in the exam to demonstrate, but he obviously didn't want to use Izuku. He had used his quirk only once on the exam and he shattered 3 limbs. 67 meters. Then, try doing it with your quirk. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Katsuki grinned. Of course, he would want to showcase how strong he was at any given chance. Die! He screamed as he used a big explosion to throw the ball as far as he could. Izuku noted he had thrown it at the best possible angle of 45 degrees. He knew what he was doing. Know your own maximum first. The tracker Aizawa was holding showed 705.2 meters. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. He had a point, but many quirks had no application on these tests. It would be stupid to measure an average score when many people couldn't, or didn't know how to, use their quirks for that. That sounded like quirkist bullshit to Izuku, but it's not like he didn't understand where his teacher was coming from. He was a heroics teacher, after all. When he showed Katsuki's result to the class, gasps sounded all around him. It looks fun. Fun. Izuku wanted to laugh at the pink girl's face for being so naive, but Aizawa beat him to it. It looks fun, huh? You have 3 years to become heroes. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? His lips formed a maniacal grin. All right. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential, and will be expelled. Izuku held back a grin of his own. The man was obviously bluffing, but everyone else seemed to buy it, so he sported a surprised expression and joined them in their shocked reaction. We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students. Welcome to UA's hero course. Aizawa exclaimed, and Izuku could no longer hold back his grin. He took it as a personal challenge, to prove himself. Not as a hero, not as one of them, but better. But it's the first day of school, and even if it wasn't, this is too unfair, Uraraka protested. Unfair? Izuku thought with a scowl on his face. Life is never fair. I have never been treated fairly in my whole life. Things will always be unfair because that's just how the world works. Complaining will change none of that. Privileged people should really take a look on the real world and actually see just how miserable it can be. Aizawa seemed to be on the same page, when everyone else weren't even on the same book. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains. Calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. The world is covered with unfairness. That's right. Aizawa knew how the world worked, and didn't hesitate to show it. Maybe this generation of heroes weren't so doomed after all. Heroes are the only ones who reverse those situations, and there, he lost him. Heroes were supposed to restore some balance to the injustice that the system really is, but they're the ones supporting it, in the end. Saving people is just a font for gaining fame and money. Izuku could fill a library with his thoughts on injustice and fake heroes, but now wasn't the right time to ponder on it. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after the other. Go beyond, plus ultra, or whatever. Overcome it will all you've got. The maniacal grin. That apparently was his second default expression. The first being, done with life, hadn't left his face during his whole speech. It kind of inspired Izuku to copy him, so he let a grin of his own show. All right, demonstration is over. The real thing starts now. With Aizawa's last words, everyone got hyped up, ready to give their all. Izuku glanced at his classmates, most of which had a look of determination on their face, some were nervous, and one red and white-haired boy seemed almost bored. Izuku couldn't figure him out. He spared a glance at Katsuki, and gave him his best, good luck, smile that was sure to irritate him. He wasn't in Aldera anymore. Katsuki hopefully wouldn't get away with attacking a classmate. He had closed his eyes when he smiled, so he didn't get to see the blonde's reaction as he turned and headed towards the gym, where they would perform the first couple of exercises. He didn't have to use his quirk at the beginning. Sit-ups and seated toe-touch exercises were part of his warm-up during his martial arts lessons, so he was fairly adept and flexible for both of them, and got a pretty high score. Next was the grip strength test. Izuku decided not to use his quirk on that one. While he had gotten pretty good at using full cowl and keeping it activated as he sparred with all might, he wasn't yet experienced with the power output he released. Any grip he had to do would end up just shattering the device, not allowing it to actually measure his grip strength. So, he used his brute strength on that one. 67 kilograms wasn't that bad, anyway. Then, they got out on the field and began the rest of the tests. Repeated side steps were first, where he got an average score, and then came the ball throw that Katsuki had so kindly demonstrated earlier. As more and more students did the ball throw, Katsuki would have that stupid grin on his face, because he kept having the best score. That changed, however, when Uraraka used her quirk to nullify the ball's gravitational pull. It ended up going above some of the atmosphere's layers, making the device show the infinity symbol. Everyone cheered in surprise, while Katsuki returned his face to his default scowl, which only deepened when it was Izuku's turn. The green-haired teen stepped into the circle, and took a deep breath. This was the first time he would be using his quirk outside of his training with All Might, and also the first time his teacher and classmates would see him use it without breaking his bones. He barely heard the conversation Ida was having with Katsuki. I wonder what Midoriya-kun will do in this one. Huh? It's gonna go terribly. He's a quirkless fry, you know, he said underminingly, gaining a surprised gasp from Ida. Quirkless? Are you not aware of what he did in the entrance exam? Huh? Katsuki didn't know he had a quirk at all. Explaining that would be fun. Izuku was in no mood to please him when he would come forward expecting answers, so if he had to say anything to not make a scene, he'll just tell him what he'd planned on telling the teachers. He activated full cowl, drew his right hand back, and as he was about to use one for all at 5%, the most he could use at the moment without injuring himself, and brought forth his arm to throw the ball, he felt the quirk vanish. He still threw it, at 98 meters. Not bad, but definitely not what he was aiming for. He frowned and looked at his hand, before Aizawa spoke. I erased your quirk. He turned his head towards his teacher, but was met with a very different demeanor than what he expected. Aizawa's eyes were glowing red, and his hair were levitating, along with his scarf, that was floating around him while he held it, in a stance ready to attack. What drew Izuku's attention, though, were the bright yellow goggles that were previously concealed by the capture weapon. He immediately recognized Eraserhead, an underground hero, one of the only ones that Izuku still respected. He never claimed credits for any of his work, and he avoided the media like the plague. He wasn't driven by money or fame, he genuinely wanted to help people. He even patrolled in the shadier part of Musutafu. He had taken a glimpse of him a couple of times when he hung out with Himiko-chan in her temporary residency. The entrance exam was definitely not rational enough. Even a kid like you was accepted. From what I can tell, you can't control your quirk, can you? Oh, so that was it was. Eraserhead only knew that he had broken his bones on the entrance exam, and thought he would still try to use it the same way. Before Izuku could explain himself, the hero continued his speech. Do you intend to become incapacitated again, and have someone to save you? What, Eraserhead? No, that's not. He got interrupted when Aizawa captured him with his weapon and pulled him closer to himself. He heard his classmates murmur about the erasure hero, when Izuku revealed the name. Most of them hadn't heard of him. He was underground for a reason. Whatever your intentions are, that's what those around you will be forced to do. He glared at Izuku with those burning red eyes, that reminded him a bit too much of someone else who would look at him with that expression of dissatisfaction and resentment. In the past, there was an oppressively passionate hero, who saved over 1,000 people by himself and created a legend. All Might? Even if you have the same reckless valor? All Might bashing? Sign me in. You'll just be decked and turn into a useless doll after saving one person. Midoriya Izuku. With your power, you can't become a hero. Okay, that was enough. He might have been right, if Izuku didn't think of a way to use his quirk effectively, because his mentor surely wouldn't. And those words might have hurt like a bitch. Had he not accepted, he would not become a hero, whether he had a quirk or not. Because he didn't want to, not because he couldn't. But this rant was based on a misunderstanding. So Izuku looked him in the eyes, and spoke before Aizawa could say anything more. Sensei, you misunderstand. I don't have to break my limbs anymore. I found a way around it since the entrance exam. Well, that got his attention. He turned off his quirk and brought his capture weapon to rest on his shoulders again. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, but didn't wait for further explanation, as he turned his back on Izuku and walked away. Then hurry up and get it over with. For a person of few words, and who obviously prefers actions rather than explanations, he had already made 2 speeches today. Maybe he wanted to play the strict teacher role or something. Izuku casually returned to the circle, and activated full cowl. He glanced at Aizawa, to make sure he wouldn't erase his quirk again, and threw the ball with all his might. Wait, no, not that word. Strength was better, a small grunt escaping his throat. The ball flew with tremendous force, and gasps of shock and surprise sounded from his classmates. He turned to his teacher, whose device read 705.3. It was just 0.1 meters more than Katsuki's score, but even that small difference would definitely wound the explosive boy's pride. He smiled at Aizawa proudly. See, my arms are fine. He gained a feral grin in return. He got over 700 meters? That's so cool. A hero-like score. What? Katsuki also got more than 700. But he had screamed, "Die," so Izuku could see why Uraraka would ignore him. That was so different than the entrance exam. He has a strange quirk. Iida seemed to ponder it calmly, unlike Katsuki, who was staring at Izuku with his eyes and mouth wide open. His surprise turned into anger, shocking, and a few explosions popped off his palms. What is the meaning of this? He then ran towards him, ready to attack him as he shouted, "Hey, tell me what's going on, Deku, you bastard." Izuku watched him run with a smile on his face, which widened when Aizawa pulled Katsuki back with his capture weapon. What the? Geez. Stop making me use my quirk over and over. I have dry eye. Well, that would be expected. Izuku didn't know why his classmates sounded so surprised. You can release him, sensei. I'll explain later. He gave a bright smile to his teacher, and then a knowing look to his former friend. If you behave, I'll tell you. Not the truth, obviously, but what some people would have to know if All Might didn't want his secrets being found out. Whatever. We're wasting time. Whoever's next, get on with it. Izuku used his quirk on the rest of the tests, too. With full cowl on, he bested Katsuki on the 50-meter dash by 0.17 seconds. The blonde's face was hilarious, but the best time went to Iida, who had literal engines in his legs. In the long-distance run, he got a pretty good place, too. Finally, he managed to clear the sandbox in the standing long jump, but landed a couple hundred meters further than he meant to. He had a long way to go, to use his quirk exactly how he wanted to. Aizawa showed them their results, a ranking based on the sum of all their previous scores, on a hologram. Izuku had placed third, right after Yaoyorozu Momo and Todoroki Shoto. Was he Endeavor's son? And Katsuki placed fourth, just below him. Just like the entrance exam results. Izuku was loving this. Katsuki was fuming, he was sure of it. On last place was Hagakure Toru, the invisible girl. See, even though Aizawa was calling bullshit when he said he would expel the last placer, it would be genuine unfairness to judge people with mental quirks, or like hers, or quirkless people, but there has never been a quirkless hero student, so it wouldn't even matter to them. Quirks that are not applicable to those tests. It was ridiculous. Hagakure had realized her placement and was currently crying softly. Izuku stepped a bit towards her and whispered, "Don't worry, he won't expel you. He knows it would be another kind of unfair for you to leave without showing what you really got, and those tests were never in your favor." The girl looked. Felt like she was? Sounded? Surprised to hear such words from her quiet, shy, but also super strong classmate. You really think so? Her crying had died down to quiet sniffs. I'm sure of it. His own quirk wouldn't help him either. He can erase other people's quirks, but on his own, in these particular tests, he would be competing quirkless, like you. She didn't respond, probably thinking about what he had just told her. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion, Aizawa said, like he was bored. Then his lips formed a huge grin. It was just a logical ruse. The rest of his sentence, about wanting to draw out everyone's quirk's upper limits, was overshadowed by the surprised shrieks of his unsuspecting classmates. Of course it was a lie. That was Yaoyorozu Momo. Izuku thought her name was Yaomomo in his head for short. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through. That was nerve-wracking, right? I'll take up the challenge anytime, Izuku heard a couple classmates exclaim. He turned to Hagakure. See, I told you. He's not as strict as he wants people to think he is. He barely heard the girl's soft, "Thank you," before heading to his teacher. With that, we're done here. There are handouts with the curriculum and stuff in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them. Day 1 over, huh? Tomorrow will be packed with even more rigorous tests. Prepare yourselves. He then turned to Izuku. Midoriya, you wanted to talk to me, right? Come with me, he said, and turned left towards the classroom building. Izuku went to follow him, when a hand went to grab his shoulder. He swiftly took the arm before it got near enough to touch him, and flipped the person over his shoulder and to the ground on their back. If it was any other person, he would just evade and tell them how he doesn't like to be touched without permission, never mind unexpectedly. But this time, he could smell smoke. The familiar scent that remained for a while after Katsuki used his quirk. Meaning it was the blonde bastard, so maybe he would finally learn a lesson about boundaries here, if UA wasn't a failure of a school, like most educational establishments nowadays. Damn, Deku. Chill. I just wanted to go with you to Aizawa. He dusted his pants and took his usual gruff attitude. Fine. I'm only doing this so I won't have to explain everything twice, Izuku simply said. As he took a step towards where Aizawa was waiting for him, he turned to Katsuki, looked him in the eye, a polite smile on his face. And next time, don't touch me without permission, or behind my back. I really don't like to be touched. He barely caught the shocked and concerned expressions of his classmates that happened to be standing there. Chapter end notes. I really liked the idea of Izuku coming up with full cowl and being op earlier on, as well as shaming All Might for not actually teaching him anything about managing his quirk. But I mostly wanted to have scenes like these, where Izuku shows off to Katsuki and hurts his ego. Let me know what you guys think. Edit the 7th of September 2024. It has come to my attention that Katsuki does not, in fact, smell like caramel. My beloved roommate, who is also a chemist, pointed out that nitroglycerin is actually odorless, while a medical concoction with nitroglycerin, not what Katsuki sweats, can smell like burned caramel, but like, really burned and not much caramel. It ruined the whole image I had in my head, but as a doctor myself, I wanted to at least write scientific and medical stuff accurately. So, I changed the, he could smell the caramel-like scent of nitroglycerin, part to, he could smell smoke. The familiar scent that remained for a while after Katsuki used his quirk. Curse my medicine brain and desire to be as scientifically accurate as possible. Also, thanks to Don D'Eve for pointing it out. Love you bestie less than 33. I don't belong among the angels. Chapter summary. Insane by Black Griff 0N. Bossic chapter notes. Insane is a fan-made song about Hazbin Hotel, which, in case you haven't seen it, is an absolutely amazing show, and you definitely should. I'll probably use more lyrics of this song as chapter titles. I think it really fits the theme. This is my villain, DEKU playlist on Spotify, in case you're interested, web links. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Why is the kid here? Aizawa was leaning with his back against the wall. Izuku stood opposite of him, and Katsuki mimicked their teacher a little further. Katsuki is here, because he so kindly demanded to know how I, a quirkless loser, got into UA, and in first place for that matter, as well as how do I suddenly have a quirk that everyone expected would break my bones, and then didn't. Katsuki was obviously not fan of that explanation. Still, Izuku preferred his funny faces to slamming doors and desks and blowing things up until he got the answers he so craved. What do you mean, quirkless? Aizawa furrowed his eyebrows, obviously hearing something completely different than what he expected. That's what I wanted to talk to you about, and it's something that I would rather the whole school not knowing, so I thought I could kill two birds with one stone and tell you both. The TCH from Katsuki and Aizawa's raised eyebrow were his cues to start talking. So, I was diagnosed quirkless at the age of 4. When everyone found out, my whole world fell apart. My dad left, my friends turned on me, my teachers acted like I was an abomination, a lesser being, not worth being addressed to. Izuku paused. That was not what he was going to talk about today. Oops. Anyway, the point is, I grew up quirkless, but I always wanted to be a hero, and always got hate for it. Ask Katsuki, he would know. We've known each other since diapers. The blonde gave him a look, but otherwise didn't react. Aizawa was frowning, trying to understand the implications of what he had just heard. Izuku's mind wandered to the sludge villain incident, where, according to official reports, he didn't do anything. The Hero Commission wouldn't want the media to know a little quirkless kid did the hero's job. He pondered whether he should tell his teacher about that day, and play the part of a humble and determined kid who acted heroically despite his circumstances, but decided against it. Talking shit about the commission on Hero School grounds wasn't the best idea. He still hoped the underground hero wasn't in cahoots with the HPSC. Holy shit, the commission? I know what I'm gonna do today. Midoriya. You alright? You kinda spaced out for a minute. Izuku detected a hint of worry in his teacher's question. Oh, sorry, that happens sometimes, sorry. He rubbed his neck and looked at the ground. Anyway, last year, I started training for the entrance exam. If I made it, I would be the first quirkless hero student Japan has ever seen. But then, a couple of days before the exam. He paused, looking at Katsuki and his teacher in their eyes, mostly for dramatic effect. My quirk manifested. Aizawa had his tired eyes wide open, but Katsuki was taking it in, a little worse. Are you fucking kidding me? He said angrily, but moderately quiet. You had a quirk? This whole time? And it manifested now? I'm a late bloomer, I guess, Izuku shrugged, laughing with the innocence of a child, one that could have been Izuku. Weren't he already done with heroes and their society games? So, until the entrance exam started, I had only used my quirk, superpower, once, when it manifested. I felt a surge of power, and when I used my finger to test it on a glass bottle, both of them shattered. My body was obviously not ready for a super strong quirk, so I tried not to use it unless absolutely necessary on the exam. I brought my staff, as you saw, to take down the robots, but when the zero-pointer came, and Uraraka-san was there, in danger, my legs moved on their own. I couldn't control my quirk at all, but by instinct I use it on my legs, and then my right hand to punch the robot. Izuku took a few moments for the other two to take in what they just heard, and completed his explanation. After the exam, I took the time to find different techniques, hoping to be able to use my quirk without shattering my bones. And I did. I invented full cowl, and it's what I'm working on now. Izuku then turned to his teacher. I don't want any special treatment about it. I've had to work harder than anyone in my class to get here I am, from a weak quirkless kid, to getting first place on the practical exam for the hero course. Please keep in mind that I only had 2 months to work on my quirk. Everyone else had at least 10 years. He hoped, with those words, that his teacher would view him just like every other student, but also not see him as a reckless kid who was arrogant enough to not bother training his quirk and end up a liability to anyone. He also didn't want to get on the underground hero's bad side, since he was one of the only ones he still respected. After exchanging a few more words, Izuku left the two behind and headed towards the locker rooms to change into his uniform. Once he turned, however, he saw the buff form of the number 1 hero. Not him again. Oh, hi, All Might. What are you doing here? He was mumbling something about Aizawa seeing the boy's potential, when he noticed said boy and straightened his back. Midoriya Shonen. You did wonderfully in the apprehension test. Congratulations. Thank you, All Might Sensei. He bowed, to hide his annoyed face. Although I wanted to talk to you about something, I overheard you explain to Aizawa-kun about your quirk, and that kid, too. Although I thank you for not telling the complete truth. We had agreed to keep it a secret, Midoriya Shonen. I'm sorry, All Might. I just thought that since Katsuki, Bakugo, knew me since we were babies, it would be suspicious to suddenly develop a quirk, and pretend I always had it. Izuku tried to reason with him. And Aizawa-sensei thought I had no potential, because he knew the quirk broke my bones at the exam. and he would be paying more attention to me than the other students, and if he noticed the similarities between our quirks, and maybe catch us meeting, that would make him also suspicious about it. So, Izuku played with his fingers while he rambled, hoping to come off as nervous. Not only could the hero not keep a secret, Aizawa would have figured it out sooner or later. Well, he did expel a whole first-year class last year for not having potential, with no hesitation. If he thought so about you, too, it was probably wise to get on his good side, All Might agreed. For an oaf, he had at least some common sense. Izuku would still have to be careful. The hero was bound to make careless mistakes and reveal his relationship with him without meaning to. Like coming to talk to him right after class, where students and teachers could obviously see them. Izuku wanted to hit his head on the wall. He doesn't like media attention because he says it hinders his work. He and I don't get along. But he is kind of a good teacher in his own way, All Might was mumbling. That's exactly the reason I like him and not you, you stupid fuck. That's why he is a real one. Anyway, I have to go now. See you later. Or never. Izuku didn't give the hero a chance to reply and ran towards the changing rooms. As he reached the school's exit, Iida and Uraraka caught up to him. The two introduced themselves, and the girl turned to Izuku. And you're Midoriya DEKU, right? DEKU? He couldn't help the hint of disgust for the nickname. Oh, is that not your name? But during the fitness test, that's what that boy, Bakugo, called you. Oh, no, my name is Izuku. DEKU is just what Katsuki calls me to insult me. Please don't use it. He gave her an awkward smile, and rubbed his neck. So did the girl, while Iida was wondering why he would call him an insult. Oh, is that right? I'm sorry, Izuku it is, then. The three proceeded to walk towards the train station together, making chit-chat Izuku didn't really participate in. Instead, he was thinking about his first day of school. Overall, having trained for only a year, he was doing really good. But not enough. If he wanted to bring down and reconstruct this society, he had to be much better than an average UA Hero Course student. So, he would strive to be the best. It's just, this time, it wasn't for himself, but for the change he could bring. When he got home, he began working on the idea that formed on his head while talking to Eraserhead. He figured that the whole hero society was being controlled by the Hero Commission, so what better way to bring it down than by finding any dirt he could on them. He could release it on the public, make a case so big no one would be able to deny the facts, ridicule so many heroes that the people would start losing faith in them. He had so many options, but first, he would collect anything he could find, from hidden articles about corrupt heroes, shit the commission tried, but failed, to bury, and maybe find stuff the public wasn't normally able to access. He would have to learn a thing or two about internet access and hacking, then. What better source of information is there than the commission's database itself? He revealed his plan to Himiko after their training that evening, as they ate the bento Izuku prepared. He would always bring her homemade meals, and periodically give her some blood, to help her as much as he could. And she was more than happy to support him. But he would need more people by his side if he wanted to do this correctly. He needed connections. He only needed to find a way to get them. On the second day, school started like any normal high school. They had regular lessons in the morning, like English with present Mike, but Izuku was already proficient, so he instead focused on his plans, then lunch, and finally, in the afternoon they had heroics courses. Oh, gods, please, no, coming through the door like a normal person. Normal people don't announce their entrance loudly, you moron. Instead of letting out the huge groan that built up in his throat, Izuku joined his classmates' excitement with a super fake gasp. I teach basic hero training, All Might said as he took his place behind the podium. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. Izuku had a feeling this wouldn't go well. Had this man even trained to be a teacher? Let's get right into it. This is what we're gonna do today. Combat training, on the first day. Without any prior lessons whatsoever. What the fuck? And to go with that, are these. Behind him, a few cases in the wall opened, that held Suitcases with the hero costumes the students made based on their quirk registrations and requests before the school started. Izuku feared what he would see today. Hero schools tended to forget they were teenagers. After they changed, they met the hero at ground beta. Izuku was very satisfied with his hero costume. He had done an incredible amount of research when he had to submit his requests to the school. He had been as thorough as possible, making sure they followed every guideline he provided. He sincerely hoped they actually read and went through his requests for the costume materials and gear. His costume was a two-piece dark green suit, weaved with Kevlar on the inside. The material was fireproof, waterproof, temperature-controlled, shock-resistant, stain-resistant, and impact-absorbent. It had black outlines on the sleeves and sides of both his shirt and pants, as well as shoulder and knee pads. His shirt was flexible and tight, showing the outline of his muscles, but comfortable enough to move around freely. The sleeves were long enough to meet his black fingerless gloves, that went up just above the elbows, and were equipped with elbow pads. His pants were a bit looser than his shirt, with various pockets around the waist and on the sides, for his gadgets and anything else he might need to carry. Dark green goggles, a shade darker than his costume, hung from his neck. They were designed to protect his eyes from dirt, smoke and any toxic substance that might reach them, like the eye irritant that was laced in the smoke bombs he had requested. The only color that stood out in his entire costume were his dark red boots. They weren't same bright red his everyday shoes were, before he painted them black. Those were the only kind of shoes that were available for people who were quirkless, or rather, who had the extra pinky toe joint, and he didn't want to be branded with them anymore. But the dark shade his steel-toed combat boots bore was both a stylistic choice and a reminder to himself of the hardships he had faced. Finally, his retractable steel staff hung in its black case on his waist. The case was steady enough on his costume, so that it wouldn't bounce while he moved, but it was loose enough so it didn't hinder his movements. Izuku made it outside of ground beta, along with some of his classmates, All Might already waiting for them. As he waited for everyone to gather, he looked at some of the students' costumes. And oh, fuck, were some of them problematic. First of all, some of the girls' costumes were super sexualized. The support department were aware that they were all 15-year-olds, right? Especially Yaomomo's costume, it was as revealing as it gets. Izuku understood that she used her lipids to make stuff, but she didn't have to expose her whole body when she could just have a couple of zippers on. Also, Urarakas and Ishidos were both unnecessarily skin-tight, and why were they wearing heels? That was so impractical. The worst one, though, was Hagakuri's costume, in Izuku's humble opinion. He couldn't even call it a costume. She was literally naked, save her shoes and a pair of gloves. He was going to have a word with the support department. Surely, they could make a suit that went invisible with her, from her DNA, or something. That didn't mean the boys' costumes were great, either. Kirishima, for example. Why was he naked from the waist up? Why wear sleeves, then? Izuku didn't understand.
Izuku's heart squeezed a bit when he saw Katsuki's costume. Although it was fairly modernized, and with a few logical alterations, it was obviously based on Izuku's idea. When Katsuki had manifested his quirk, 4-year-old Izuku had offered to draw him a costume design. Even the mask, the one Izuku had said looked like butterfly wings, was there. If Katsuki hated him so much, why did he still use his design?
Midoriya. You look so cool. Really down to earth. When Uraraka spotted him, she complimented his design, but explained her dislike for her own. I should have written what I wanted. Mine ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit. What the fuck, Seriously. Who takes a couple ideas a teenager gave them and makes a costume? Like that? And for what? To please the media? With a hot 15-year-old? What was wrong with them? Now, shall we begin, you zygotes? Zygotes? The fuck? All Might proceeded to explain the heroes versus villains exercise, after a speech that Izuku ignored. Without basic training, the frog girl, he had to ask her name, remarked. Thank you. That's what I was wondering, too. This is the real battle to understand those basics. Izuku wanted to facepalm so bad. All Might was then bombarded by questions, and really seemed unable to answer them on his own. Instead, he took out a fucking handbook, and read aloud the instructions for the exercise, and then took out a box to draw lots for the teams. Not because he couldn't pair the students responsibly, of course. Izuku was glad to be paired with Uraraka as Team A, and they were assigned to play the heroes. His luck ended there, however. Team A would go against Team D, as the villains, i.e. Katsuki and Iida. Katsuki was probably looking forward to beating him up. Izuku felt it was ironic for himself to be the hero, while Katsuki was the villain. He couldn't say why, but it seemed like a game of fate, and something he would look back to later on and laugh. Team D went inside the building, where the fake bomb was located, and Izuku stayed with Uraraka outside while the other students and All Might headed for the monitor room. They were looking through the building's blueprint layout, and Izuku started forming a plan. So, Katsuki will probably come for me first, so Iida-kun will be left to guard the bomb. While I distract Katsuki, you can sneak your way to the bomb. He brainstormed a few ideas that the girls seemed to be in favor of. Okay. Bakugo is the one who makes fun of you, right? It doesn't bother me anymore, Izuku said sincerely. For a long time, I thought he was better than me, in everything. But now, we're in the same school. And I bested him in the entrance exam, and the quirk apprehension test. I won't let him run over me ever again. Izuku had a determined and serious look on his face, and Uraraka seemed to understand. A fated battle between men, huh? Ahaha, not really, sorry for involving you in this, Izuku said, returning to his awkward and shy persona. We're a team, right? Let's do our best. They walked over their plan, and All Might signaled the start of the combat training. Izuku gave his teammate one of his smoke bombs, and bid her good luck, as she floated herself to the last floor's window. He entered the building and casually made his way upstairs, waiting for a certain explosive boy to charge at him. He barely managed to dodge the explosion that blasted from right behind the corner, as Izuku went to turn right. Come on Deku, don't dodge, the blonde said with a weirdly calm voice. Instead of responding, he prepared himself for another attack. When the expected right swing came, Katsuki always started with one. He took his hand, and with a swift move he learned early on his Aikido lessons, he flipped the boy over his shoulder and onto his back.
As Katsuki got up, he yelled into his earpiece. Iida was probably asking what happened, hearing the explosion, but he only got, "Just shut up and defend, I'm angry." As a response,
Katsuki propelled himself towards Izuku with a blast from his palm, and went to kick him with his left leg. Izuku was practiced enough to evade and counterattack without a thought. He didn't want to use his quirk in this case. He would seriously injure Katsuki, and as much as he thought the team deserved it, he didn't want to get into trouble, so he got his staff out of his case and expanded it. He then took advantage of the smoke from the explosions and ran away, giving Uraraka enough time to find the fake bomb. He hid behind a turn, and waited for the blonde to charge. He wouldn't stand a chance. Izuku grinned widely. This was going to be fun. Chapter end notes. Holy shit, guys. We've reached more than 1.100 hits. I can't thank you enough, TT.
I can't even fathom the attention this story is getting. Thank you guys so much, I really
appreciate it. Less than 3. Let me know your thoughts and ideas. The Pretty Lies, The Ugly Truth Chapter Summary. Teen Idol by Marina. The battle trials continue. 1A picks their class president. Izuku has an unexpected encounter. Chapter notes. Hey guys and gals and non-binary pals. Happy Easter to everyone celebrating. I'm sorry I didn't upload yesterday. The stars aligned in my friend group and we finally managed to hang out. Studying in different cities makes it difficult for our schedules to line up. You know how it is. Anyway, to make up for it, here's today's chapter, and another one for free. Smiley face. Don't get used to it, though. Final exams are drawing near, and I won't have as much of a free time for more than one chapter a week. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hey, Deku. Don't run away, you coward. Katsuki's shouting echoed in the building. Izuku remained silent in his position behind the turn, waiting to ambush the angry blonde. You have a flashy quirk now, don't you? Then use it. Izuku heard small explosions sounding closer and closer to him. You can try and beat me. But I'm better than you. Izuku rolled his eyes. Katsuki was still full of himself, even though he had already bested him in many instances. He was so set on proving himself, he had, predictably, left Iida to guard the bomb. It was going to be so easy. Where Ryu? You damn nerd. Katsuki was just around the corner. Izuku raised his staff, ready to attack. Before Katsuki could notice him, Izuku swept the staff on Katsuki's ankles, causing him to fall on his back. He then placed it vertically right above his stomach, and thrust it downwards, enough to make the explosive boy double in pain. Izuku swiftly got behind him, turned him on his stomach and used his legs to pin him in place. He couldn't use the capture tape to bind his arms together, the grenade-shaped things on them were too big to allow that, so he placed his staff under Katsuki's neck and pulled it with his hands. Yield! He grunted in Katsuki's ear. The blonde struggled to breathe, but didn't relent. He made desperate explosions, but Izuku's costume material protected him from any burns, and he could barely feel the heat coming from his opponent's hands. Izuku repeated himself, and Katsuki gave up. He tapped the floor with his grenade things. His hands couldn't reach the floor, and Izuku loosened his grip on the staff, allowing him to take a breath, but didn't let go, thinking the teen would take the first opportunity to fight back. Izuku was right, of course. Katsuki tried to free himself after he got enough air in his lungs, but the green-haired boy knew better. He made a swift move and hit the back of the blonde's head with the steel staff, just hard enough to make him lose consciousness, and maybe give him a mild concussion. He then quickly tied Katsuki's feet together, and used the rest of the capture tape to tie the boy's arms to his torso, so when he woke up, he would struggle to free himself. Izuku tapped his comms and asked Uraraka about her whereabouts. I just found him, and the bomb, on the 4th floor, she whispered. Izuku could hear Iida in the background, getting into the role of a villain, and the girl holding back her laughter. All right, I'm coming up. Don't reveal yourself, wait for me. Izuku didn't wait for a response and quickly made his way upstairs. Iida had already noticed his teammate, and was making a speech as his villain persona. I knew you would come here alone the instant Bakugo ran off by himself, he announced dramatically. Your quirk allows you to make the objects you touch float. That is why I put away all the things on this floor before you arrived. Izuku had arrived behind him, so Iida couldn't see him signaling to the girl to throw the smoke bomb he had given her. Now you cannot play any little tricks. Muahahaha. You have blundered, as the smoke filled the room. Izuku took advantage of the boy's decreased visibility, and ran silently
towards the bomb. As the smoke dispersed, All Might's voice boomed from the speakers, the hero team wins. Just as Katsuki appeared behind them with wide eyes.
No, the explosive teen seemed less upset about losing, than losing to Izuku. Although the green-haired teen had already bested him in more ways than one, this was Katsuki's first direct loss to him. He had started mumbling about how Izuku didn't even use his quirk and still beat him.
His breathing had started to quicken. His eyes were red and he was obviously freaking out, and Izuku almost pitied him. Almost.
Their 2 other classmates had already left the building, and before Izuku could call him out and leave, All Might called for them to come to the monitor room to review their results. That seemed to snap Katsuki out of his spiral, and Izuku left him to gather himself. He's finally realized I'm not the useless kid beneath him, go figure. After Yaomomo provided a very thorough review of the whole exercise and every team's rights and wrongs, Izuku listened carefully so he could write them down later. The rest of the battle simulations went on smoothly. Izuku was only half paying attention. He took notes on his classmates' quirks, strengths, weaknesses and strategies almost on autopilot, having done so for years, over pro heroes and villains alike. His new series, UA Hero Analysis, would consist of information exclusively on hero students and staff of the school. His analysis was more than just a hobby, now. It was a safety net, incredibly useful and dangerous, if fallen in the wrong hands. An asset that would aid him tremendously when the eventual fallout with the heroes began. He didn't even realize when all his classmates had taken part in the exercise, until All Might announced the end of class and school day, before bolting out of ground beta, leaving the
students to wonder what that was about. Izuku wasted no time gathering his stuff and leaving right after he changed out of his, thankfully, unscathed costume. His research and instructions to the support department had paid off.
He didn't have Aikido training today, so he headed straight to Himiko-chan's place. She had texted him during class about having good news she wanted to share, and since his mom didn't come home from work until later in the evening, he was free to meet his friend. His homework could wait until later. Izuku had gotten her a smartphone a couple weeks after they met. Now that she had someone that she actually wanted to keep contact with, and she barely made, i.e. stole, enough money to stay alive, she had tried to steal one from an electronics store, but they had better security than she expected, and almost got arrested. So, Izuku just used some of his savings to provide her a cheap model, and she was more than happy to treat him to dinner the next day. Of course, she didn't buy the food, or steal it for that matter. In fact, she had located a middle-aged man who had been charged with sexual assault of a minor, and had been convicted for only 5 months, due to lack of sufficient evidence. Himiko-chan was bloodthirsty one day, and when she recognized him from the news, gazing the children playing in the local elementary school's yard, she followed him home and satiated her thirst. She spared Izuku the details, but they enjoyed a lustrous meal that evening. He barely made it inside the familiar building, when his best friend all but crushed him into a hug, like they hadn't seen each other the day before. Izuku-chan. How did school go? Did you kick ass today? She took him by the arm and dragged him by the stairs to the first floor, where she had taken refuge, as she bombarded him with questions. I did, actually. He didn't hide the huge grin that appeared on his face, while he explained in detail how his second day of school went, how he absolutely crushed his friend turned bully and gave him an existential crisis. Himiko didn't even attempt to conceal her excitement and pride for her friend, peppering him with compliments that were almost too much for him, not being used to people commending on his accomplishments. So, what did you want to tell me? He questioned, changing the subject. Your text seemed very enthusiastic. Right. So, I was taking a stroll in the market yesterday, after you left. She rambled a bit about how she wanted to replace one of her favorite knives, that someone broke as she attacked them to take their blood, before Izuku got her back on track. I overheard some people talking about this super cool broker, that would accept any job for the right price. I remembered how you said yesterday that you wanted connections to gather information against the commission, so I asked them how could I get into contact with him. Himiko, that's great. Izuku instantly lit up. Gods, he loved his friend. What did they say? Well, after they made fun of me, because what business does a little girl have with him? She mocked their words with funny faces, making Izuku laugh. I, of course, attacked them and licked their blood off of my knife to make them listen to me. They did. They both burst into giggles before she continued. His name is Jiren. He usually scouts and approaches people before they can find him, but I didn't mention anything about you or your plan. She then told him about an acquaintance of his that she got info for, and gave him her phone to contact them. She didn't mind getting tracked, promising to make use of her weapon collection, if it came to it, and Izuku got straight to work. His appointment was in 2 days, on midnight. Izuku sighed, as he saw the swarm of reporters at the entrance of UA. They had been gathering outside the main gate for a couple of days now, since word got out that All Might would be teaching there. Yesterday was the hero's first lesson, so more journalists were bound to turn up and pester any student or staff member they saw. Izuku did his best to avoid them as he got closer to the gate, but he wasn't as stealthy as he hoped. A woman with a microphone spotted him and started bombarding him with questions about the #1 hero's teaching, that Izuku did his best to deflect and enter the school. Uraraka and Iida weren't so lucky, being surrounded by other reporters. Polite and heroic as they were, they answered a few questions before Aizawa came to save the day, not intentionally, People were just surprised to see an almost homeless-looking man working there. The woman who had invaded Izuku's personal space, Katsuki's too, she had recognized him from the sludge villain incident, tried to enter the school, but as she didn't have an ID or pass, the security system activated the UA barrier, as they called it, safely cutting them off. Right after class started, Aizawa congratulated his students on their combat training yesterday, and provided them some thoughts and advice. He even told Katsuki to stop acting like a child, being talented and all. Izuku failed to hold back a snort, gaining a glare from the blonde, and stifled giggles from a few of his classmates. Aizawa then declared it was time for them to decide on a class representative, resulting in half his classmates proclaiming their desire to be elected. Izuku didn't restrain himself from taking Minetta's head and banging it on his desk, when he heard his comment about making it mandatory for all the girls' skirts being 30 centimeters above the knee. Thankfully, Aizawa pretended not to notice. Izuku even got a smile from Yaomomo for his intervention. Honestly, allowing a disgusting pervert like him in a hero school in the first place was infuriating. Silence, please. The classroom turned quiet at Ida's loud request. If everyone respected the boy enough to stop their shenanigans, he should be the class representative, in Izuku's opinion. He even suggested an election for the class to choose one, and got everyone to cooperate. Aizawa resigned himself in his caterpillar sleeping bag, requesting to wake him up when they chose someone, leaving the students to do their thing. Most of them got a vote, probably from themselves, but what surprised Izuku the most was himself gaining 3 votes, while he used his for voting the stiff boy. Yaomomo, who got second place with 2 votes, was his other choice, but she was too unsure of herself to take initiatives and responsibility, so he opted for their engine quirked classmate instead. After Katsuki, oh, so kindly, expressed his dissatisfaction over Izuku winning the election, the green-haired boy spoke his mind about the development before their teacher would officiate the results. Oh, I don't want it. He shied away from his classmates' surprised reactions, and explained how he doesn't do well with crowds and would rather give his place to someone who actually wanted the job. He offered his place to Ida, explaining his reasoning, before receiving mixed responses, and a quite lengthy thank you speech from his classmate. He genuinely didn't want it, mostly because he didn't want any responsibilities, but also because he didn't want anything more to do with the hero school, if he could help it. Besides, he really wasn't great with crowds. When his morning classes ended, Aizawa officially announced Iida as class president, and Yaoyorozu as vice. He took out his bento box and chose the most secluded table in the cafeteria to eat his lunch in peace and quiet. He saw a couple classmates looking for him, but he didn't want to interact with anyone, more than he had to, from his class. He saw a couple students who had done the same, one of them being Todoroki, the other a purple-haired boy he didn't recognize. As he finished his lunch, an alarm started ringing, and an automated voice sounded from the speakers. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors. Chaos erupted in the cafeteria. Everyone rushed towards the exit, pushing and tripping over each other as they tried to make their way through the too narrow for the whole student body hallways leading towards the exits. Izuku overheard a third year explaining it meant someone had trespassed on school grounds. He thought a reporter from this morning had managed to get through the gate barrier, at first, but the press overriding Nezu's security was quite unlikely. He wondered if there was something else going on behind the scenes. Izuku calmly got up and headed towards the windows, and indeed saw the press swarming his teachers, demanding information about All Might. Not an emergency, then. He stayed in the cafeteria while everyone was panicking, until Ida managed to calm them down, and headed towards the classroom. He couldn't wait for this day to be over. He jinxed it. That day seemed endless. Hero training was particularly hard today, mostly because All Might made all of them attack him at the same time, until no one could stand upright. It seemed like the hero had no clue what to teach them for foundational heroics, and blurted out the first thing that came to mind. Izuku barely had time to get home and change, to get to his Aikido class in time. He was already really tired by the end of training, but Himiko, who came to get him right after, insisted on finally teaching him how to wield throwing knives properly, now that, according to her, he had become a pro in close combat and sneak attacks with her weapon of choice. And so, by the time Izuku left Himiko's place, he felt like a walking corpse. The universe, however, was set on tormenting him. As he walked home, barely keeping his eyes open, he heard the distinct sounds of people fighting nearby. Tired as he was, he intended to completely ignore the two people in the alleyway, until he caught a glimpse of the man Izuku recognized as the pro-hero Odd Eye. Although he didn't know much about the hero, he noticed his peculiar costume, that bore numerous magical symbols, as well as his eye patch, that he usually wore over his right. Perfectly functioning eye, and was now discarded on the ground. The hero was desperately trying to touch the person attacking him, to activate his quirk, but he ended up collapsing, as a katana was pierced through his chest. Izuku watched silently from behind the corner of the alley, as the pro-hero took his last breath, while his attacker, whose silhouette suggested they were an adult man, stood above him, making sure he had killed his target. Now that he wasn't moving, and he was incredibly fast before, Izuku was able to take a look at the ruthless killer. His clothes were tattered, as well as the white fabric he used as a mask. Bandages were wrapped around his arms, and he had numerous knives and other weapons strapped on the front of his chest. The most notable thing about him, though, were his blood-red scarf and matching headband. Izuku froze when red irises locked on his wide, green eyes. The killer slowly approached him, as he wiped the blood off of his katana on his pants and placed it in its case on his back. Izuku, who would normally have taken a defensive stance, found himself petrified by the man's murderous aura, which was strange, considering he had put back his weapon and was casually walking towards the greenette. "Is there something you want, kid?" the man sneered. Izuku didn't reply. He just stared at him with wide eyes, jaw clenched shut. "Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. Unless you give me a reason to," he chuckled. "I only go after fake heroes, anyway." Izuku's eyes somehow turned wider. That wasn't something he expected to hear. The man's pure bloodlust didn't exactly scream purge the world of fake heroes. Still, he found himself intrigued, and stayed where he was, waiting to see whether the masked person, who had stopped a few meters in front of him, had anything else to say. "You know, I don't actually enjoy killing. I didn't want to stain my hands with the blood of these so-called heroes." He said the word with such disgust. Izuku could relate. But someone has to cleanse the world of those who become heroes for fame or money. Someone has to change this broken society. "So you decided to do it yourself," Izuku blurted out. Even though he was terrified, and he thought the man would murder him on the spot for interrupting his speech, he couldn't stop himself. "That's right." The man didn't seem at all bothered by his intervention. On the contrary, he looked amused and even excited to have someone not actively dying to preach his ideals to. "I've come to realize that words, peace, and diplomacy are useless. Only actions and violence can change heroics and fix this society, and I won't stop my purge of those pro-heroes until the world actually realizes the flaws in the heroics system." As he finished speaking, he took a look at Izuku, who had relaxed considerably, compared to a couple minutes before. "What do you think about this, kid?" he asked, a dry laugh escaping his lips. "I agree," Izuku found himself saying, surprising the man before him. For some incredibly peculiar reason, the teenager felt somewhat comfortable, and agreeing with him. They shared the same views, after all, minus the whole killing thing. "I mean, the whole system is built on the trust people have on heroes. The Hero Commission just took advantage of that and are now in control of a society where they prioritize appearances and the image of the heroes they promote, without actually caring whether or not they actually save or endanger civilians. They have ended up protecting heroes that are actually worse than the villains they supposedly protect us from." Izuku had entered rambling mode, one he thought he had grown out of. Apparently, meeting someone he could rant about his true ideals to, apart from Himiko, of course, was enough to bring out his old habit. And don't even get me started on some of the top heroes, like that flaming trash can of a number 2. He has killed more people with his quirk during arrest attempts than ones he actually apprehended. The commission is protecting them just to keep up the image of their perfect system with their perfect heroes, without giving a fuck about the lives they destroy in the process. The murderer in front of him stared at him for a few seconds, baffled by Izuku's words, before bursting into laughter. Damn, I really wasn't expecting a kid your age to have such ideas. What's your name? Izuku opened his mouth to answer, but then thought better of it and clenched it shut. He wasn't about to reveal his name to a random killer, no matter how much he agreed with him. Smart choice, kid. I'll give you mine, anyway. I go by Stain, nice to meet you. He bowed dramatically, and widened the grin that had appeared on his face. You're absolutely right, you know. Most heroes out there are fakes. They flaunt their power and chase petty dreams. They don't deserve to be called heroes. True heroes do not desire anything in return for their actions. They don't boast their accomplishments. He clenched his fists and had a determined look on his face, what Izuku could see of it, anyway. Only those who commit the ultimate acts of self-sacrifice are worthy of the title of a true hero, like All Might. Izuku snorted lightly. So, he's another All Might fan. He doesn't blame him, he was one himself, before learning the truth. Stain gave him a sharp glare, but Izuku didn't feel like apologizing. You'd be surprised, he murmured instead. Care to elaborate? Stain asked, curiosity and disbelief obvious in his tone. Izuku sighed, as he sat on the ground, with his back on the wall. He was exhausted, after all, and he had a feeling this conversation would take some time. Don't get me wrong, he's not a bad hero, and he doesn't deserve to die. Izuku defended himself, not particularly interested in joining the dead pro-hero laying just a few meters away from him. But you know heroes aren't always as they present themselves on the media. All Might is no exception. He's still human, and he has secrets. He paused, thinking he shouldn't spill the symbol of peace's greatest secret. Not yet. Instead, he chose to tell his own story, one only Himiko knew. The hero killer didn't speak, or ask him to explain. Instead, he listened intently, like Izuku held the secrets of the universe, and he was about to reveal them to him. It's kinda personal too, to be honest. He smiled bitterly. He saved me from a villain, a year ago. Back then, I was a hero fanboy all the way, so when I saw my favorite hero, I wanted to ask him a question. He proceeded to explain how the number one hero shattered his quirkless 14-year-old self's dreams, and spilled his secret. That Izuku didn't reveal, before leaving him alone on a roof. How the hero sat still and watched, like all the other heroes present, while a kid was being suffocated by the sludge villain. That he only rushed in after a middle schooler put himself in danger to save his peer. He left out the part where he tried to patch things up later by offering him a quirk. He didn't say how he was a terrible heroics teacher, because if he did, he would betray his identity as a hero student, and that would seem controversial to his opinions. Never mind the whole situation where he made Izuku his successor and everything he had to endure during his training with him. So, you see, he's not as perfect as he seems. Izuku sighed. Heroes aren't invincible, even All Might. Still, he made himself seem like a flawless protector, a true hero, in your words. He puts on a fake smile, and ensures that everyone will be fine as long as he's around. But what happens when he gets seriously injured? When he grows older and weaker and can't keep up? When he stops being the symbol of peace? And it will happen, sooner or later, it will break society. At that point, he was mumbling, more to himself than the man listening to him. He had been holding a deeply buried resentment towards the hero. He couldn't ever let it show, especially in front of the heroes and his classmates, and had an opportunity to finally let it out. His fatigue was getting the better of him. He rubbed his face with his hands, and glanced at the hero killer, who had yet to say a word. He had just changed his idol's image, after all. Izuku could understand. And he hadn't even told him the whole story. You're an interesting kid. He ended up grunting. I look forward to hearing your thoughts again, he said, before swiftly climbing on the fire escape of the building and onto the roof, leaving a confused Izuku alone in the alley, with a corpse to give him company. Chapter endnotes. I know Izuku's battle trial wasn't very flashy, but, apart from having almost zero Experience in writing fighting scenes. This Izuku wouldn't be petty enough to make a whole show, and instead focuses on doing things efficiently. Don't worry, though, there's definitely more instances where they go against each other. Smiley face. I don't know how underground brokers and deals work, so let's roll with it and say Izuku could make an appointment through an associate. Izuku finally meets Stain. Tell me what you guys think. Whose blood to spill? Chapter summary: How villains are made by Madeline Duke. Again, honestly, this is a villain. DEKU FIC, it was to be expected. USJ Let's Go. Chapter notes: see the end of the chapter for notes. Today, we'll be doing rescue hero training. Aizawa announced with his usual bored expression, gaining enthusiastic reactions from his students. Looks like it'll be a lot of work this time, too, Kaminari sighed. Idiot. This is the duty of a hero, Kirishima exclaimed. My arms are ready to rumble. No one can beat me in the water, Kiro. Asui Suyu, or Su, as she had requested everyone to call her, added with excitement. Izuku was too tired to react, so he remained silent. He barely slept the previous night, contemplating what he had witnessed, and his following conversation with the hero killer. On one hand, Izuku agreed with Stain's views about the fake heroes, and having to do something to change the way the hero society worked. He even ended up rambling on his own thoughts on the matter, and his opinions on the #1 hero. On the other hand, though, he didn't think that actually killing all the pro-heroes was the correct solution. Sure, many of them had only entered the field just for money and fame, but they actually ended up helping people. And others hadn't been that bad, either. Izuku thought murder was a bit extreme. Besides, killing wasn't right. Right? Himiko also killed people sometimes, but this was different. Hey, I'm not done. Aizawa interrupted his thoughts. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time. Some of them will probably limit your abilities. Of course they will, Izuku thought. Many of them were so impractical. He had to talk to some of his classmates about them, especially the girls. He made a mental note to do that after training today. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking the bus. That is all. Start getting ready. And with that, Aizawa left the classroom, the students getting up, too. After they all changed and gathered outside, Iida was instructing everyone to line up and board the bus, having taken his job as class president very seriously. In the bus, Su, who apparently always says whatever comes to mind, sat next to Izuku and bluntly remarked how his quirk was very similar to All Might's. Yeah, it kind of is, Izuku smiled politely, trying not to receive too much attention over it. Well, All Might's quirk never caused him to break his bones, as I recall happening on the entrance exam, Iida thankfully pointed out. Although I must commend you, Midoriya-kun, on managing to overcome your quirk's drawbacks in such a short amount of time, he said while chopping his hands in the usual manner. Izuku had already gotten used to it, but every time he thought about that time he compared Iida's mannerisms to chopping invisible onions, he always had to hold back his laughter. If I may ask, Midoriya-kun, have you always had this problem? Damaging your limbs whenever you activated your quirk? If my memory serves me right, Recovery Girl had to heal both your legs and your right arm, correct? Oh, yeah, Izuku thought he could actually put off this conversation a little while longer, especially since only Iida and Uraraka, and Aoyama, his name was, if he remembers correctly, were in the same testing grounds with him, and saw the effects of his quirk at the time. Really? Kaminari questioned, surprised. I mean, my quirk makes my brain short-circuit if I go over my limit, but breaking bones just by using it sounds really painful. Well, that's actually because, Izuku fiddled with his hands, aiming to look nervous and embarrassed, but also modest about the subject. I may have had my quirk for only a few months. He wasn't looking at his classmates, but from the sudden silence in the whole bus, he could already picture the baffled expressions on his classmates, all of which had probably heard him. What? Everyone exclaimed their surprise on the matter, except for Katsuki, who already knew. He caught a few asking when exactly did he get it, since the entrance exam was a few months ago, too. I actually manifested it a few days before the entrance exam. He gave them a small smile, but everyone was even more flabbergasted than before. What? Stay quiet, I'm trying to sleep, Aizawa mumbled from the front seat. After apologizing to their teacher, they all turned back to Izuku. Dude, that is so manly, Kirishima chimed in. You had your quirk for only a few days and you still got first place. Yeah, that's super cool, Midori, Ashido babbled. Midori? Wait, if you only had a quirk for that long, didn't you basically grow up quirkless? Sue asked, always to the point. That was another thing he hoped he wouldn't have to talk about so soon, but oh well. Everyone turned quiet as they pondered the question and realized what that implied. Yeah, Izuku glanced at Katsuki, curious about his reaction. He wasn't looking at Izuku, and seemed incredibly uncomfortable, and kind of guilty. Good, he should be. He tuned out his classmates' sympathetic words about how strong he was, what he must have endured, how hard it must have been. He didn't like being pitied. He wasn't that fragile kid anymore, a weak, useless DEKU. Yes, life was hard. He was bullied, discriminated against, and talked down by kids, teachers and heroes alike. But he got through it. He might have a quirk now, but that wasn't the reason he got strong and determined. He worked on that by himself. He shed sweat, blood and tears to get to where he was now, and he was damn proud of himself for it. No quirk would make up for that. Instead of voicing his thoughts, however, he smiled politely. He thanked his classmates for their kind words, and assured them he was perfectly happy with his quirk, and his eventual control over it. At some point, they must have realized that being the center of attention was making him uncomfortable, because they resumed the conversations they were having before, and moved on. It's nice to have a simple augmenting type quirk, though. You can do lots of flashy stuff. Kirishima pointed out. My hardening's strong against others. He activated his quirk on his right arm to demonstrate, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like much. Now, Izuku may not be a hero fanboy anymore, but he never stopped being fascinated by quirks. Therefore, he didn't have to act being entranced by the display of his classmates' powers, and was free to express his actual thoughts on them, just adding his former habit of associating them with hero work. I think it's really cool, it's a quirk that can definitely pass as a pros, he reassured the redhead. A pros, huh? But you have to think about popularity, too. If we're talking about someone flashy and strong, it's gotta be Todoroki and Bakugo, though, right? Katsuki was incredibly expressive on the matter, tch. While Todoroki was further back in the bus and didn't seem to hear them. If he did, he made no attempt to show it. Izuku thought that he must have heard comments about how cool his quirk was a million times. Bakugo's always mad, though, so he doesn't seem like he'll be popular, Kiro. Sue's comment was enough to gain a reaction. What the hell? You wanna fight? See? Izuku couldn't help but snicker at Sue's reaction. We barely know each other, and yet he's already made abundantly clear the unpleasantness of his steamed turd of a personality. Kaminari taunted him. Izuku burst out laughing, along with a few of his classmates, namely Uraraka, who looked like she was having the time of her life. Huh? What's with that vocabulary, you bastard, I'll kill you. As Iida and Yaomomo were commenting on their vulgar language, Aizawa announced they had reached their destination. Izuku was surprised to see the space hero, 13, welcoming them to the facility. The moment they stepped inside, the students were all amazed by the size of it. 13 opened their arms as they presented the place. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, and many more at Issa training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters. Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, USJ for short. Wow. It's like Universal Studios Japan. Literally, Kaminari pointed out, everyone agreeing. 13. Where's All Might? Aizawa asked the rescue hero, quietly. He was supposed to meet us here. About that, they came closer to Aizawa, obviously to tell him something the students shouldn't hear, but Izuku was close to them, and he could already guess the reason for the hero's absence. It looks like he did too much hero work on his way to the school and ran out of time, so he's resting in the lounge, they whispered. Izuku mentally rolled his eyes. Of course he was. That's the height of irrationality, Aizawa sighed. Anyway, let's begin without him. Before we begin, 13 started. Let me say one thing, or two, or three. They proceeded to explain the nature of their quirk, black hole. I can suck up, Kaminari snorted, anything and turn it to dust. You've used your quirk to save people from all kinds of disasters, right? Uraraka, an obviously big fan of theirs, chimed in. Yes, but it's a power that can kill easily. Everyone turned quiet. Some of you have quirks. Like that, right? Oh, Izuku could see where this was going. He didn't expect to hear anything of the sort, if he was being honest. In a superhuman society, personal quirks have been certified and strictly regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. However, don't forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill, or seriously maim. Izuku glanced at Katsuki, who looked away when he noticed, with one wrong step. With Aizawa's physical fitness test, you found out about the possibilities of your own hidden powers, and with All Might's person-to-person combat training, you experienced the danger of using those powers against others. Yeah, Izuku thought, because the buffoon didn't teach us proper quirk training before making us fight each other. This class is a fresh start. You shall learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You do not have powers so you can harm others. Well, some pro-heroes, and students. Izuku subtly glared at Katsuki again, satisfied to see him look guilty, really needed to listen to this speech. I hope you leave this class with the understanding that you have powers in order to help others. 13 bowed dramatically and concluded their speech. That is all. Thank you for listening. The students cheered, and Izuku joined them. He was actually content to see teachers talk about things like that. It was some version of, the quirk doesn't make the person, that Izuku longed to hear his whole life. All of a sudden, the lights around the facility crackled and shut off, before a purple warp appeared in the center of the USJ's plaza. Before anyone could react, Aizawa turned more serious than Izuku had ever seen him before. Gather together and don't move. 13. Protect the students. What's that? Kirishima asked. From the warp, that had expanded over the whole plaza, people started appearing. Is this like the entrance exam? Has the lesson already started? Don't move, Aizawa instructed, and put on his goggles. These are real villains. Well. Fuck. Izuku noticed some villains, who, once they appeared, they didn't move towards the heroes and students. Among them was a pale person with numerous dismembered hands all over their body, and one on their face, another whose body was seemingly made of purple mist. Probably the one with the warp quirk. And a mutant quirked person? They were about as big as All Might. A beak with huge sharp teeth instead of a mouth, but most notably, they had their brain exposed, and their eyes were placed on it. They didn't look exactly human, but in the age of quirks, that wasn't uncommon. The teacher's schedule we received the other day said that All Might was supposed to be here, Izuku heard one of the villains say. The schedule they received. But no one got into the school when the press destroyed the gate. Oh, so it was their doing. The trespassing yesterday was the work of these scumbags after all, huh? Aizawa voiced his thoughts. So, they took advantage of the chaos they caused and got into the building? But if they did, Nezu would know about it and have an emergency shut down. Unless, they never got in, and someone gave it to them instead. Izuku's eyes widened at the thought. Is there a spy in the school? Where is he? Another villain, the one with the hands all over his body, and presumably one of the leaders, questioned. I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd, too, All Might, the symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. I wonder if he'll come if we kill some kids. So, this was a personal grudge. Apparently, it was so important for them to kill the number one hero, that they would kill 15-year-old students to gain his attention and bring him here. Izuku wondered what would drive a person to orchestrate such a plan, just to kill him. Aizawa, at the threat on his students, immediately activated his quirk. his hair floating and his capture weapon ready to be used. Izuku's classmates were starting to get visibly nervous. Villains? There's no way they could get into a hero school? Sensei, what about the trespasser sensors? Yaomomo asked 13. We have them, of course, but they obviously didn't work. Maybe because the villains teleported here. The warp that appeared should have worked as a teleportation method, Izuku figured. Perhaps they have a quirk that jammed the sensors, like a radio wave type power that interferes with them. Did they only appear here, or around the whole school? Todoroki wondered out loud. Either way, if the sensors aren't responding, that means they have a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the main campus, during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be fools, but they're not dumb. Izuku agreed. They must have planned this, specifically to attack All Might in a secluded area, after nullifying the alert system. Aizawa instructed 13 to proceed with the evacuation, and told them to try and contact the school, Kaminari too, with his electricity quirk. But what are you going to do, Sensei? Izuku asked. With so many villains, even with your erasure quirk, it's not Eraserhead's style to fight so many head-on. You can't be a hero with just one trick, the hero retorted. I'm leaving them to you. 13. And with those words, he rushed towards the sea of villains that had entered the building. 13 guided the students towards the exit, when a deep voice accompanied the sudden appearance of the same purple mist that had brought the villains inside. I'm sorry, but I can't let you go. Everyone stopped in their tracks as the mist villain stood in front of them, his glowing, yellow eyes prominent on their otherwise dark form. Nice to meet you, he said. We are the League of Villains. Izuku almost snorted at the name. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves in, to UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath, he explained, rather politely. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? No one replied. Well, it doesn't matter. I have my own part to play. He spread his mist towards the students and 13, who started using their support gear and quirk to suck the mist. Black hole, sucking everything and turning it to dust. That's an astounding quirk, but you're a rescue hero. You have less battle experience than most heroes. As he spoke, the villain made a warp appear behind the hero, apparently with the mist that they had sucked, because the warp started pulling 13 in, like a black hole. He had used their own quirk against them. Those villains knew what they were doing. You turned yourself to dust, he said as 13's costume started disintegrating, presumably along with the back of their body. All of Izuku's classmates watched in horror as they collapsed on the ground. Before anyone had the chance to react, the villain expanded his mist all around the students, as he revealed that his assigned job was to scatter them all, and Izuku found himself high in the air, falling towards a deep body of water. He took a deep breath and shifted his body, diving into the water head first. As he started swimming towards the surface, he saw a villain with a shark-type quirk approach him with incredible speed. He activated Full Cowl, hoping he could use it somewhat effectively in the water, when Sue appeared, kicking the villain away for him, and wrapping Izuku with her tongue, before swimming upwards. She gently elevated Izuku and dropped him on a boat. They must have been warped to the shipwreck zone. Then, the villain probably scattered all the students in the various disaster zones, and fight the villains, while the main ones would deal with All Might and the other pro-heroes. Sue then yeeted Mineta, who she had been also dragging with her, to the boat, understandably not really caring about causing him pain. The disgusting excuse for a human was mumbling something about the girl having surprisingly big boobs for a frog, and proceeded to climb on board.
Thank you, Sue. No problem, Midoriya-chan. This has turned into a bad situation, though, she sighed.
Yeah. Izuku explained his thoughts about the villain orchestrating the media intrusion to get their schedule, but didn't point out his theory about a possible spy. But it's not like they can kill All Might, Mineta exclaimed. Once he arrives, he'll pound those guys. Not if he has run out of time, though, Izuku thought. Mineta-chan, don't you think they would try so hard if they didn't have a way to kill him? I wonder if we'll be able to hold on until All Might arrives, and making it out alive. Mineta, the so brave hero student he was, started crying. Kiro. Sue noticed that villains were approaching them from the water and surrounded the boat. Izuku, once again, played the part of the motivated hero student. It doesn't matter whether All Might comes or not. No matter the reason they want to kill him, or how they think they can do it, we will stop them. He really didn't want to risk dying because a classmate of his couldn't handle the stress of his chosen field. We will fight and win. He looked at his classmates with a determined expression, and hoped they would make it out alive. Chapter end notes about Izuku's views on Stain's methods. I wanted him to have a slow descent to villainy so he won't immediately agree with them. About the Nomu. In most fics I read, in every POV it's described as a thing or a monster or something inhuman. TBH I was beginning to describe it as an it. But then I thought, hey, in MHA there are people with quirks that make them animalistic, or non-human looking. A UA teacher is a literal block of cement. There's an extra with a Lego for a head. Don't tell me the Nomu would look like a monster because of its size and exposed brain, when a literal Windex bottle exists. Killer Queen Chapter Summary Killer Queen by Mad Sai. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. What do you mean, fight them? Izuku's efforts to be inspiring didn't bear fruit, apparently, because the pervert started freaking out even more. These guys came to kill All Might, right? He wailed. The best plan would be to sit tight and wait for the heroes to come and save us. Izuku gave him a glare that almost shut him up. The fact that a hero student was acting like a helpless baby went untold. He turned to look at the villains in the water, who were obviously ready to attack them. Those guys are clearly assuming we'll fight in the water, he noted. They probably already knew about the facility when they gathered people. They all seem to have quirks that give them an advantage, but so does Sue. He turned to the girl, who nodded. If you think about it, it's strange they would gather information so meticulously, and yet send you to the shipwreck zone. That means they probably don't know our quirks. Which was weird, if the spy theory was true. If they could provide the schedule for today's lessons, they could have easily given a summary of every student's quirk. That's true, Kiro. The girl exclaimed. If they knew I was a frog, they would probably have thrown me in the fire zone, over there. She pointed to the dome beside the shipwreck zone. They probably separated us so they could overpower us with numbers, so our only advantage is that they don't know our quirks. Izuku looked at the villains, who were still in the water around the boat. The enemies aren't even trying to climb the boat. They're waiting for us to fight them where they have the bigger advantage. They aren't underestimating us, either. I'll tell you more about my quirk, Sue began, when they sat down to form a plan. Izuku wished he had his UA hero analysis notebook with him. She explained the basics about her frog quirk, that he had already gathered from watching her during heroics class, and Izuku gave his. I have strength augmentation. I distribute my quirk across my body evenly, and while it's activated, I can use enough power on my limbs for punches, jumps, kicks and stuff, without any strain on my body. Oh, and my reflexes and maneuverability are enhanced, too. That's really amazing, Midoriya-chan, the frog girl remarked. Thank you, Izuku put on a polite smile, like an embarrassed teenager being complimented by a girl. My quirk lets these, he took a purple ball out of his hair, stick super tight. Depending on how I'm feeling, they can even stick for a whole day. They grow back after I pull them off, but if I pull off too many, I'll start bleeding. And they don't stick to me, they just bounce off. In another situation, Izuku would have probably asked some questions about the grape's quirk. But now was neither the time nor the place to ask about stuff that wouldn't help them in their current predicament. So, Izuku stayed quiet, and so did Sue, making the pervert cry, again, about how his quirk is totally unfit for battle. If it was, and with that attitude, why did you even apply for heroics, dumbass? And how they should have stayed put, like he said earlier. Izuku had no time to groan about his classmates' antics, because a villain had decided they were waiting for too long and used their quirk to smash the boat with a huge hand made of water. I'm getting impatient. Let's end this quickly. the villain said, putting Mineta on a frenzy, as he started maniacally throwing his balls towards the villains. "What are you doing?" Izuku Whisper shouted. "They will figure out your quirk." He went to look at the villains' reactions, and was surprised to see they were avoiding touching the balls. They were instead talking about how the boat would sink in less than a minute, and once the students reached the water, it's over for them. Mineta, bless his soul, bawled at this, making Sue question his plan to become a hero, and got a half-ass response about just starting high school, all the while sobbing and shrieking, proving her point. "I wish I could have at least touched Yaoyorozu's boobs before I..." He didn't get to complete his disgusting sentence, because Izuku gave him a quirkless punch to the jaw. "If you ever attempt to do something like this, I won't hesitate to use my quirk on you." He glared at the midget, who nodded frantically out of fear, and heard a quiet, "Thank you," from the frog girl behind him. He proceeded to explain to his two classmates the plan that had formed in his head, taking into account their quirks and abilities, apart from his own, thankful they both agreed. Izuku then turned his attention to the villains, who were snickering at the kids' reactions, and starting to underestimate their abilities. Izuku took this chance to attack. He activated Full Cowl, and jumped off the boat. He released a scream that was bubbling in his throat and, while in the air, punched the air towards the surface of the water where some villains were gathered, causing the water to spread out, at first, and then converge in the center like a whirlpool. All the while, the short asshole was throwing his balls repeatedly towards the water, and they ended up getting pulled in the center, along with all the villains there, causing them to stick together and making them unable to move. Sue then wrapped the two boys with her tongue, and leapt away from the ship, that had almost sunk at that point, thus making their escape. "My balls will be sticking them together for at least a couple hours," Mineta proudly exclaimed, looking at Sue with a dreamy look. "I could do this more often if it means you use your tongue." He was promptly cut off when Izuku gave him a deadly glare, his teeth audibly clacking as he clenched his mouth shut. Izuku glared at him for a few good seconds, before returning to his cheerful persona and looked at Sue. "You were amazing, Sue-chan. You too, Midoriya-chan. But you can be terrifying sometimes," she brought his finger to her chin in thought. Anyway. We should see what to do next." Izuku looked around the establishment. "We should make getting help our top priority. It'd be best to follow the shore," he pointed towards the exit, "and avoid the central plaza as we head towards the exit." "That's true. Aizawa-sensei has drawn many villains to the plaza." They all turned to look at their teacher defeat his enemies one by one, but his movements were getting slower and sloppier. They quietly swam to the shore and stood behind a rock to get a better look at what was happening at the plaza. "But there are too many. He will overexert himself protecting us if he keeps up like this, until help arrives. If we could somehow lessen Aizawa-sensei's load." At that moment, the hand villain charged at the teacher and kept him immobilized, until Aizawa's hair fell down, meaning his quirk deactivated. "It's hard to see because you keep moving around, but there's an instant when your hair falls," they heard the villain say. "That's when you stop in action, and it's getting shorter and shorter." Damn, he was smart. He had been watching the hero while he was fighting his minions, and keeping track of the times between activation and deactivation of erasure. He was waiting for the right time to attack. The villain was gripping Aizawa's left elbow, and must have activated a quirk, because the skin started turning to dust, revealing the muscle underneath. A disintegration quirk, then. Aizawa immediately freed himself and stepped away, grunting in pain. More villains rushed to attack, and the hero was clinging his arm while trying to get away. "That quirk isn't suited for long fights against a large group, is it?" the villain rasped. "Isn't it too different from your usual job? What you're good at is a short fight after a surprise attack, isn't it?" Eraserhead was panting, trying to catch his breath, while Izuku watched, thinking of what he should do. Eraser was actually one of the only heroes he respected. He didn't want him to die because of villains who just wanted to kill All Might. Even so, the villain continued, "You jumped right in to fight us from the front. Was that to put your students at ease?" Aizawa was once again fighting ravenously the villains who kept jumping on him ruthlessly. The heroes in the school still haven't arrived. And Izuku doubted they would. You're so cool, Eraserhead, but I'm not the last boss, you know. The person with the exposed brain, that Izuku saw earlier, had appeared behind the hero, and without warning, they grabbed him and slammed him on the ground. I'll tell you, Eraserhead, he's the anti-symbol of peace, the bioengineered Nomu, the hand villain explained. The Nomu opened its mouth and released a deafening screech before taking Aizawa's partially disintegrated arm and snapped it like a twig. It then lifted Aizawa's head by his hair, ready to smash his teacher's face to the ground. Izuku didn't wait to see what else that monster would do to the hero, who was screaming in pain. The other heroes weren't coming. Aizawa would sacrifice himself for students that no one else could protect after he was out of commission. 13 was defeated, and the supposedly hero students were doing nothing to help their teacher. He activated full cowl, concentrated one for all on his legs and, despite the protests of his classmates beside him, he launched himself towards them. He wasn't fast enough, though. Because by the time Izuku drew his right hand back, the Nomu had already smashed his teacher's face on the concrete below. With all the power he could muster from his quirk, he punched it in the face, sparing any other maiming Aizawa would have gotten, had Izuku not intervened. The hand dude was scratching himself as he cried out when the Nomu was attacked, and even though it didn't react to the punch, it let go of Aizawa, who collapsed on the ground. It must have a strength or durability quirk. There's no way someone could withstand Izuku's quirk like that. Hey, Kurogiri, the hand villain asked, presumably the mist villain who had just arrived at the scene, did you kill 13? Kurogiri explained how he took out the space hero, but couldn't defeat all the students, and one of them even got away. Thank goodness, someone will finally alert the stupid heroes. The other villain was obsessively scratching his neck, murmuring something about turning his subordinate to dust. Meanwhile, the Nomu had charged towards Izuku, who swiftly dodged and gave it a semi-roundhouse, downward kick to the back of its knees, hoping it would lose its balance and fall, but it didn't even budge. Izuku proceeded to attack it relentlessly, but his efforts were fruitless. The Nomu didn't seem to get injured at all during his attacks. On the contrary, it looked like it was absorbing the shock of all his quirked punches and kicks. He would have to find another way to bring it down. As it released a screech and charged at Izuku, who was starting to feel lightheaded from exhaustion and quirk overuse, the teenager heard the raspy villain call it off. Man, it's game over. Let's go home. He then turned to look at Izuku, who was surprised to see the monster had stopped in its tracks and was standing idly in front of him. Oh yeah. Before we leave, let's smash some of his pride as the symbol of peace. Izuku mentally snorted. Nice choice of words. The villain charged at him, hand outstretched, and Izuku barely dodged to avoid getting touched on his face. His opponent, however, had managed to grab his arm, and Izuku braced himself for the pain that would follow its disintegration, judging from what happened to Eraserhead's elbow. The pain never came. Instead, the villain's hoarse voice sounded, disappointment evident in his tone. Damn it. You really are cool, Eraserhead. Izuku glanced at the aforementioned hero, who was panting on the ground, holding his broken arm, blood oozing from his forehead and face. He had activated his quirk despite his pain and exhaustion. The green-haired boy took this opportunity to attack the villain in front of him, but was met with the already familiar creature that had stepped in to protect its master. You fight well. But I'm done with you, said Master sneered, and the Nomu raised its fist to punch Izuku, before a crash sounded from the entrance of the building. It's all right, now. Because I am here. All Might appeared, in his buff form, his usual smile evidently absent from his face. He even seemed angry. Well, Izuku thought, took you long enough. If he had managed his time limit right and actually come to his class, instead of resting in the fucking lobby, this would have been over hours ago. Oh, we're getting a continue, the hand dude exclaimed in amusement. What is it with him and his video game references? I've been waiting, hero. You trash of society. Whoop, there it is. Can't say I don't agree with him. All Might, before anyone could see what he was doing, bolted in the scene, punched the villain to the ground and grabbed Aizawa and handed him to Sue and Mineta, who had come closer to the plaza, after Izuku jumped in. He's fast, as expected. I couldn't even follow him with my eyes, the villain mumbled, more to himself than the heroes and students there. But not as fast as I thought he'd be. So. The rumors are true, then. He's getting weaker. A maniacal grin could barely be seen behind the embalmed hand on his face. He hit me to save others, he continued. The violence of a government puppet, violence for the sake of others makes it admirable. Isn't that right, hero? He snickered as he opened his arms in a wide gesture. You know what, All Might? I'm angry. I'm angry at this world that categorizes the same violent acts as heroic or villainous, depending on who makes them. Symbol of peace, huh? You're just a device to repress violence. Violence only brings violence. The world will know this once we kill you. Damn, Izuku actually agreed. He couldn't say that out loud, of course, but those words somewhat resonated with him. Meanwhile, the clusters of villains that had come to the plaza by that point started getting attacked by some of the students who had just arrived there to help, namely Kirishima and Katsuki. Maybe the first actually heroic thing the blonde had ever done. Todoroki also rushed to the scene, and encased the right side of the Nomu, who had started charging towards All Might, in ice. In its attempt to break free, it tore apart its arm and leg, but even brutal self-mutilation didn't get a reaction out of the monster. Instead, to everyone's horror, its limbs started regenerating. Isn't its quirk shock absorption? Izuku wondered. The villain laughed. It is, but that's not its only one. This is its super regeneration. The Nomu's arm and leg had fully healed, and it was ready to attack once more. The Nomu has been modified to take down All Might at 100%. Bioengineered weapons with multiple quirks, made to kill a specific hero. Who are these guys? These guys are crazy, but if we back up All Might, Kirishima's suggestion was cut off by the #1 hero himself. No, absolutely not. You're going to run away now. You would have been in trouble if I hadn't done anything earlier, though, right? Todoroki pointed out. Izuku hummed in agreement, not expecting to get praised for his own efforts, and he wouldn't bother bringing it up, either. It was more like silently trying to communicate with the half-and-half boy that they shared the same thought, that they were the ones who actually did some damage, while the teachers, sans Aizawa and 13, slacked off, and now they were being dismissed because it's not their job, or whatever. That's different, Todoroki Shonen. Thank you, but it's fine. Just watch a pro give everything he's got. Well, it won't be everything you got, you arrogant asshole. Izuku was getting angrier with his mentor every fucking time he saw him, but sometimes the man was beyond stupid. You literally didn't come today because you wasted your 3 hours this morning. You're barely keeping your buff form as it is. Fighting that thing will surely reveal your secret, if not kill you because of it. The creature charged at the hero, but Izuku had already started running towards it, ignoring, once again, the protests of his teacher and classmates. What the hell are you doing? Deku? Todoroki, ice, he shouted, hoping his classmate would understand what he was asking, and by the time he used full cowl to jump into the air, Todoroki had thankfully understood and trapped the Nomu once again in ice, this time its whole body, apart from its head. Izuku had figured that since brute attacks, quirked or not, weren't effective at all, perhaps he should find a weak spot, and the most promising thing he could see was the Nomu's exposed brain and eyes. It was worth a shot. Izuku, who had started falling from the air, towards his target, released a scream, as he concentrated the maximum amount of power to his fist, and punched the monster's head, and specifically its brain. Silence engulfed the whole establishment when the monster collapsed to the ground, its head smashed to pieces, brain matter scattered all over the floor and, unfortunately to its attacker, on Izuku's face. No, that can't be. He used a cheat code, the hand dude whispered, and started frantically scratching his neck with both arms. I can't believe he did that to my Nomu, it's game over. That's when gunshots reverberated in the building. Everyone's heads turned towards the source, and Izuku spotted the pro-hero Snipe, gun in hand, with Present Mike, Cementos, and other UA faculty members standing beside him. "Sorry we're late, everyone," Principal Nezu's distinctive cheerful voice came from behind them. So now the heroes decided to join the party. Izuku almost groaned. Fucking finally. The heroes swiftly scattered to the different parts of the establishment, and started attacking the villains that were still standing, taking them out easily. Snipe started firing his gun again, effectively shooting the hand villain in the legs and arms, causing him to fall down, grunting in pain. "Shigaraki Tamura!" Kurogiri yelled, and engulfed the aforementioned villain in his mist. Right before disappearing, Shigaraki's hoarse voice sounded, barely audible as he got deeper and deeper into the mist. "I may have failed today, but I will kill you next time, All Might." And with those words, the purple warp that had previously brought all the villains in the USJ vanished into thin air, along with the two villains responsible for this whole mess. Not much happened after that. Most of the heroes arrested all the villains that had been brought along with the Nomu and the two men in charge, whereas the others were looking around for the students, ready to provide first aid if necessary. All Might, who hadn't sustained any injuries, literally fled the scene as soon as he thanked Izuku for saving him and made sure he wasn't hurt, so no one would see him turning into Small Might. Izuku, who was already exhausted from the lack of sleep this morning, and had used his quirk too much for his liking, was now laying on the ground, trying to catch his breath. "If this many pro-heroes have gathered here, then they probably didn't attack the whole school," Todoroki remarked. "Oh, Midoriya, are you okay?" Izuku's eyes snapped open at the sound of his name. Todoroki was coming towards him, a hint of worry in his otherwise apathetic face. "Oh, I'm all right. Todoroki-kun. I'm just exhausted." He gave him a tired smile to prove his point, and stood up. His vision went black for a few seconds, and he almost fell, but Todoroki was quick to catch him. He took Izuku's arm around his shoulders, supporting his weight, and helped him walk towards the exit. "Thank you." He smiled genuinely at the boy, who only hummed instead of responding. When they got outside, a detective counted the students to ensure no one was left inside the USJ, and then everyone started recounting their experience during the attack. Thankfully, no student was injured, but they all had stories to tell with the villains they encountered and the fights they got into. Izuku only half listened to everyone close, and thankfully they could tell he was tired. Because no one asked him any questions. There were others ITH him who could explain his own battles. What seemed somewhat odd to Izuku was Aoyama, who was going around to everyone, asking where they thought he was. Most didn't even seem to have heard him, but Sue was kind enough to listen. "So, where do you think I was? Where?" "It's a secret." Sparkles started glimmering around his face. Was this a part of his quirk? And smiled to no one in particular, as Sue deadpanned at him, before turning away. At that point, the detective from earlier announced that everyone was going back to their classroom, since they won't be questioned right away. "Where are Aizawa-sensei and 13-sensei?" Sue asked. "They are both in the hospital, being treated." Aizawa had a comminuted fracture in his left arm, and a concussion and subdural hematoma caused by head trauma. Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be any serious brain damage, so he's going to be just fine. He paused, giving some time to the students to take in what they just heard, and express their relief. As for 13, they had a bad laceration on their back, but they will be fine, too. Even All Might is in good shape. Recovery Girl's quirk is enough to treat him, so he's in the nurse's office. Izuku suppressed a snort. He was only with her so no one would see his skinny form. Thanks to Izuku, he had no injuries to treat in the first place. He thought of the irony in this situation. Izuku didn't want to be a hero, but ended up doing their job in their place. And it's only the first week of school. The attack on USJ by the League of Villains seemed only the beginning. Izuku sensed it was the first step for something bigger. Izuku made a visit to Recovery Girl, to his classmates' requests, who saw him exhausted. At first, he declined, since he wasn't injured, but they insisted he at least gets a look. As he reached the nurse's office, he hesitantly knocked on the door. "Hello? Is it all right if I come in?" He slightly opened the door and peeked inside. "Midoriya Shonen. Come in." All Might sounded, but he was greeted by Recovery Girl, who was holding a handful of energy gummies for him to take. She gave him a quick kiss, to see if there was anything she needed to heal. There wasn't. So she handed him the gummies and shooed him towards the number 1 hero. All Might was sitting on a bed, chatting with the detective from earlier. Wait, he was Small Might right now. Did the detective know about his secret? All Might. Is it alright to show that form? The hero laughed. Yeah, it's fine. This is my best friend in the force, Tsukachi Naomasa. What's with that introduction? The detective laughed nervously. Anyway, I was saying about Eraserheads and 13's conditions, which you already know, he told Izuku, who nodded, and then turned to the hero, and only a few students had light injuries. Thank goodness, All Might sighed in relief. If you 3 heroes had not risked your lives, then the students would not have survived, Tsukachi exclaimed. What? Izuku suppressed a frown. What the fuck, seriously? Yes, Aizawa and 13 did risk their lives, but All Might barely did anything, other than risking his secret getting exposed, not only to the students, but to the villains that literally wanted to kill him. It was Izuku and Todoroki who did the most damage and even killed the Nomu. And most of the other villains were already defeated by his other classmates by the time the heroes arrived. You're wrong about one thing, Tsukachi-kun. The students also fought and risked their lives. Thank fuck, someone is acknowledging it. There have never been any first years who experienced a real fight so soon, survived, and learned the world of adults and fear. Yes, Izuku thought. Because you, heroes, failed to protect us. Such a thing shouldn't have happened in the first place. It was your incompetence that let the villains break into the supposedly impenetrable school, and traumatizing literal children. This class is strong. They will become strong heroes. I am certain of that. All Might then turned to Izuku, stood up, and bowed. Thank you, Midoriya Shonen. You may have saved my life today, and for that I don't know how to repay you. Oh, no please, All Might, Izuku forced himself to shed tears, to seem relieved that his teacher was fine. I'm just glad you're okay. Midoriya-kun. Recovery Girl lightly tapped his head with her syringe cane. Go home and rest. Oh okay. Then. Thank you very much. Izuku waved the heroes and detective goodbye, and wiped away the tears off his face. You're welcome, Recovery Girl said. Be careful on your way home. Yes ma'am. He let his cheerful attitude drop the moment he closed the door, and made his way to the exit. He was surprised to see Todoroki waiting for him at the gate. He jogged towards him and gave him a polite smile as they left the school. How are you feeling? Todoroki asked after a couple minutes. I'm good, just tired. Nothing sleep can't fix. He gave the boy a small smile, and looked him over. How about you? Were you injured? I'm fine. Nothing I haven't gotten in training before. He stiffened at those last words, as if he hadn't meant to say them out loud. What kind of training did? Oh, of course. He was Endeavor's son. Of course the flaming trash bag would train his kid ruthlessly. He couldn't have a weak hero of a child now, could he? Izuku already disliked the number 2 hero, but now his feelings about him were getting closer to hatred. He shook his head, dispersing those thoughts, and focused on the boy walking beside him. Thank you, Todoroki-kun. The taller boy frowned. What for? For helping me. With the Nomu, I mean. I'm glad you understood what I meant. Oh, yes, of course. It's not like any of the heroes were there or could do anything. His face was neutral, as always, but there was a tension that Izuku could faintly understand. We kinda did their job, didn't we? Izuku muttered, before he could think about it. Fuck. Now Todoroki would think he disliked the heroes or something and maybe tell someone and. Yes, I suppose we did. Oh. Well, thank fuck he agreed. Izuku wondered about the boy's thoughts on heroes in general, but he didn't know him that well, and that seemed like a question he would ask after they felt somewhat comfortable with each other. I also wanted to thank you for checking up on me later, and helping me stand on my feet. Izuku added. No one has ever done that for me before. He glanced at the boy next to him. He wore a perplexed expression on his face. After a few seconds of silence, Todoroki turned his head to look at him. No one has ever asked me if I was okay, either. His face may seem indifferent, but Izuku could tell he was being sympathetic. His mismatched eyes were kind, and he could tell the boy was trying to be comforting. Izuku gave him a thankful smile, and they walked the rest of the way in comfortable silence. Chapter end notes. I really like Killer Queen as a song. It definitely fits the theme for villain Deku, but I also love the part where it says, behind those emerald eyes, she's a devil in disguise. Because even though this Izuku isn't evil, but an anti-hero, it's really fitting. That was the USJ. I hope you guys liked it. I'm sorry if it seems too short of an arc, but it really didn't want me to write it. I was staring at my computer for hours every day. It gave me a really hard time, but I'm kinda satisfied with the result. Tell me what you guys think. When we get started and ain't gonna stop. Chapter summary. Courtesy call by 1000-Foot Crutch. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. By the time Izuku got home, he was utterly exhausted. The whole USJ incident was pretty draining, even more so for a certain sleep-deprived green-haired boy. Izuku wearily took off his shoes, tossed his bag in his and made his way to the bathroom. He had a long shower, cleaning up all the debris and dust and brain matter that had littered Izuku during the whole thing. He promptly ignored his rumbling tummy. He was way too tired to make something to eat. Put on some PJs and went straight to bed. He fell asleep seconds after his head hit the pillow. He got woken up, hours later, when his mom barged in, frantically asking if he was okay. She was at work when the incident was announced in the news, and she didn't get off until now, so she hadn't had a chance to see him. After he reassured her that everything was fine, he wasn't hurt, just exhausted, and had only been sleeping, she finally calmed down, and went to prepare dinner. She made katsudon, his favorite, in an attempt to make him feel better after everything he experienced. And it worked. As he relished his mom's cooking, he thought about what awaited him tonight. He had almost forgotten about it, but a lengthy text from Himiko, who was also concerned and wanted to make sure he was okay. He reassured her he was fine. Reminded him of the meetup he had arranged for tonight at midnight. He would have to sneak out, but that wouldn't be a problem. His mom was a fairly heavy sleeper. After they ate dinner, he kissed his mom goodnight, and prepared for his meeting with the most renowned broker in the underground. Izuku was fairly nervous, not because of the meeting itself, but because of what it signified. It was his first concrete step towards his goal, and he really didn't want to fuck it up. He arrived at the meeting spot at exactly 23:57. The person on the phone, the one Himiko had gotten info of and was sure would get him an appointment, had given him instructions on the time and place, as well as how to get there, without risking being followed. It had taken quite some time for Izuku to persuade them he wanted to meet the broker for a legitimate reason, but it would totally be worth it. If anyone could help Izuku with his plan, and make his life 100 times easier, it was Jiren. The instructions led him to a pretty secluded part of Himiko's neighborhood, right outside an antique furniture store. He double-checked the address to make sure he wasn't in the wrong place. He supposed it was a font, a meeting point for the rare occasions the broker didn't scout and approach the other person first. At 12 o'clock sharp, the door to the seemingly closed store opened, and a tall, compared to Izuku, figure entered his field of vision. The green-haired boy was leaning against the wall, right beside the entrance. Izuku had worn a formal attire, hoping that he would be taken seriously despite his young age, that was unfortunately showing on his face. He was wearing a three-piece dress suit, consisting of black pants, a white shirt underneath his black vest, and a red tie to complete the look, as well as a pair of black faux leather derby shoes. He had purchased the outfit a few days ago, thinking it would come in handy for exactly that kind of situation, and Himiko wouldn't stop bombarding him with compliments when he showed her. The middle-aged man took a look at him through his glasses for a second before sporting a grin. One of his front teeth was missing, leaving a gap right in the middle. "Ah, Right on time. Come on in, is all the man said, before going back inside. Izuku was a little bit surprised they didn't check for credentials or something, but since this was Jiren, he probably always had measures against setups. Izuku took a deep breath and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. The man led him to the back of the store, up a staircase and to an office on the first floor. The man sat on his chair behind the desk, and gestured to Izuku to take a seat as well. The boy complied, and placed his heavy green backpack on the empty chair next to him. Jiren introduced himself formally, and leaned onto his desk. Under the better lighting, Izuku could make out his facial features, and the pink pair of eyes that were watching him with curiosity. So, in what way does a heroic student need my assistance? Izuku stiffened. How did he know he went to UA? Does this mean he had already fucked up and didn't even have a chance to speak? The man's laughter interrupted his thoughts. Don't worry, kid. I was just surprised a hero student of all people wanted to meet me. He took out a cigarette packet from his blazer's front pocket. I always do background checks on my clients. It's good for business, ya know? Jiren placed a cigarette between his lips. He silently urged Izuku to explain his reasons for contacting him. Izuku cleared his throat, hoping his voice wouldn't sound too childish in the man's ears. I need connections. I have a goal, and I need help, from people I wouldn't be able to find on my own. Jiren chuckled as he lit his cigarette, and took a long drag. And what goal would a kid like you have in mind? It must be important if you contacted the underground for it. It is. Izuku's face turned completely serious, completely opposite from his previously nervous but trying to seem calm demeanor. He wasn't sure if the man was mocking him before, but he saw his smug attitude disappear. The moment Izuku spoke, Jiren was now sitting up straight, smirk gone, his hand brought up to scratch the goatee on his chin. I want information, Izuku continued. I need a competent hacker, someone with enough knowledge and skills to break into a very secure, impenetrable almost, database and retrieve me data without being found out, or being traced back to me. The broker listened intently, nodding along as Izuku spoke. After a few seconds of silence, he took another drag and exhaled slowly. And what impenetrable database would that be? He perked up his lips into a small grin, albeit more subtle than before. Izuku gave him a grin of his own. The Hero Public Safety Commission. Jiren choked on the smoke he had just inhaled, and Izuku watched in amusement as he coughed and reached for a bottle of water to clear his throat. After the man composed himself, he looked at Izuku in utter disbelief. The commission? Are you serious? When he only got a smirk, instead of an answer, he paled considerably, and started muttering to himself. He's serious, what the fuck? He pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. You know what, I'm not even going to ask. Jiren cleared his throat and resumed to his professional demeanor. You just want me to introduce you to a hacker, right? Izuku nodded. And are you able to pay for that? Izuku shifted in his seat. He had to play his cards right, or this was for nothing. I can't pay you with money. He started. The man raised an eyebrow, but didn't interrupt him. Izuku opened his backpack, and took out 12 notebooks. Specifically, his hero analysis for the future ones. I have information. I have been analyzing heroes since I was a toddler. Strengths, weaknesses, fighting styles, patrol routes, personal information, you name it. These are the ones I wrote up to my last year of middle school. He handed them to the broker, who started skimming through them. The more he read, the more surprised and amazed his expression turned, his eyes wide and brows raised. As you can see, the first ones were written when I was still in elementary school. He gestured to the notebooks that were mostly written in crayons, and had more childish drawings than actual analysis, but the notes inside were still impressive for a 6-year-old to take. However, Izuku smirked. I have rewritten all my analysis in new notebooks, with a lot more details than the latest ones. He gestured at the double-digit ones, and locked his eyes to the brokers. I can give you copies of all my analysis. You can sell them, trade them in the black market, I don't really care. Jiren took one last drag and discarded his cigarette in a glass ashtray. You do realize that if people get their hands on these, many heroes will most likely end up dead? Yes, Izuku said, indifference obvious in his tone. I lost my faith in heroes a long time ago. I don't really care what happens to them. Jiren didn't speak for a while. Izuku figured he was probably trying to process everything. The hero student saying, and why he was a hero student in the first place, if he was willing to sell his information on the heroes in order to literally break into the commission's database. So Izuku sat in silence, letting the man gather his thoughts. He didn't provide any further explanation, either. He didn't own him any, and he had already provided everything he needed to persuade him, or so he hoped. Eventually, the Broken took a deep breath, adjusted his glasses on his nose, and stared intently into Izuku's eyes, as a grin formed on his lips, the gap in his teeth fairly visible. You've got yourself a deal. Izuku gave him a grin of his own. Did you see how everyone in class was on screen last night? Man, all the channels made such a big deal out of it. Izuku idly listened as his classmates conversed about the USJ incident making the news. The school was temporarily closed the day after the incident, so today was the last day of his first week of high school. Izuku couldn't wait for it to be over. And it was a Saturday. Izuku really didn't understand why they had to go to school on Saturdays. Sure, most of Japan's schools did, but that didn't mean that it was efficient. Izuku had read a study once, comparing the average grade point of schools in the same district. Some that used the usual weekly program, while the others had the whole weekend free. Unsurprisingly, in the first case, the average grades were much lower, and their students felt much more pressured for their academic performance than the kids that had 2 days off. It was as if working kids to the ground wasn't the best way to ensure their academic success. Shocker. Still, he was glad he had a free day yesterday, and called Himiko to hang out. Izuku insisted they didn't train. He was still tired from the USJ attack, and he updated her on his meeting with Jiren. He also told her about his encounter with Stain the day before, to which she responded overly excitedly, having mad respect for the man and his ideals. Of course they did. It was the hero course that was attacked, after all, Juru reasoned. Who knows what would have happened if the teachers hadn't come when they did, Siro chimed in. Izuku suppressed a snort. Nothing is what would have happened. Eraserhead, Izuku and some of his classmates were handling the villains just fine when All Might blessed them with his presence. The number one hero didn't even do anything, and he still got most of the praise for saving the class. Well, it wasn't like the school could let the media know that the students were the ones that defeated most of the villains and even killed the monster they brought to kill All Might. Its existence wasn't even made public. Instead, they told them that the pro-heroes defeated and arrested 72 villains, with the help of the students of 1A. They also failed to mention how the ringleaders got away. Stop that, Siro. Just thinking about it makes me want to wet myself. Mineta cried, but Katsuki was quick to yell at his to shut him up, before Izuku had the chance to. But man, Midoriya was awesome. He crushed that crazy strong villain, Sato exclaimed, and everyone's attention turned to their green-haired classmate, who was trying, and failing, to conceal himself. Yes, his strength is worth admiring, Tokiyami agreed, the others providing their own opinion on Izuku's heroic actions. Izuku muttered a few humble thank yous, and resumed scrolling through social media on his new phone. After they sealed the deal, Jiren gifted him a virtually untraceable smartphone, that he put his personal phone number and information in, so he could keep him updated about the meeting with his contact. The teenager refused at first, but the broker insisted, claiming that it was his policy to ensure an unassailable means of communication with his clients, especially with prestigious ones like the hero student. Izuku was glad he wouldn't have to borrow Himiko's phone again, and even gave her his old one. Izuku gave the broker a copy of his first 2 updated hero notebooks, that he had also brought with him, as an upfront payment, and when the broker introduced him to the most competent hacker he knew, he would give him the rest. Of course, Izuku wouldn't give him all of his rewritten notes. He wanted to keep some, in case he wanted to make another deal with the broker. And he had a feeling he would be seeing him again. Izuku vaguely registered Iida declaring the beginning of homeroom, and instructing everyone to take their seats. "Hey, Sue, do you know who will be teaching homeroom today?" Ashido asked. "Well, the frog girl brought her index finger to her chin. Aizawa-sensei is supposed to be in the hospital recovering from his injuries, Kiro." Izuku grimaced at the memory of his teacher's head getting crushed on the ground by the Nomu. The crunching sound that reached his ears right before Izuku attacked the monster would never leave his mind. He couldn't even imagine how much worse Aizawa would be right now, assuming he got out alive, if Izuku hadn't stepped in. "Morning." The familiar gruffy voice sounded as the huge door of the classroom opened, and there stood Aizawa, in all his glory, his face wrapped in bandages, and his right hand in a cast. Everyone started shouting their concerns over the teacher being there, asking if he was all right. "My well-being doesn't matter," the teacher declared as he made his way to the podium. Izuku rolled his eyes. So dramatic. More importantly, the fight isn't over yet. Aizawa squinted through his bandages, eyes barely visible. The UA Sports Festival is drawing near. Izuku chuckled at his teacher's antics, while everyone was getting hyped up. "That's a super normal school event," Kirishima declared enthusiastically. "Wait a minute." Kaminari butted in. "Is it a good idea to have a festival so soon after villains snuck into the school?" "Yeah, what if they take advantage of it and attack again?" Ojiro questioned. Izuku thought it was somewhat sad, and also infuriating, how the students were already relieved that they were having a normal high school experience, instead of a villain attack, or something equally dangerous. They weren't supposed to be afraid about their school activities in the first place. Apparently, Aizawa answered, "They think that, if UA holds the event, it will be showing that our crisis management system is solid as a rock." Izuku barely managed to stop himself from laughing. "Security will also be strengthened to 5 times that of previous years," the teacher continued. "More importantly, our sports festival is a huge chance for you hero students." He proceeded to explain the importance and significance of the event, that would be held 2 weeks from now on the first day of May, that Izuku already knew about and tuned out. Of course, all the top heroes in Japan will be watching for scouting purposes, Yaomomo noted. Others started talking about how the heroes would look for potential sidekicks once the students graduate. Well, some of them lose their chance to become independent and become internal sidekicks, Juru emphasized. "Kaminari, I feel like you'd be one of them. 'Cause you're dumb." Well, that wasn't very nice. Kaminari wasn't the smartest in their class, but he wasn't dumb either. He did seem like one when he overused his quirk, though. Izuku had already analyzed the boy's powers, as he had all his classmates, and had so many ideas for improvement. He had briefly wondered if he should approach him and give him advice, but Katsuki's yells over how creepy his notes are would echo in his ears, and he thought better of it. Aizawa carried on with high speech, and he highlighted the importance of the festival for the students who wanted to become pros. No aspiring heroes can afford to miss this event. So don't slack off. Go beyond, plus ultra or whatever. Yes, sir. During lunch, Izuku left the classroom quietly, bento box in hand, while his classmates expressed their thoughts on the upcoming festival, with various levels of excitement. As he sat down on a secluded spot and ate his meal, he started thinking about his own aspirations for the event. On one hand, if he tried his best to win, he would attract a lot of attention to himself. He wouldn't be able to stay low after that, while he would be actively trying to bring down the commission, and he would be risking getting found out. On the other hand, he really wanted to prove himself. No to the heroes, or his classmates. Well, maybe except Katsuki, but he would never admit that. He wanted to prove to himself that he was better than all of them. That even a weak, useless DEKU could rise high enough to get a spot in the biggest event in all of Japan, even if almost no one knew he used to be quirkless. He wanted to feel powerful, and beating all those hero students in their own game, never mind his friend-turned-bully, would be beyond satisfying. It's not like he hadn't already showed that he was better. The entrance exam and the quirk apprehension test were enough proof of that. But winning a national event, where millions of people would be watching, albeit terrifying, felt exhilarating. So, yeah, Izuku would do his best. He would show those heroes what he was really made of. The risks would be worth it, even for a selfish reason like that. Uraraka-kun. Ida's booming voice interrupted his thoughts, as he and their classmate passed by him, thankfully without noticing him. If you don't mind me asking, what were your reasons for applying for UA, and wanting to become a hero? Oh, actually, Izuku could tell this wasn't something she really wanted to discuss, but he would also admit he was curious. He really hoped it wasn't a selfish reason. Heroes were already corrupt and choosing the job for literally any reason other than being selfless and heroic, but a small part of him wanted to believe the new generation would actually have righteous motives. For money? Ida exclaimed. You want to be hero for money? To boil it down simply, yes. Uraraka was rubbing the back of her head, eyes glued to the floor. Oh well, that threw a noble reason out the window. Not that Izuku was disappointed. No, he had already lost any expectations for everyone in heroics. He wished it was different. That his generation would be different. No matter. Even if his peers were the same as the older ones, Izuku would just have to be the one to change things. He ate the last of his bento, got up and left the cafeteria, before he could hear any excuses the girl would spew out. As he turned at the corner, a very familiar and very annoying laugh sounded from behind him. Midoriya Shonen is here. All Might was pointing at him, making everyone in the hallway, including the two classmates he wanted to avoid, turn to look at him. All Might. What are you doing here? Seriously, what was he doing? If he wanted to speak to him, the worst possible way to do so was to announce it to everyone around. Lunch. He took out a bento box that he was hiding behind him, and pointed at it, looking rather sheepish. Want to eat together? Izuku wanted to facepalm so hard. He might as well announce to the whole school that he had a special student he wants to hang out with and eat lunch together. How does this man expect to keep his secret, seriously? Of course, Izuku said none of that. Instead, he made his face light up, and rushed towards him. I'd love to. He ignored the whispers of his classmates, who were wondering about his relationship with the hero, as well as where he was the whole break. Only 1 hour? Yeah, Small Might sighed, as he poured Izuku and himself a cup of tea. That's the limit to how long I can use my powers now. They were sitting in the teacher's lounge, at the hero's request, to talk privately. Izuku wasn't expecting that to be the topic of discussion, though. I overdid it many times, All Might continued. I can barely maintain my muscle form for 2 hours now. He sipped some of his tea, before turning to Izuku with a solemn expression. I think it would be a lot worse, if it was me who fought the Nomu, Midoriya Shonen, that day. You may have saved my life. I'm not sure if I would have enough strength to fight the monster, until the other heroes arrived, never mind kill it. He paused, letting Izuku process what he was saying. The student himself had already thought of this, of course. All Might appearing when he didn't contribute to anything, other than removing Eraserhead from the scene, but that could have been done by literally any student there. The man had not only risked his life when he knew he wouldn't be able to fight, but he also jeopardized his secret, and that would bring a whole lot of other problems. When he realized Izuku would not say anything yet, the teacher cleared his throat and stood up. What I want to say, Midoriya Shonen, is that, on that day, your heroic actions. Izuku held back a grimace, and smiled with fake pride instead. Saved not only your classmates, and Aizawa-kun's life, but also mine. And for that, I will always be grateful for. He proceeded to bow 90 degrees, and spoke again. Thank you, Midoriya Shonen. I owe you my life, and I will forever be in your debt. Well, Izuku was not expecting that. Although, a hero being in his debt, never mind the number 1, was an asset he could definitely take advantage of, later. He filed that information in the back of his mind, and took a deep breath. Please, there's no need to thank me. He also stood up, as the hero looked up. I was only doing what was right, and I knew you had already spent your 3 hours that day, so I did everything in my power to help you. The hero smiled proudly, and took his seat, Izuku copying him. I didn't expect to kill that Nomu though. I'm glad I saved everyone, but killing, he played with his fingers as he expressed the troubles of a hero student causing their first death. If he was being honest, Izuku didn't really think much of it when he smashed the Nomu's brain. He was more upset about getting brain matter on his face, rather than actually having killed someone. Sure, it wasn't an actual person, from what the villains had said. It was a bioengineered weapon. Hopefully not a human that was experimented on, but that was an entirely different conversation. But still a living being. And yet, Izuku didn't feel any remorse, or guilt, or anything an innocent child would, after their first kill. On the contrary, he felt somewhat proud. He saw it more like an achievement, a victory. Even though it might seem ironic, it was revitalizing, thrilling, even. He felt powerful, being in control, in a seemingly uncontrollable situation. If he wanted to, he could have turned the tables so easily. And that thought exhilarated him. But he obviously couldn't admit that. The heroes might think he was crazy, and maybe traumatized to the point he was having villainous thoughts, or whatever. So, he pretended the whole incident troubled him, and let All Might talk about how it was an important feat to his journey of becoming a hero. A necessary action for the greater good, and all that stuff. Not surprisingly, the hero didn't even mention the possibility of Izuku attending therapy, or even just speaking with Hound Dog, who, apart from a pro-hero, was also the school counselor. Speaking of, why didn't the school immediately order mandatory therapy sessions for everyone in his class? It was literally a traumatic event. Did they seriously think, well, they're hero students, so they'll get over it, or, it's part of the job, or, they're strong, as All Might put it. The number one hero had also said they, too, fought and risked their lives, which proves the point. What if they had died, or been seriously maimed? What would the school do then? It was infuriating. They didn't even consider the effects of the incident on the kids' mental health, and the heroes deal with that kind of stuff every day. They should know better than to assume they're strong, and leave them be. Maybe that's one of the reasons pro-heroes ended up the way they are. Anyway, All Might change the subject. Completely oblivious of Izuku's internal turmoil, I also wanted to talk to you about the sports festival. Izuku frowned, as he raised his cup of tea to his mouth. What did he want, now? The hero stood up again, and walked towards the window, looking outside instead of his student. Frankly, I don't have much time left as the symbol of peace. Yeah, no shit. And some of those villains are starting to realize it. Izuku recalled the hand villain, Shigaraki Tamura, as the mist person called him, realizing All Might's speed was getting slower. I granted you my power because I want you to succeed me. Oh, no, Izuku didn't like where this was going. He stood up when the hero turned and faced him with a serious expression. It's time to show the world the kind of hero you want to become. The UA Sports Festival is an event that pro-heroes, the whole country, even, will be watching closely. This is what I wanted to talk to you about. Oh, crap. Izuku really didn't like where this was going. The next All Might, the fledgling symbol of peace, Midoriya Izuku. I want you to tell the world, I am here. Oh, fuck me. Chapter Endnotes. First meeting with Jiren Yas. My baby boy is taking his first step towards his goals and I'm so proud of him. I know the fandom has universally agreed that villain DEKU wears a suit, and I couldn't resist, either. Besides, he went to a business meeting, it is only logical he dressed formally, winking face. As a side note, I really hate it when characters call Kaminari stupid. He may be aloof, and his humor is stupid jokes, but he's not dumb. To me, he's the personification of
ADHD. I don't have ADHD, but my best friend, roommate does, and we both agree he's deaf neurodivergent.
Most importantly, I had to bring up the fact that none of the students were made to attend therapy after the USJ. Like, they were children, attacked by villains in a supposedly safe hero school. It should have been mandatory. To be the perfect angel, some sin must be done. Chapter summary. All Eyes on Me by Oregon 3-0. Chapter notes. I feel like this song really matches villain DEKU's story and theme, but that particular line hits different. See the end of the chapter for more notes. No, this was just the worst.
Izuku was internally fuming. All Might literally just assigned him the role of the symbol of peace, without giving him a choice.
The Zygote had obviously made an entire plan for his successor, gave him his quirk, and just assumed the student would want to follow his footsteps. He didn't even ask him what he wanted. He may have wanted to be a rescue hero, or go underground, like Eraserhead. He may not want the publicity of a limelight hero. Never mind being the successor of the #1 hero, the next symbol of peace. Sure, Izuku wanted in no way to become a hero, but that was not the point. It was blatantly obvious the buffoon was sure that Izuku would want to become a newer version of himself. Because gods forbid he wanted to become his own person, a totally different hero with his own personality. To have a purpose in life, other than to fulfill All Might's dreams and aspirations, that he failed to complete. Besides, objectively speaking, it would be a terrible idea to announce an upcoming replacement for the #1 hero. Not only would he have to live up to the almost
impossible standards that people would have of him, Izuku would also only be just that. A replacement. He would never be his own person, just a cheap copy of the symbol of peace with a similar quirk and a weak attempt to compensate for the retirement of Japan's favorite hero.
Izuku couldn't begin to express how furious and exasperated he was with the man's blatant stupidity. But, as it was, he was now standing right in front of him, and he had to provide an answer to the idiot's wish. He suppressed all of his anger and forced his face, which took quite the effort, to morph into something he hoped to appear as a mix of modesty, nervousness, and a tad of fear. All Might, I don't know if I'm up to this. Izuku could feel his face burning with fury, but he glued his eyes to the floor, and shifted his weight, hoping it could pass as embarrassment and self-consciousness. I don't think I can stand out that much. An impressive amount of blood spewed out from All Might's nose and mouth. No one's better at spouting nonsense than you. Dude, that was so mean and uncalled for. Nonsense, Izuku made himself say, instead. The hero then started spouting actual nonsense that Izuku didn't bother actually listen to, but he did register an "I won't force you," as if that would make him feel better if he was actually interested in becoming a great hero. When the man finally stopped talking, Izuku wished him a good day, actually hoping he stubbed his pinky toe on a table, and left the teacher's lounge in a hurry. He could finally let his mask drop, and he could feel his face forming into a scowl that would put Katsuki's to shame. He took deep breaths through his nose, as he walked towards his classroom, hoping that by the time he made it there, he would be calm enough to play his usual part of a shy, anxious little kid. Before he reached the classroom, however, he felt a pair of eyes following him. He looked around and spotted a boy his age, sitting on the stairs alone, eating his food. It looked like he was having a meal from the school's cafeteria, but why was he alone? As they made eye contact, Izuku noticed the boy's eyes were deep purple, almost the same shade as his gravity-defying hair, with dark circles underneath. The teen raised an eyebrow. And Izuku, who realized he was still frowning from his previous conversation with All Might, put on his polite hero student mask, and gave him a small smile before walking away. When the school day finally ended, Izuku gathered his stuff and quietly walked towards the classroom's door, before noticing a crowd that was blocking the exit. "What business do you have with Class A?" Iida asked the students that had gathered in the hallway, stiff and serious as always. "Scouting competition, obviously," Katsuki replied instead, unusually calm, but with his signature scowl still in place. "We're the ones that made it out of a villain attack in the USJ. They probably want to check us out before the sports festival. There's no point in that, really." Despite the protests of his classmates, Katsuki walked towards the other students. "Out of my way, extras." "Don't call people extras, just because you don't know them," Iida scolded him. Izuku chuckled lightly. Katsuki has been calling everyone extras since he was 4. He's definitely not stopping now. "Are all the hero students like that?" one of them questioned. "Seeing you like this makes me disillusioned." The person who spoke made their way to the front of the crowd, the other students making way for them to pass, almost afraid of them. Izuku was surprised to recognize the purple-haired boy that he saw in the hallway just a few hours ago. He was really tall, Izuku thought, but then again, everyone was tall compared to him. There are quite a few people who enrolled in the general studies or other courses, because they didn't make it to the hero course. Did you know that? The boy was looking right into Katsuki's eyes, unbothered by the blonde's snarls. The other kids around him, that were visibly trying to get as far away from him as possible, while still blocking the classroom's door, were also watching him with expressions that ranged from annoyance to disgust and dismay. It really rubbed Izuku the wrong way. Depending on the results of the sports festival, the tired-looking teen continued, they can be transferred into the hero course. And it seems that hero students can also be transferred.
Out. That got quite a reaction from Izuku's classmates.
Even if you're in the hero course, if you get carried away, someone may sweep you off your feet. His purple eyes met Izuku's, amethyst meeting Viridian. They lingered for a few seconds, before the boy turned and walked away. That was so simple and manly, Kirishima exclaimed, as students from the other courses started gathering and commenting on their class. Izuku himself was inclined to agree.
Izuku was laying in his bed with his laptop, watching the newest Gentle Criminal video. This time he had broken into a big brand clothing store that was recently exposed for child labor, and was shaming the heroes that had agreed to collaborations and sponsorships with them, when he heard his phone ding.
He stopped the video and placed his laptop on the nightstand. A surge of excitement and nervousness ran through his veins when he saw the broker's name on the screen. It had only been a few days since his meeting with Jiren, but Izuku guessed he was the most popular broker of the underground for a reason. With slightly trembling hands, he opened his phone and read the laconic message the man had sent him. Tomorrow, 9 p.m. XXXXXX Musutafu Shi, the 7th of September 13. Bring your goodies, smiley face. Izuku looked up the address, glad to see it wasn't too far from his house, albeit on the outskirts of the city. He almost couldn't wait, he would be meeting the person to guide him towards the destruction of this stupid hero society, after all. He quickly sent a text to Himiko, letting her know of the development, and fell back on his cushions. Letting out a deep sigh, he closed his eyes and let his mind wander. Bye, Mom. See you later. Okay, sweetie. Have fun. Say hi to Himiko-chan for me, I will. Izuku all but slammed the door shut as he ran out of the apartment, barely having put his shoes on. It was Sunday, so he didn't have school today, and he totally took advantage of the free day to relax and do nothing, and by nothing, he meant no training, no homework. He had done everything yesterday, when he came home for school. No interactions with heroes or hero students, and most importantly, not having to keep a mask on, pretending to be someone he's not. He could finally be himself, even for a day. He woke up late, almost worrying his mom, but with everything that happened the past week, and it was just the first week of school. He really needed to rest and catch up with his sleep, or he would end up collapsing from exhaustion. He ordered takeout, as his mom was at work, and only came home late in the afternoon, and he really didn't feel like cooking. Even though he had a meal plan to be in his best shape, he wasn't as strict with following it to the letter, especially since he had bulked up significantly the past few months, and had already gotten All Might's quirk. At around 8 p.m., having been stuck on his laptop screen, browsing on YouTube and binging on gentle criminal videos and vigilante documentaries, his mom came into his room to ask about dinner, and he literally jumped from his bed realizing he had totally forgotten about the important meeting he had to attend. He spewed some excuse of having plans with Himiko as he hastily got dressed in a pair of jeans and a green hoodie that said, "Hoodie," on the front. He planned on wearing his formal attire again, since he was going for business, but his mom would think it was weird, so he took the clothes and shoes with him, and he would change in a public restroom or something. He also put his updated hero analysis copies in his backpack, and promised to be back before midnight. He rushed towards the address Jiren sent him the day before, making a quick stop to change, and fortunately arrived 10 minutes early. He took a moment to collect himself, and sat on the stairs just outside the apartment building that bore the number 13 above the entrance door. Izuku stared at his phone, waiting for the clock to turn 9, when he heard a familiar voice approaching him. "There he is," Jiren exclaimed, and leaned against the door as he took out his own phone. Izuku stood up and braced himself, as the broker made a quick phone call, presumably to the person they were meeting, and the entrance door opened. Jiren led him to the elevator and to the 7th floor, where they found an apartment door open. Jiren stepped inside without commenting the fact that no one had come to welcome them, and guided Izuku to a seating area. He sat on the couch, and ushered the teenager to do the same, when a really short woman stepped inside. She had her long dark pink hair in 2 high pigtails, the color matching her big eyes, dark circles around them. If she's the hacker Jiren was talking about, Izuku guessed being in front of a computer screen all of the time would really strain her eyes. She was wearing a cute, eccentric outfit, most notably a huge, white bow tie matching her gloves and puffy stripped pants, contrasting her violet buttoned-up shirt. "Kid," Jiren started. Izuku just realized the man hadn't asked for his name, even though he definitely knew it, considering he knew of his UA student identity. "Meet La Brava. She has the most impressive computer and hacking skills of anyone I know, and she was kind enough to accept a meeting with you." La Brava squinted her eyes at Izuku, and sat on a love chair. Literally, it was pink and the back of the chair was in the shape of a heart, before speaking. "I don't usually work for anyone except Gentle, but Jiren told me some interesting things." "Oh, so she was helping Gentle criminal." He filed that for later, it could prove useful. Izuku didn't reply, so she continued. "He said you want to break into the Hero Commission's database." Izuku nodded. "Why should I help you? I'm screwed if the commission finds out. Which they won't. I'm excellent at my job. But what's in it for me?" Izuku was silent for a few moments, looking for the right words to convince her. "I'm familiar with Gentle criminal's work." He gained a raised eyebrow from the woman. "Girl?" She didn't look much older than him, late teens, early 20s at most, and took it as a sign he had her attention. "I've seen most, if not all, of his videos, quite recently, too. I respect his work, and his motives. But he could use some help." Before La Brava could retort, he started explaining. "Some of his videos lack insight, or suitable reasoning. I've noticed that most of his low-viewed ones don't really get the message across. I can see that he's trying to show the truth of our corrupt society, but sometimes his criminal acts don't necessarily align with what he's trying to say, and I think he's struggling with expressing his arguments." Jiren was silent, a small smirk on his face, as he watched them in amusement. La Brava, on the other hand, was fuming, getting more upset with every negative comment. It seemed she was really close to the man. "I can help you with that," Izuku offered. "I can make plans for you, get you more views." Well, that seemed to work. She perked up, and looked at his with wide eyes. "We have the same goal. I want to show the world how wrong the system is, how corrupt the heroes and corporations are, just like him. That's why I need your help in the first place. I can help you make videos that will actually reach your audience, and make them see the truth. We can help each other." Izuku was getting nervous at her lack of response, but he tried his best to appear confident with his words. Besides, he was telling the truth. Gentle really couldn't articulate arguments for the life of him, and some of his crimes were completely theatrical and irrelevant to his goal. After a couple minutes of silence, La Brava sighed. "I really want to help him. He's not getting enough views, and he's really upset about it, even though he doesn't want me to worry and hides it. But lately it's been getting the better of him." She was fidgeting with her fingers, like Izuku used to do when he was nervous. She looked him in the eyes and clenched her hands into fists. "Can you really help?" "Yes." Izuku's answer was immediate. She smiled, almost excitedly, and her tired-looking eyes lit up. "Then I accept." She got up, walked towards him and extended her arm. Izuku smiled back, and shook her hand. After he paid Jiren for his services, meaning he gave him the copies of 4 hero analysis notebooks, Izuku received a high-tech laptop from the broker. The man said it was virtually untraceable, like the smartphone he had gifted him after their first meeting, and that it was an act of good faith in Izuku's capabilities, and his own desire to see the teenager succeed in his goal. Izuku stayed a couple hours at the girl's apartment, that he learned was actually Gentle's. She had been living with him since last year, but they had been working together for almost 2 years now. Izuku kept his end of the bargain, brainstorming ideas for at least 5 videos for the villain duo, and even wrote 10 pages worth of speeches for him to give during them. He actually had fun with her, and even offered to keep in touch regularly, and provide them with more video ideas, plans and scripts. La Brava was overjoyed, and was sure to reciprocate with a quick display of her hacking skills, just a glimpse of her capabilities, that would allow her to come through with her part of the deal. Izuku watched in awe as she effortlessly got through the security in a random hero's, the closest in the area, personal computer, and checked their email history, in case they found anything suspicious. And, oh boy, they did. It was Pro Hero Native's computer, and it was clear he was in cahoots with the commission. Some of the heavily encrypted, but easily decoded by Japan's fairest hacker, she blushed at Izuku's comment. Emails were exchanged between Native and the commission president, mostly her ordering him to do their dirty work, that consisted of silencing villains, and even corrupt heroes, to preserve the peace, as they claimed, and rewarding him for his services, of course. Izuku didn't hide his disgust and anger towards both the HPSC and the hero. He was almost afraid of what he would find in their database, what programs they have created, what heroes they have groomed, how many have died just to cover up their own mistakes and keep up their image. La Brava was not surprised by his reaction. He had come to her for a reason, after all. Izuku, on the other hand, didn't expect to see her usually bubbly and expressive personality to shift into a silent, calm rage. From what Izuku gathered during the hours he spent with her, as she talked about herself and Gentle, she wasn't as interested in the man's work itself, as much as helping him achieve his dream, to gain enough views while preaching about his ideals, and eventually become famous. Now that Izuku had shown her a glimpse of the reality of today's heroics, she could only imagine the scale on which this was happening. With a determined expression on her face, she looked him in the eye and swore she would help him bring it down. She would immediately get to work, both about the HPSC itself, and finding any hero's personal emails looking for similar findings, and update him every time. She got more intel. She promised to find any dirt she could on the HPSC's database, and have a hard drive ready for him in less than 2 weeks. Izuku was impressed. If she actually managed that, he would be starting sorting everything out before the sports festival. Right before Izuku left, they exchanged phone numbers. As he saved her contact as La Brava, he realized he hadn't given her a name, apparently at the same time she did, because she was awkwardly standing in front of him. Her fingers were hovering above her contacts. Waiting for a name that should have been given in the beginning of their meeting, but none of them actually thought about it. Now, he could use his actual first name, but he was easily recognizable as the hero student Midoriya Izuku, green hair and eyes. If he didn't give her his true name, though, but a fake one, she was bound to recognize him from the sports festival in 2 weeks, and call him out for lying. Well, any name except his real one would prove him a liar, but a code name, like La Brava, who hadn't revealed her true identity either, but in the end, it didn't really matter in these situations, was secretive but also practical. He would be separating the persona he had interlaced with his name, Midoriya Izuku, the UA heroics student, and the real him, who was hanging out with villains, having deals with underground brokers, and assisting another villain for his work. All in the name of his true goal: to destroy the Hero Public Safety Commission, reveal to the world how corrupted the Hero Society has become and how much it needs to change. The goal to shed light to everything the Commission is hiding and doing under the shadows, and to the unfair discrimination that has resulted from that system. He will be the light, guiding them to the truth. Sue. La Brava asked sheepishly, "What should I call you, then?" Izuku grinned. He was now witnessing the birth of his alias, the person who would change everything. "Call me," Izuku started, wide grin on his face, gleaming eyes looking directly in hers, light. Chapter end notes: our favorite tired purple boy is finally here. The address Jiren sent Izuku, XXXXXX Musutafu Shi, the 7th of September 13, was a random one. Japan has a really odd, and unfamiliar system. I spent way too much time researching about it. The numbers I used were not totally random, though. 9 as in Izuku being the 9th holder of OFA, 7 as in the total number of quirks OFA contains from the previous holders, and 13, although sometimes is considered an unlucky number, it can also mean, among others, change and transformation. Did I make Izuku's villain alias Light, after naming the whole FIC after a Death Note musical song? Yes. Yes, I did. Personally, I thought it was very fitting, even as a reference. What did you guys think? Welcome to the Land of the Broken Minds chapter summary. Little game by Benny, an encounter with a familiar face, and an interesting proposal. Chapter notes: Hey guys and gals and non-binary pals, happy Pride Month. Short announcement. I will be taking a break from writing for about a month. Final exams at uni are coming up and the stress is really getting to me. I won't have time to write, anyway. I have so much studying to do, but I will be replying to comments. As always, I'll definitely make up for it during the summer, though. There are lots of stuff coming up. With that out of the way, enjoy today's chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. And he had the audacity to call me creepy. Izuku grumbled as a response. Like he wasn't the one who followed that girl to her house before I caught up to him, Himiko whined. So, I took his blood and called it a night. Her eyes wandered dreamily as she pictured sucking the dude's blood or something. You're definitely not creepy, Himiko-chan. Izuku closed his textbook, having just finished his homework for the day, and gathered his school supplies. I know, Izu-chan. She blushed, just like every time Izuku reminded her of how cute she was, and how wrong everyone else was when they talked bad about her. So, what about you? Any exciting news over the weekend? Not really, Izuku hummed in thought, as he put back everything in his backpack. I already told you everything about the meeting with La Brava, and that was the only notable thing yesterday. When he go home the night before, after making sure his mom was already asleep, he called his favorite vampire and told her all about his deal with the hacker, and his part of making her plans for Gentle's videos. Yeah, you did. She groaned with boredom. Nothing much happened during the day when she stayed in her hideout, so she was a sucker, pun intended, for gossip. I loved your villain name, by the way, Light, it's so enlightening. She giggled, getting a few chuckles out of Izuku, too. Thank you, he smiled, before frowning. Is it a villain name, though? He didn't think he was a villain, or what the heroes considered as one, anyway, was he? I mean, you hang out with villains, she gestured herself, making him roll his eyes, and helped Gentle Criminal with his videos, right? Well, yes, Gentle did upload a video a few hours ago based on one of Izuku's ideas, and even had preached one of his speeches. Izuku was impressed with how fast they made it, how he and La Brava managed to shoot, edit and post it, all before lunchtime. They were desperate for views, Izuku supposed. Still, he was happy for them, and kind of proud of himself, too. In just a couple hours, it had gotten over 5K views, which was almost as much as all their previous videos combined. Having written the script made Izuku an accomplice, even if he hadn't done anything outright illegal. Well, he did make a deal with an underground broker and a villain, both of which were illegal. And he was planning to continue doing so, so he might as well accept he had a villain alias, even if he hadn't done anything actually villainous. Not yet, at least. Anyway, I don't think I told you about school on Saturday. Izuku successfully changed the subject. Himiko shook her head frantically, and plopped in front of him on the ground, holding his hands in her own. Her other hand was busy holding a plastic cup that contained a smoothie of Izuku's blood and whatever else she decided to blend it with. Izuku explained everything he had heard about the school festival, and recounted his talk with all might. Himiko made funny faces and provided hilarious commentary, and by the end they were making fun of all the pro-heroes in the school, laughing so hard, they couldn't catch their breath. The smoothie Himiko had been slurping coming out of her nose as she laughed certainly didn't help. And at the end of the day, Izuku said after they somehow calmed themselves, a whole class worth of students came to our door and blocked the exit. Katsuki said they were scouting the competition. He shrugged, and played with Himiko's hair, who had by that point laid her head on his lap. The girl made a face at the mention of his childhood friend's name. Izuku had told her everything about Kachan, and she almost took it personally, how he had tormented Izuku all those years, having been through the same thing herself. At some point, a boy came to the front. Izuku continued. He was really tall and purple. He blushed at Himiko's raised eyebrow. His eyes were purple, and so was his hair, and they were floating on his head, like a cloud. Maybe it has to do with his quirk? Does he some kind of anti-gravity quirk like Uraraka's, or is it? Whoa there, Izu-chan. She grinned maniacally, but looked less intimidating than usual, seeing her upside down with her head on his legs and her blonde locks between his fingers. Looks like someone has a crush. What? I do not, he stammered. It's just, he was in the front of the crowd and talking, and I couldn't help but look at him. He looked away from Himiko's piercing gaze, who was smiling like a predator, looking at their prey. Of course, Izuku would only suffer from too many kisses and cuddles from his best friend, but he still shivered when she looked at him like she could read his mind, especially when he couldn't even sort out his own thoughts. Izuku explained what the tall teen had said to his class, his frown deepening with every word. It was like he was about to declare war on the heroics class, but he didn't, and he almost seemed sad. I mean, he's probably one of the kids with no physical quirks that couldn't pass the entrance exam, but he didn't seem as committed anymore. Himiko only hummed in response, and closed her eyes briefly as Izuku brushed her hair with his fingers, and started separating them to make them into her signature buns. And the worst part was that every kid around the door that came with him looked like they were afraid and repulsed by him when he walked to the front. They even made way for him to pass, like they would get the plague if they touched him or something. Izuku had raised his voice, and he mumbled an apology when he realized it, seeing his friend flinching slightly. It reminded me of middle school, especially when everyone found out I was quirkless. Flashes of his early school days crossed his mind, the laughter, the nicknames, the explosions. Izuku shook his head. It wasn't like that anymore. He wasn't that kid anymore. I even saw him earlier that day, during lunch. He was eating alone on the stairs, and he had such a defeated look on his face, it made me, he sighed, when he couldn't find the right words. I don't know, but I saw myself in him. Himiko, whose buns were finished, sat on her butt and looked at Izuku with a shit-eating grin, snickering. It took Izuku a few moments to realize she had made a dirty joke out of what he had just said, without even speaking. Izuku groaned loudly. Ah, it's not like that, he whined, and gave her a playful punch to the shoulder. Sorry, Izu-chan. She gave him a smile that told him she was definitely not sorry, but then she took on a serious expression. You should talk to him, though. Izuku looked up with a frown. Why? He didn't even seem to like the heroics students. I don't think he would want to talk to me. She gave him a shrug and got up to polish her knives. You're not like the other heroics students, though. And he's all alone at that school, isn't he? The boy nodded. It doesn't seem like people want to hang out with him, and I'm sure it's for a bullshit reason. He unclenched his fists. He hadn't realized he was doing that. And we both know what it's like to be alone at school, especially because of a quirk. Besides, she wiggled her eyebrows in a way that made Izuku want to groan again. He might actually come to like you, like a friend or more. She gave him her signature grin, ignoring his wails. For the entirety of the week, after their regular classes in the mornings, all 1A students were training for the sports festival, in groups, pairs, or individually, like Katsuki and Todoroki. Izuku caught the heterochromatic boy's eyes staring at him a couple times, especially when they had quirk training, but didn't think much of it. On Saturday, he even offered to train with him. Izuku couldn't tell exactly what made him approach the boy right before their foundational heroics class, where All Might unleashed them in training ground beta to do their own thing. How recreational. But he was glad the boy agreed to train together. Izuku was pleasantly surprised to find out the two could work together while exchanging little to no words. They did their warm-up exercises in comfortable silence, and then spar. With and without using their quirks. There was an unspoken level of understanding between them. Work hard and don't waste time, do your best and prove people wrong. Well, that last part was mostly about Izuku, but Todoroki had let out a few comments about getting back on his father, whatever that meant, so who was he to judge? Todoroki proved to be an excellent training buddy, if that meant Izuku would barely be able to walk for the next 5 business days. Damn, this boy was not holding back. When the school day ended, Izuku headed home, skipping his Aikido class, and wanting nothing more than to eat his dinner and take a 5-hour nap. Now that he thought about it, since school had started, and he would be training on a daily basis, his school schedule included both heroics training and gym classes every day. He could drop his martial arts classes. He had already mastered using the staff, and his sensei had praised him for his proficiency on his Aikido skills, especially considering the short amount of time he had been training there. Izuku was fairly sure that with those skills, combined with his training with All Might after the entrance exam, and his heroics classes, he was competent enough to withdraw from his extracurriculars, now that he had a more important task to focus on, after school. La Brava hadn't contacted him yet, but Izuku had faith in her abilities, and waited patiently. He did some research on his own, though, looking through old articles and reports over past incidents revolving around heroes, trying to find any dirt he could, both for himself, and for video ideas to give Gentle Criminal. The villain duo would receive a huge thank you gift when La Brava gave him the promised hard drive. Izuku dropped by the Martial Arts Center on Monday afternoon, right after school, and took advantage of his newly acquired free time slot to take a stroll around the neighborhood. Himiko texted him earlier that she had a meeting to attend, whatever that was about, so he made use of the free time and walked home, instead of taking the train. His peaceful walk ended abruptly, however, when he was unexpectedly dragged to an alley. He hadn't even noticed the perpetrator walking up to him, never mind taking his arm and all but yeeting him to the alleyway, but when he recognized them, he wasn't all that surprised. Izuku regained his balance and looked at the hero killer with a bewildered expression. What the fuck do you want? Bold choice of words, considering the man was capable of killing him on the spot, without giving Izuku a chance to react. But he was actually enjoying his walk, and got pissed that it was interrupted. Stain chuckled, and approached Izuku, playing with the knife in his hand. I've been keeping an eye on you, Midoriya Izuku. Oh, shit. Stain had found out his identity. Wait, what? Why? Was the dude that interested in him to track him down? And he had gotten through the trouble of following him for gods? Know how long? Well, that's not creepy and disturbing at all. What for, though? Surely not to kill him. He was the hero killer. He was more than capable to end him without anyone ever knowing. He also wasn't radiating the murderous aura Izuku had felt the first time he met him. But if he knew his name, he also found out Izuku was a heroics student, and that was something probably not in his favor. You're an interesting fellow, I'll give you that, the vigilante continued, unaware of Izuku's internal turmoil. I was surprised to find out you're a hero student, after everything you said last time we met. He squinted his eyes at the teenager, like he was trying to see through him, figure out if everything he had said was true, and he wasn't bullshitting his way out of a potentially deadly situation. I know you weren't lying, he said, as if reading his thoughts, but I am curious, why would a kid with your experience and beliefs apply for the hero course? Izuku glanced at Stain's hands, that were still toying with his knife playfully. He decided that the man did not, in fact, intend to hurt him. On the contrary, he seemed genuinely curious about him. Izuku sighed as took his bag off his shoulders, and sat on the ground. He got hit with a strong sense of déjà vu as he got himself comfortable, his forearms resting on his knees. I didn't get into the hero course to be a hero, he started, gaining a raised eyebrow from the man. I know it sounds weird, but, he took a deep breath, and looked the hero killer in the eye. Remember how I told you All Might told me I couldn't be a hero and left me on a roof? Stain nodded, giving him his undivided attention. That was the day I decided I didn't want to be a hero anymore. And if society said I couldn't be a hero, if I couldn't become one of them, I would bring them down instead. Izuku's eyes focused on his hands, as he clenched them into fists. You told me you wanted to cleanse society from all those fake heroes. My aspirations are similar, but bigger. I want to bring down the whole system. I want to destroy every inch of this fucking heroic society that raised me to believe a quirkless nobody, a useless DEKU. Izuku all but spat the word. Like me could never achieve my childhood dream of becoming a hero, or any dream for that matter. His anger had become apparent in his voice, he was almost shouting, and he forced himself to take another deep breath. I don't just want society to change. I don't want for the world to just realize how fucked up the hero system is. I want to bring down the commission. Izuku was clenching his fists so hard, he was almost breaking his skin with his nails. I want to destroy every inch of this fucking system, reduce it to ashes. Izuku's emerald eyes glowed, as the light of the setting sun fell on his face. He stared deep into the vigilante's widened eyes as he stressed his next words. I want them to burn. Stain was quiet for a few moments, watching Izuku intently. I knew I liked you for a reason, he finally said, surprising the teen. I caught you training with your friend a few times. You're very skilled with knives. He pointed his own weapon at Izuku as he spoke. I can teach you more than she can. Izuku's brain almost short-circuited when he realized what the man had just said. Did he just offer to train him? What the hell? You want to teach me? That's the reason you dragged me here? Izuku voiced his thoughts, not bothering to hide his wariness. Why? Stain hesitated a bit before answering, probably thinking over his words. I've been thinking about what you told me, last time we met, especially about All Might. Izuku nodded. He figured the man would have to digest what he had revealed to him about his idol. He knew for experience how hard it was to have your whole world turn upside down, after learning the truth about your literal and metaphorical heroes. I think we have a lot in common. I find you worthy in this world of worthless heroes. Izuku suppressed an eye roll. It's not like he wanted or needed the man's approval, but it was a pleasant surprise. Himiko had blabbered about the vigilante for hours when he first told her about their meeting, and Izuku had come to appreciate his ideals and goals as well, albeit being in a gray zone about his methods. You don't have to join me in my work, Stain went on, as if reading Izuku's thoughts. That's not what this is about. But you show incredible promise. I want to help you in your goal. I can train you, teach you all I know. I have faith in your convictions and your abilities, considering you got first place in UA's hero exam. Izuku wasn't even going to question how he had come to know that. Instead, he displayed a proud smirk. I can teach you about the underground, too, how it works. Connections, intel, the whole lot. You want to break down society, you're gonna need all the help you can get, more than what a hero school can give you. So, what do you say, kid? Izuku contemplated it. If he agreed, he would have one of the hero's most dangerous rising threats on his side, and if he ended up meeting the right people, he would have a significant advantage for his goals. He would have to be careful not to let out his identity as a hero student, though. Thankfully, he already had a villain alias, and making a name for himself as Light early on wasn't a bad idea in the slightest. As for the training he offered, Izuku would very much like to learn how to be as stealthy and sneaky as the hero killer. The man knew tricks that one couldn't easily learn if they weren't part of the underground, or at least a vigilante, as Stain had started as. Hero schools didn't focus on that kind of stuff, anyway. It was more likely he learned how to be flashy and cool there, rather than stealthy and effective, considering the amount of limelight heroes it produced, compared to underground ones. Izuku finally looked up to the hero killer, and with a new sense of determination, he got up. Okay. Stain gave him a huge grin, his unusually long tongue licking his lips. Well, then. Let's get started. Stain was, surprisingly, a good teacher. For the past few days, Izuku had been meeting the vigilante every evening, after sunset. They had agreed to meet in the same alley. They sealed the deal, when it was dark enough for the man to train him while roaming the city, without people noticing them. When he told Himiko about the hero killer taking him under his wing, the day after, the girl was way beyond excited. She pestered Izuku to introduce them, as he was one of her idols. In the end, he couldn't go against his best friend's wishes, especially when she begged him with that cute face of hers, but he made her promise she wouldn't go all crazy on him. Izuku texted the man to meet him in Himiko's place earlier the next day, to introduce them, and the two really hit it off. Izuku watched in amusement as his friend and his mentor, that was the vigilante was, bonded over their blood-related quirks, and the way they were shunned because of them. Izuku, of course, made a whole analysis on Stain's paralysis quirk, and made sure to ask him for details later. The three of them ended up having a heated discussion over their views on hero society's fundamental decay, as the adult called it, and it was the most fun Izuku had in a long time. Being able to discuss his real views with people, without the fear of being criticized, gave him a sense of belonging. Needless to say, that day Izuku did barely any training. Stain made up for it the next few days, though. He showed him how to move inaudibly and conceal his presence, as well as how to patrol an area without being noticed. Izuku had requested he taught him stealth and sneak attacks first. He had been impressed by the hero killer's ability to sneak up to him without Izuku even registering another presence nearby, and he was fairly confident in his situational awareness, too. He had a lot to learn, and the man was more than willing to teach him. Izuku had asked his mentor to call him Light. He didn't want to be associated with the hero student Midoriya Izuku when he indulged in less legal activities. Even if he wasn't doing anything outright illegal, roaming around with the hero killer would be taken as such. He also figured he had to find a way to acquire proper attire for them. He couldn't use his hero costume, as it was kept in UA, but he wouldn't use it anyway, to avoid being recognized. He made a mental note to ask Jiren to get him a different costume. He still had a stack of hero analysis notebooks at home that he could give him in return. Speaking of, he didn't know where the broker had given or sold them, and he hadn't asked either. But Stain did tell him that word got out in the underground that info about heroes were circling around, and it would be a matter of time before a pro got attacked. The small part of Izuku that was feeling guilty over that happening was overshadowed by his actual resentment towards the heroes he had written about, and in the end, he wasn't responsible for other people's actions. On another note, Izuku continued his training with Todoroki at school. They were both comfortable doing their individual routines in silence, and spar during their gym classes. Izuku tried avoiding his other classmates as much as possible. He couldn't deal with their constant optimism and totally false view about their world. They were all so oblivious about what society really was like, it was driving him mad. He had managed to deal with All Might during the year he trained him, but 18 overly enthusiastic teenagers were too much. If his classmates noticed his reluctance to join them in any activity, or at the cafeteria during lunch, they didn't show it. Not while he was present, or when they thought he was, anyway. He had overheard some comments during lunch, when he usually sat alone at a corner, and utilizing his training with Stain to conceal his presence, about how he was overly shy and awkward, but also polite and kind. And sometimes scary during his short outbursts, mostly regarding Minetta's behavior, but the girls didn't seem to mind. At least his fake persona worked, and they didn't suspect him for lying about basically everything and putting on a mask. Only Katsuki seemed to watch him when no one else paid him no mind, but since he knew Izuku since they were babies, it was logical to assume he had noticed something different about him. He had caught Katsuki's glare more than once, and the blonde immediately turned away, but Izuku could still tell his childhood friend was trying to figure him out. There was no way he actually would, though. He had also caught the eye of the purple-haired boy from General Education a couple times. He was always alone at lunch, too, usually at the bottom of a staircase, and it had crossed Izuku's mind to join him, before remembering Himiko's taunts that made him blush and walk away. He still gave the boy a nod or two when he saw him, if only for solidarity, not that the taller teen would know. Izuku had overheard kids gossiping about the lavender-haired teen, mostly about how he had a villain's quirk, and to stay away from him. It made Izuku's blood boil. No kid deserved to be shunned by his peers for their quirk, or lack of it, and it really hit close to home, seeing the teen all alone, avoiding the stares and whispers of his classmates. At least he wasn't receiving any physical repercussions for simply existing. Well, that was until Saturday, just 4 days before the sports festival. Chapter end notes. I love writing Izuku's interactions with Himiko. They're such chaotic little gremlins. I love them so much. Stain is back, baby. We finally got to the mentor Stain tag. Let me know what you guys think. Heroes Never Prosper Chapter Summary. No heroes here by Creme. Chapter notes. Hey guys, what's up? Exams are finally over, and the first thing I did, after deep cleaning my apartment, was to continue writing. I originally intended to upload on Monday like always, but I finished this chapter in like a day, and I couldn't wait, so here you go. It's a bit shorter than usual, but I hope you guys like it. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The moment the bell signaling the start of lunch period rang, Izuku took out his bento box and skillfully slithered his way out of the classroom.
He took out his phone as he crossed the hallways, and answered the texts he had received this morning but hadn't had the chance to reply.
La Brava had texted him that she had successfully infiltrated the commission's database, and had his promised hard drive ready. She had really kept her promise of getting the job done in less than 2 weeks. Today was exactly 13 days after their meeting, and Izuku was even more impressed in his new friend's abilities. He had already seen what she was capable of, but this job definitely took the cake. They agreed to meet in the afternoon, after Izuku got off school, at the apartment where they met the first time. Izuku, having seen her messages as he got ready for school, had already taken with him his formal outfit for their meeting. He had grown to like the feeling of wearing a suit while doing business, as well as a notebook filled with ideas for gentles. Videos and whole pages dedicated to monologues for the villain to make during them. Although Izuku had already honored his part of deal, and was planning to continue working with them after this, he still felt like he wanted to give the villain a thank you gift. He also contacted Jiren about getting him a villain costume. During his training with Stain, he had been wearing a simple black outfit, sweatpants, a sweatshirt with the hood over his head, and a medical face mask. But it felt wrong. He felt like he should be wearing an actual costume, similar to his hero one, with a few alterations, of course. The broker asked Izuku to text him his exact requirements for it, and he would contact an associate to get it ready as soon as possible. He promised Izuku to get in touch when the costume was ready, and requested a couple of hero analysis notebooks for payment. Izuku turned off his phone, sat on the bottom of a staircase, as usual, away from the cafeteria, and started eating his homemade lunch in peace. He was getting better at concealing his presence, making use of his training with Stain, and was happy to see that students would pass by him without registering his presence, or him staring at them. That skill really came in handy when he caught on half a dozen students harassing a classmate. Izuku had just swallowed the last bite of his bento, when he heard a group of kids snickering and dropping slurs and mean comments, as well as cries of pain. A little birdie told me that you applied for the hero course. Is that true? Dude, don't ask him questions, he could control you. That's not how. The last person's sentence was cut off, with the sound of a punch and grunting. Izuku frowned. That voice seemed familiar, and his gut told him to go check out what was happening. He closed his bento box shut, left it on the bottom of the stairs to retrieve it later, and walked towards the noise, leading him to the nearest gender-neutral bathroom. You can do so many bad stuff, you know? And no one would know it was you. Izuku saw a boy he vaguely recognized from the day the other courses had barricaded the 1A door, with flushed cheeks and a dreamy face that made the green-haired boy scowl in disgust. Izuku, still obscuring his presence, took a better look at the scene unfolding in front of him. Students he recognized from the general ed course had surrounded the purple-haired boy he had gotten used to seeing in the hallways, and were using him as a tester punching bag for their quirks. One of the kids could sharpen their nails, their right index finger dripping with blood, while another had a rock quirk. Well, didn't that bring up some pleasant memories? And had apparently been punching the taller teen with quirked fists that were painted with blood. So was the purple kid's face. Izuku saw red. There was blatant quirk discrimination and bullying happening in UA grounds, and the school, that, knowing Nedzu, had eyes and ears literally everywhere, were doing nothing. How the fuck did a hero school allow such things to happen? Who knows how many times this had happened in the past and the teachers did nothing. There was no one else around, and it didn't seem like anyone was coming. Not that Izuku would wait for someone to show up. He activated his quirk, one for all coursing through his veins, and approached the assholes surrounding the kid. It took an incredible amount of self-control not to beat all of them to a pulp, but that wouldn't be very heroic, and he didn't want his persona to slip up and get in trouble with the school. Leave him alone. Izuku didn't bother concealing the venom in his tone, and most of the kids got the message and backed off with a frightened expression, recognition evident. One of them was not as smart. "Oh, come on dude, it's no biggie, he's basically a villain with that quirk." Izuku didn't let him finish his sentence. He punched the boy square on his nose, a deafening crunch echoing in the bathroom. It took all the self-control Izuku had to deactivate his quirk right before his fist connected to the asshole's face, otherwise he would have likely killed the kid. If he weren't in UA he probably wouldn't mind, either. Dude, what the fuck, the shitbag wailed, but Izuku didn't relent. He activated his quirk once more and clenched his fists, glaring at the boy, burning holes in his skull. A girl with magenta hair took the crying asshole by the arm. "What are you doing?" she shouted. "He's the 1A prodigy. You don't mess with him." Oh, so he already had a reputation. That could prove useful. Izuku's eyes were wide with rage. His lips curled up just enough to show his teeth, and the green aura of full cowl glowed on his skin. "I won't ask again. Leave." All 6 students scrambled their way away, the girl all but dragging her friend as he cried and held his bleeding nose. Izuku watched them intently until they got out of sight, and then redirected his focus to the purple boy, who had fallen on the ground, next to the bathroom sink and was clutching his bleeding face. He was looking at Izuku with wide eyes. His left one was concealed by his hand, a mix of fear and anger emanating from his curled-up body. Izuku deactivated his quirk, made his expression drop from scowling with malice and fury to a frown, his worry and empathy for the other teen genuine. He held out his hands, so they were visible, and walked towards him slowly. "You're hurt, can I see?" He crouched to the taller boy's level, but made no move to touch him. The teenager was clearly in pain, and was curling into himself like a wounded animal. He removed his hand from his bleeding face, but he still narrowed his eyes at Izuku when he offered to help. His voice was hoarse and got caught on a sob. He cleared his throat before speaking again. "Why would you help me?" Izuku would feel the mistrust and wariness radiating from the kid from miles away. "You were being beaten and I heard. I couldn't leave you." "No," he interrupted, "I meant why would you help me?" Izuku frowned. "Why wouldn't I? You were being hurt and mistreated, and no one else came to help." The boy's usually apathetic, bored-looking eyes started watering. "But why? I have a villainous quirk, I'm sure you've heard about it." He looked away as Izuku sat down in front of him, still not touching him, but close enough. "There's no such thing as a villainous quirk, Izuku tilted his head, silently asking for the teen's name. "Shinso. Hitoshi." Shinso looked like he was fighting back tears threatening to spill. "Shinso-kun, whatever your quirk is, it can't be villainous. Even if a villain used it, it's still a tool. And it doesn't excuse people beating you in a hero school bathroom." Izuku didn't hide his resentment. Being discriminated against just because of your quirk is inexcusable and wrong. "I'm sorry you had to go through this." Shinso was now quietly sobbing, from the pain, the shock, or Izuku's words. He wasn't completely sure. But he heard a soft, "thank you," between sobs, so the shorter teen took it as a win. "Can I see your wounds? I won't touch you if you don't want me to." Izuku stared at those beautiful amethyst eyes, before they turned away, and the boy nodded. Upon inspection, Shinso had a nasty gash over his left eye, but his eye didn't seem to have sustained any damage. There were ugly bruises forming on his other eye, jaw and cheeks, as well as a deep jagged cut on the right side of his jaw, just next to his chin. And those were only the ones on his face.
When he received permission, he lifted Shinso's uniform, and held back a wince at the number of bruises he had all over his torso and stomach.
"I could probably treat them on my own, but I'd have to back to my classroom to get my first aid kit, or we can go to Recovery Girl." Shinso shook his head as soon as the youthful heroine was mentioned. That was some trauma regarding school nurses, right there. Izuku could relate. It's okay. I'll go and bring my stuff. I'll be back in a minute, can you wait? As soon as he received a nod, Izuku bolted out of the bathroom, and ran towards the 1A classroom, taking his bento box from the ground on the way. He quickly got his medical supplies and left for the bathroom again, ignoring his classmates' questions and confused reactions. When he got back, the boy was exactly as he left him. Izuku closed the bathroom door for privacy, and sat next to the purple boy. They sat in silence as Izuku disinfected the boy's cuts on his face, and removed all the blood with a damp towel. Shinso thankfully could see normally from his left eye, but the cut across it would leave a scar, as the one on his jaw. Luckily, they weren't deep enough to need stitches, but Izuku could do them if it was needed. The gods know how many times he had to stitch himself. As he applied antiseptic cream on his face, Shinso broke the silence between them. "Why are you helping me?" It was said in a whisper, barely audible. Izuku frowned. "I told you. I saw you get assaulted and—" "No," Shinso interrupted him, shaking his head. "I mean now. You did your heroic act, you stopped them from beating me up." He said the last part ashamed. Izuku wondered if it was because he couldn't fight back, physically, or because he froze as a trauma response. Because he surely had been bullied before UA, Izuku knew how middle schoolers could be. Maybe both. The kid may be tall, but he was scrawny, and he didn't seem like he knew how to defend himself. "I didn't do it to be heroic," Izuku mumbled, as he covered the teen's cuts with gauze pads. "I just know what it's like, getting beaten up and not have someone help you afterwards." He gave Shinso a small, sad smile and proceeded to take a closer look of the boy's bruises on his torso. Shinso furrowed his brows. "You've been bullied, too? Why? You're the 1A prodigy." Izuku gave a heartless laugh as he fixed the boy's costume. The bruises were many, but they didn't need any sort of treatment, except an ice pack, like the ones on his face. "You'd be surprised," he said softly, before packing up his first aid kit. "I've disinfected your cuts and applied gauze. You should change those at least once a day, and put ice packs on your bruises to reduce the swelling. Do you want a painkiller? I have some if you need them." Shinso nodded and accepted the tablets and a bottle of water, and Izuku got up and dusted himself off, just as the bell signaling the end of lunch period rang. "I gotta go," Izuku said. "If you need anything and don't want to go to Recovery Girl, come find me." Shinso watched him as he walked away. "Wait," he called, making Izuku turn his head. The taller teen had gotten up, wincing, not surprising, considering the number of wounds and bruises he had sustained. He rubbed the back of his neck. "I didn't catch your name." "Izuku. Midoriya Izuku." "Thank you, Midoriya, for helping me." The boy seemed as awkward as the green-haired teen used to be. A light blush crept up Izuku's cheeks, and he turned his head as he started walking away. "No problem, Shinso-kun." Chapter endnotes. This is the start of our beloved Shin DEKU. Let me know your thoughts. I have the power to bathe all of you in entertaining fire. Chapter summary. Insane by Black Griff 0N. Bossic aka the fan-made has-been hotel song I've been preaching about since Chapter 7. Smiley face. Chapter notes. TW. This chapter contains brief mentions of self-harm, not graphic, and suicidal ideation, not by present Izuku. If this kind of content triggers you, skip the part starting from Izuku's mind briefly wandered, and start reading from Izuku closed the door, took off his shoes. Stay safe, kiddos less than 3. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Right after school ended, Izuku took the train to Labrava's place, only stopping by the station's restrooms to change into his formal clothes. Looking at himself in the bathroom's mirror, Izuku was filled with pride. His suit was starting to look more like his size. He had purchased it a size bigger, so it would fit him after he gained more muscle mass, too. He still couldn't knot his tie correctly, but he chose to ignore it. No one had ever shown him how to do it, and he didn't really have a father anymore to show him stuff like that, anyway. He noticed his hair had gotten longer, too. He hadn't cut it in a while, but he didn't dislike it. He had found a spare hair tie of his mom's this morning in the bathroom, and the idea crept in his mind until now. Feeling experimental, Izuku tied the upper half of his hair in a small ponytail on the back of his head, and was honestly impressed with the result. It made him seem more professional, in a sense, compared to having bushy and unruly curls in random directions. He straightened his clothes, and confidently made the way out of the train station into La Brava's apartment. The hacker greeted him with a tight hug, and ushered him to her study. That was actually just a desk with all her computers and hacking-relevant electronic devices on the left corner of the apartment's master bedroom. "Here, this is for you, Light." La Brava was practically vibrating in place, as she handed him a hard drive. "This is everything I found in their database, including any and all heavily encrypted documents, as well as every email and letter sent to and from the Commission. I have all of them copied in a hard drive on my desk, just in case, but this is yours." Izuku's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, his bright smile almost filling the room with light. "Thank you, Brava. I have a gift for you, too." She tilted her head as she frowned. "What gift? You already paid me." She used air quotes, as her payment were basically notes. I know, but I still wanted to give you something extra," Izuku chuckled, taking out the notebook from his backpack. "So, here you go." Izuku's smile widened as he watched the small villain's expression shift from curiosity to surprise, to enthusiasm. Her eyes were almost heart-shaped by the time she read it all, and they started watering as she looked at Izuku with a fond expression. "Light-chan, thank you so much," he smiled earnestly, and then directed his focus on the hard drive in his hand. "Oh, right. Let me show you how I've organized them." Before she got to explain, Gentle Criminal came into the apartment, pleasantly surprised to see Light, the person who had already provided an infinite amount of help for his channel. Even though they hadn't met in person yet, they introduced themselves properly, and Gentle left the two to their devices. After thanking Izuku profusely and offering a cup of tea, Izuku gladly accepted. La Brava proceeded to show him the amount of information in the drive, that was, in simple words, colossal. The hard drive had a maximum storage capacity of 100 terabytes, and it was nearly filled. The hacker had downloaded every single file on the Commission's database. That explained her more than usual dark circles, and she had done a first sweep of the files to sort them into vague categories, most of them already arranged by the Commission, some sorted by the young villainess. One folder, containing almost 10% of the drive's memory, was named Hawks. La Brava explained that when she skimmed through the files, she found very regularly the number 3 hero's name, sometimes accompanied by the name Takami Keigo, apparently his birth name. So she sorted all folders, documents, and emails referring to the wing hero into one big folder for Izuku to peruse. As Izuku went over the document titles, his anger and resentment towards the HPSC turned into pure fury. Child Soldier Program, Hero Assassinations, and cover-ups were only a handful of all the atrocities the Commission had perpetrated. Izuku could tell he was in for a headache that would at least a few weeks, as he sorted out all the documents. The whole deal with the number 3 hero especially had piqued his interest, and he decided he would be starting his research with that. He had to start somewhere, after all. After thanking the young villainess profusely, and promising to be in touch, he changed once again, this time in his workout outfit, and left to meet Stan for another training session. The hero killer decided he would be teaching him parkour today, and how to incorporate his stealth skills into navigating the city. He vowed to make Izuku a ghost, invisible, seen by none, feared by all. Izuku found out he really enjoyed roof hopping, the warm touch of the wind brushing his face while in the air, as well as the seconds of free falling, before his feet touched the ground, gave him a sense of peace and security he couldn't quite explain. Izuku's mind briefly wandered to a time where he was seeking that feeling, but for completely different reasons. A time where he wanted to feel the calmness and simpleness of the elements reign over his mind and body, giving him an escape of the torment that was his life. A time where he wanted everything to just stop, not because he didn't want to live, but because whatever followed would be a better alternative than the hell that was his pitiful Excuse of a life. A time where he was just so tired, he wished he could just go to sleep and never wake up. Where he was sick of pretending, hiding, coming up with excuses for his wounds and smiling like he wasn't just told for the umpteenth time that there was no room in this world for someone like him. Where he begged and prayed and cried himself to sleep, pleading with the universe to grant him the one thing he wanted the most. The only thing that it deprived him of. A time that he'd rather tear his skin and stain his shower floor than remembering the harsh voices of his teachers and classmates, kindly reminding him of his useless existence. A time of tears and blood and silent screams under the blue light of midnight. But that was then, and this was now. Izuku wasn't that person anymore. That child died the day Katsuki told him to jump off a roof, and All Might left him on one. It was ironic, really. How it could have easily ended that day. How a simple step off the ledge would grant him the peace he craved for. Running through the city with his mentor, Izuku found himself on the very rooftop his destiny changed. He slowed to a stop, closed his eyes briefly and relished the light chill of the breeze ruffling his long curls. Looking down the streets from the rooftops gave him a new perspective. A sense of control. He was free, pulling the strings in his own life, changing the fate of the weak quirkless child he once was. He glanced at the hero killer, who was watching him with a curious look, a hint of worry in his expression. Izuku smiled and shook his head. Even though he wasn't falling, wasn't holding the metal that carved his skin, he could savor the peace the night was bestowing him. Izuku closed the door, took off his shoes, and quietly made his way to his room, all but flopping on the bed. His mom had already signed off for the day, and even though she was a heavy sleeper, he made sure to be as quiet as possible. He internally groaned as he realized he had to get undressed but really didn't want to bother. It wasn't very late, but the day had been quite eventful. After a brief dispute with the logical part of his mind, he conceded and got up to shower and get ready for bed. He wouldn't sleep immediately, though. The information the hard drive La Brava gave him contained was too tempting. He grabbed some potato chips from the kitchen to munch on while he did his work, and opened the laptop Jiren gave him. Opening the folder named Hawks, Izuku started reading the documents it contained, one by one, and organized them in his computer, while taking notes, so he could sort everything out effectively. During the following 4 hours, Izuku managed to make a timeline that was basically the number 3 hero's life, before and after the commission took him in. Takami Keigo was born on the island of Kyushu to Takami Tami and her husband, Takami Yoruha, a villain who was on the run for theft and murder. His parents, while being pursued, forced Keigo to stay at home at all times, hiding him from the rest of the world, to ensure he didn't rat out his father. Eventually, Yoruha was caught and arrested by Endeavor, and Keigo, who was 7 years old at the time, and his mother were forced to flee their home to avoid getting arrested for harboring a fugitive, and lived on the streets. The HPSC took notice of Keigo when he intervened in a car accident and saved a bunch of people. They basically bought him off his mother, offering both of them compensation and protection so long as they abandoned the Takami name and enrolled Hawks in their child soldier program. At that point, Izuku had to stop reading for a while, to make some tea and collect himself. He didn't even want to get into their child soldier thing right now. That was a problem for another day. He only skimmed through some files to get the general idea, so he could make sense of Hawks's documents, and was almost relieved to see the commission had disbanded the program after the hero graduated, even though it had been running since before the hero was even born. Izuku was surprised to find out that Hawks was actually a heteromorph. Sure, he had his wings and the shape of his eyes were bird-like, but he didn't portray any animalistic behavior or characteristics. He wasn't surprised anymore, though, when he read that his caretakers trained his heteromorphic traits out of him, and put him on suppressants from the day they took him in. And as if that wasn't enough, when they eventually created their perfectly human child soldier, they made him forget his training to get rid of his animalistic traits, and even that he had any to begin with. The training had been so engraved into him, that he wouldn't even need to remember how to suppress any potential slip-ups. Hawks would just instantly correct any animalistic behavior he might present, without even remembering what he was correcting, or why. Apparently, The former commission president he was killed 7 years ago. Izuku would look that one up later. Had a memory-altering quirk, whose effects stayed even after his death. He had used his quirk on all of the kids in their program to make them forget most of the shit they put them through, and basically shape them into puppets that wouldn't question them or their methods. Izuku's eyes started drooping as he started on the hero's training, so he decided to call it a night and continue tomorrow. It was Sunday, after all, and he'd have all day to get through more of the commission's bullshit. During the next couple of days, Izuku had read all there was to read about the Hero Commission's child soldier program. He made no attempt to hide his fury as he recounted his findings to Himiko and Stain, who were unfortunate enough to have him rant about them on separate occasions. Izuku was so pent up, reading about literal children getting bought off their parents, and those were the lucky ones, or picked off the streets and put through such intensive training that pro heroes would struggle to follow. Izuku just had to rant about it. They had taken dozens of children and raised them to believe they would make them into fine heroes. They put them through gruesome training, pushing them to their limits, and deaths, in no small number of cases. Children literally dropped dead from exhaustion or quirk overuse, and the commission discarded them like failed experiments. It was so fucked up, Izuku didn't even want to recount the specifics of what the poor kids had to go through. It took great effort for him to go to school and pretend he was a happy-go-lucky heroic student who hadn't just read the most infuriating piece of information about how their beloved commission abused and killed children that weren't lucky enough to be in their place. Still, he put on his mask, smiled politely, and avoided all confrontations he could. Well, not all confrontations. During lunch on Monday, Izuku's eyes absent-mindedly searched for a certain purple-haired boy, but came up empty. Shinso did gain a number of injuries when those assholes attacked him on Saturday, so it wouldn't be surprising he spent the next few days at home to recover. As he scanned the cafeteria for the general ed student, Izuku noticed Todoroki eating alone, and his legs brought him to his classmate before he could even think about it. "May I sit here?" Izuku asked, bento box in hand. Todoroki, who was in the process of slurping a mouthful of his cold soba, looked up to him, noodles hanging off of his mouth. Izuku thought it was kind of adorable, and a little funny, how the boy slurped the rest of his noodles and swallowed while maintaining eye contact. "The seat isn't taken." The two proceeded to eat their lunch in comfortable silence. The next day, Izuku found himself wandering in the cafeteria again, looking for the peppermint-haired boy. Todoroki spotted him only seconds after Izuku started heading for his table, and gave a nudge towards the empty seat across himself. Izuku didn't need to be told twice. Maybe this would become a habit, eating lunch with the number 2 hero's son, who didn't seem to enjoy being there more than Izuku did. A few minutes before the bell rang, Izuku was ecstatic to receive an update from Jiren, informing him that his villain costume was ready, and told him to come to his office, the place where they first met, to pick it up. It got Izuku quite perked up, Katsuki shooting glances at him like it was his business when Izuku was actually looking forward to something, and even Sue questioned his restlessness. He made up some bullshit excuse about being thrilled about the sports festival coming up, and everyone seemed to buy it, considering the event was tomorrow. After school, Izuku all but run to the train station to get home, change into his business outfit, take Jiren's payment, aka 2 notebooks, and took off to the broker's office. He casually entered the antique store he used as a front, the girl on the counter not giving him a second glance. Maybe she was informed he would be coming, and headed to the back and up the stairs to the office, just like weeks ago, when they made their first deal. It wasn't even a month ago, but so much had happened since then, it seemed like ages ago. Jiren was waiting for him inside, sitting on his desk, a cigarette between his lips. He was wearing a god-awful scarf that looked like human intestines in both shape and color, that Izuku didn't bother hide his disdain for. "What the fuck are you wearing?" "Well, hello to you too, light." Jiren sported his usual grin, and took a briefcase from below the desk and placed it on top of it. "Straight to business, then." "The materials were a pain to get," he said as he opened the briefcase, revealing Izuku's no lights costume, along with an array of knives. "You're lucky I like you." "Whatever you say, Jiren." Izuku grinned as he traced his fingers on the black material. He couldn't wait to try it on. Go on, try it, the broker said, as if reading his thoughts. The changing rooms are down the hall. Second door to the right. Izuku didn't need to be told twice. Jiren gave him some time to change, before getting in the changing rooms as well. Izuku was adjusting his utility belt on his waist when the man knocked. With Izuku's permission, he came in, and they both stared at the full-length mirror, admiring the result. The costume was all black, the material similar to his hero costume, weaved with Kevlar, fire and waterproof, impact absorbent, slice-proof, all that jazz. It was two-piece, a tight, sleeveless shirt with a hood and loose pants with knee pads. Both had enough pockets to store everything he might want to bring, some of them hidden for his smaller knives, while his utility belt held enough knife holsters for a small army. Thin black gloves went up to his elbows, bearing elbow pads and a couple knife holsters strapped on his forearms. His steel-toed boots, instead of dark red like his other costume, were dark green, with extra padding for stealth, and had hidden compartments for, surprise, more knives. The major difference with his hero costume was his face mask. Made of a sleek and thin dark green material, it went up to his nose, with a voice changer and sound muffler, for stealth mode, installed, as well as a smoke and gas filter. Izuku was grinning widely beneath it, exceptionally pleased with the result. So, how do you like it? Jiren asked, although, judging by his own expression, Izuku could tell he was impressed as well. Izuku's grin widened, threatening to split his face into two. I love it. After leaving Jiren's office, Izuku headed towards his and Stain's usual meeting place, not bothering to change out of his new costume. His mentor barely realized it was him, but was pleased to see his disciple had requested so many knife holsters and compartments. After their training, Izuku dropped by Himiko's place to give her some food, and she wouldn't let him go, smothering him in hugs and good luck wishes for the sports festival tomorrow. She would be watching the event, most likely from the TV in her next victim's house, and she would be rooting for him all the way. Izuku was really happy, finally having the support system he always needed. Sure, he always had his mom, but she wouldn't exactly approve of his goals now. But Himiko and Stain, they would both be supporting him, in anything, every step of the way. So how could he not give it his all, when he had the most important people in his life, having his back? Chapter end notes. This chapter really fought me. I'm not very happy with it, but I made it through the end. Smiley face Izuku, aka Light, munching on potato chips while doing his villain business was hilarious to me. I've wanted to present some of the HPSC dirt Izuku found, especially about Hawks, but I ended up writing a whole essay lol. I hope it wasn't too tiring. I didn't think they would fit in the upcoming chapters, with what I have in mind for them. There is more for Izuku to find out OFC. I've been giving a lot of thought about the commission's shit and everything I wanted to add to their canon shit, like Hawks being a heteromorph, even though it doesn't comply to canon, since spoiler for the manga AFO took his quirk during the war. Or the child soldier program. In canon they just groomed Keigo and Lady Nagant, but I thought it was an interesting twist. Next time. Sports Festival, All Eyes on Me chapter summary. All Eyes on Me by Oregon 3-0, half the lyrics of this song fit the story. I think I'll be using it often. Winking face. Chapter notes. The sports festival is finally here. I've been looking forward to this arc for ages. Hope you like it as much as I do. TW mentions of self-harm scars, not described. See the end of the chapter for more notes. When Izuku arrived at the UA entrance gate, he went into stealth mode and slithered his way between the crowd to the stage and into the waiting room for his class. There was a much bigger crowd this year, including both civilians and reporters. Class 1A, having been attacked by villains only 2 weeks ago, had attracted a lot of attention, and were bigger news than the third years, that were usually the media's main focus of the sports festival. For that reason, UA would host the festival on 3 separate days, each for every year. Today was the first year's turn, while on Thursday and Friday would be the second and third year's turns, respectively. As Izuku arrived at the changing rooms, he went to a secluded corner to change, just like always. Sure, his class now knew he and Katsuki had a rough history, but he still didn't feel like explaining their actual bully-victim relationship and the subsequent quirk-induced burns that littered his body, nor his self-harm scars. They may be aware that he grew up quirkless and had a rough childhood, but he didn't feel like sharing that vulnerable part of himself, not if he could avoid it. After changing into his gym uniform, he joined his other classmates in their assigned waiting room. He heard a couple kids complaining about wanting to wear their hero costumes, but were for CD to wear their gym uniform instead. Heroic students weren't allowed to have their costumes on, or bring any support items to the sports festival, in favor of being fair to the other classes. Izuku was standing against the wall in the corner of the room, his eyes closed, vaguely registering his classmates wondering what the first round will be, when he heard a familiar voice call his name. "Midoriya, can I talk to you for a second?" Todoroki asked in a calm tone, but Izuku could tell the boy was tense about something. What is it? Todoroki-kun?" Izuku didn't need to open his eyes to know that a few of their classmates had turned their attention on them, but he did anyway, if only to not be rude to the boy who was now standing in front of him. "Objectively speaking, I think I'm stronger than you." Izuku frowned. Yeah, probably." He really couldn't tell what Todoroki was thinking. "Even so, All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he?" Izuku barely managed to suppress a groan. He wasn't even surprised that one of the brightest students in his class had noticed the favoritism the number one hero was showing. Honestly, it was a miracle the whole school hadn't found out. The zygote couldn't keep a secret if his life depended on it. Even so, Izuku wasn't particularly willing to talk about his relationship with that sorry excuse of a hero. Thankfully, Todoroki didn't give him a chance to reply. "I'm not trying to pry. I just wanted to say, I'm going to beat you." The dual-colored teen looked almost sad, practically declaring war on Izuku in front of their class. There was something more to this than just a classmate being arrogant or overconfident in their abilities. Izuku tuned out the other students' exclamations and opinions on the whole thing, focusing on his classmate, who, behind that stoic and determined-looking expression, Izuku could tell was hiding some sort of desperation he couldn't quite understand. "Hey man," Kirishima butted in hesitantly, "don't go picking up fights, the event is about to start." "It doesn't matter." Todoroki shrugged him off, and started walking away. "I'm not here to make friends, anyway." He exited the room before anyone could reply, leaving a confused 1A, and an even more confused Izuku behind. Now, Izuku could have called him out, ask why he was declaring he would beat him, or even reply with a provocation of his own. Accept the challenge and say he would do his best. But, looking at the teenager's solemn expression, one that didn't comply with the distress Izuku was sure he was hiding, he decided he would talk to him later, away from the prying eyes of his classmates. Before he could dwell on it further, Present Mike's booming voice echoed through the speakers around the stadium, the crowd erupting in cheers. "It's time for the first-year students to enter the stage. Are you ready?" Mike proceeded to make a dramatic presentation of their class and the hardships they faced, as the students entered the stadium. Izuku noticed that the hero didn't add anything special to the other courses as he announced the arrival of the respective student body. Well, that wasn't biased at all. Izuku willed his face to remain neutral, as he walked. The stadium was huge, and filled to the brim with people. He still didn't do well with crowds, and he struggled not to wince and let the anxiety of thousands of people watching him get to him. His classmates' nervousness wasn't helping either. Instead, he focused on the students that were slowly entering the stadium after them. His eyes skimmed through the 1B hero students. He was already making guesses on their quirks. He would definitely be analyzing them as the festival went on, before his gaze landed on a familiar cloud of purple. Shinso was walking towards the center of the stadium, following the other general education students. Izuku was glad to see the injuries on his face had healed considerably, and the scarring was as bad as he initially thought, even though they were fairly prominent. The tall teen had his usual tired look on, but he also looked way more disheartened than what a general ed student who aspired to get into the hero course via the sports festival would be expected to look like. He almost seemed like he would rather be anywhere else but here. All right, time for the student pledge. Midnight, who was assigned the role of an umpire, called out, drawing the attention of both students and spectators. Representing the students is Midoriya Izuku from Class 1A. God fucking damn it. Izuku had totally forgotten about this. Since he scored first at both the written and the practical exam, he would be the one to deliver the opening speech. All Might had informed him last week, but with everything that had happened the past few days, it had completely slipped his mind. Izuku straightened his back and walked towards the podium with a neutral expression, not revealing the mess that was his brain right now, trying to form a speech in less than 30 seconds. All Might would want him to say, "I am here," and show the world the new symbol of peace. Izuku imagined himself doing his All Might impression, which was pretty spot on, if he said so himself, and the thought almost made him laugh. Yeah, no, that was not happening. If he was going to make an impression, he would be doing it in his own terms. He could bullshit his heart out, make an inspiring speech about the heroes in the making doing their best and giving it their all. But some part of him wanted to be sincere. Stay true to what he believed. He wouldn't say everything on his mind, obviously, but he wanted to weave his speech with a hint of truth, while staying loyal to his heroics persona. He walked up to the podium, and accepted the microphone from the R-rated hero. He took a deep breath, put on a sweet smile and addressed the crowd looking at him in anticipation. Hello everyone. Welcome to the first year's sports festival, everyone cheered. I'm Midoriya Izuku. If I'm being honest, I had forgotten I would be giving a speech, so I'm kinda improvising right now. He let out a chuckle and rubbed the back of his head as the crowd laughed. I placed first in the written and the practical exam for the hero course. I'm not saying this to boast. He made a small pause. Ever since I was little, I wanted to be a hero. All my life. I've been told that I would never achieve anything, that my dreams are unattainable, that I should give up. Izuku briefly glanced at the students below him, seeing their mixed reactions. Most of his classmates, knowing his previous quirkless status, were looking at him with a mixture of pity, sympathy and pride. Katsuki, on the other hand, was staring at the ground with a tense expression. The rest of the student body were watching him with confusion and curiosity. Izuku turned his attention back to the crowd, and yet, I stand here today, giving a speech at UA's sports festival as the student representative. This is a message to everyone who has ever been discriminated. To everyone watching that has been bullied, abused, made fun of, and mistreated, for things out of their control. He searched for a camera and stared right into it as he stressed his next words. Your dreams are not unreachable. Don't let society tell you your goals are unrealistic. Izuku wondered whether All Might remembered what he had told him that day. Don't let those around you put you down, tell you who you are. Prove them wrong. Show them what you're made of. We can, and we will, make a difference. He turned to the students below him and smiled once more. So let's give it our all, go beyond. Plus ultra. Everyone shouted the phrase with him, as he raised his fist into the air. The crowd cheered, and Izuku handed the microphone back to Midnight. Wow, Midoriya, you are so manly, Kirishima exclaimed as Izuku made his way back to his classmates. Yeah, so inspiring. Uraraka punched the air in excitement. I sure don't feel like it, Izuku mumbled, I hate crowds. Don't worry, Midori, Ashido reassured him, you were great. She went to hug him, but seeing the way he flinched, and probably remembering how he somersaulted Katsuki when he went to grab him after the quirk apprehension test, decided against it and gave him 2 thumbs ups instead. He gave her a polite smile and turned his gaze towards Midnight, who was about to announce the first event. Let's get started, shall we? A hologram appeared behind her, drawing the lots. The events were all predetermined, and everyone watched in anticipation. The first event is an obstacle course. She then proceeded to explain that the course would take place outside and around the stadium, as well as specify the rules, that were basically, anything goes as long as you stay on the course. The students gathered around the gate leading outside the stadium, which was kind of stupid, if you asked Izuku. They would all get trampled trying to take the lead and end up getting hurt. Izuku stuck to the back, if only to avoid getting stomped on and pushed around. Ready. Start. At present Mike's signal, just as Izuku thought, everyone rushed forward and started pushing each other in the narrow exit. Some of his classmates, most notably Katsuki, Aoyama and Yaomomo, used their quirks to propel themselves forward, while Todoroki used his ice to entrap the first wave of students and get ahead of them. Izuku activated full cowl and jumped over the students and towards the wall. Using his legs to push himself from wall to wall, he made it to the exit in no time, and when he landed on the ground, he started running. The ground was covered in ice from Todoroki's quirk, but with the force of one for all on his feet, the ice shattered underneath him. Izuku deactivated his quirk. He didn't want to overuse it so soon. As he ran forward, when a wild robot appeared, he snickered to himself at his joke. And it was not just one, but a whole bunch of the 0-pointers, and some of the smaller robots from the entrance exam. Every student that had caught up to them had stopped in their tracks, seeing the huge automatons, ready to charge at them. Izuku didn't hesitate to repeat his actions from the entrance exam, without breaking his bones this time, and with a grin on his face, he activated his quirk. A strong wave of deja vu hit him as he jumped to 10-pointer's level and punched it with enough force for it to lose balance and fall backwards. Izuku landed on the same robot as it descended, and safely made it to the ground before he started running again. In the meantime, Todoroki had used his quirk to freeze all the remaining 0-pointers and ran after Izuku as they came crashing down. Izuku could vaguely hear present Mike's commentary, with the occasional observation and remark from Aizawa, who had apparently been dragged to the announcer's booth, too. The next obstacle was a pitfall. A really deep, kinda scary pit that Mike introduced as the fall. Izuku didn't have much experience yet, but during his training with Stain, they would run across the city, and more specifically, on the rooftops. Of course, Izuku hadn't parkoured on skyscrapers, nor on buildings with that much of distance between them, as the pieces of land scattered across the pit did, with only ropes connecting them. He had, however, been feeling pretty confident today, dare he say brave, almost. And so, Izuku activated full cowl once again, mustered all his strength and training he had with his mentor so far, and started running towards the pit. His quirk allowed to leap over the gaps and onto the aisles of land. It was like an extravagant version of roof hopping, jumping from aisle to aisle, his quirk providing the power needed to cross the distance. Alongside him were Sue, who was hopping on the ropes, Katsuki, who was using his explosions to fly over the whole area, and a pink-haired girl with gadgets strapped on her person. Was it her quirk? Or maybe she was from the support course, that seemed more likely, and Todoroki, who was sliding on the tightropes with his ice, almost like an ice skater, a thought that nearly caused him to fall in the pit. After he cleared the obstacle, Izuku continued running through the course, right behind Todoroki and Katsuki along with a few other students, not particularly interested in beating them and coming first. After a couple of minutes, he heard present Mike announce the final obstacle, a minefield. Bruh. They had literally planted bombs. Well, not actual bombs, but they could seriously hurt someone. Some students had already attempted to weave their way through the mines, and they had been blown up to the air. Even if they didn't outright hurt them, falling to the ground from the height they reached would definitely end up injuring them. Most students that had reached the minefield were carefully treading through, but every now and then, someone would get blasted upwards or backwards, depending on the angle they stepped on the bomb. Izuku decided to get creative. At that moment, he saw Yaomomo passing, and asked her for a favor. He promised to return it after the festival, and even though she was very confused, honestly, who wouldn't be if they were asked to make a snowboard in the middle of an obstacle course? She actually went through with his request. Perfect. Next, he started digging up some of the bombs. Most students had been particularly careful in the beginning of the minefield, giving him enough of them to work with. He ignored the stares and perplexed glances of his classmates and started making a pile of the bombs he gathered. He figured, if one was to step one a mine and be flung backwards, if done correctly, one could also be flung forwards. And what better way to do so than with the force of multiple, non-lethal bombs? After he collected enough of them, he loosely strapped his feet on the snowboard bindings, praying to whoever God was listening that this worked. He had never snowboarded before, but it was never too late to try, right? Yeehaw motherfucker, he whispered, before jumping onto the pile of bombs. He could see the shell-shocked expressions of his classmates who were all, almost comically, following his trajectory with wide eyes and open jaws. Izuku started laughing as he soared through the air, crouching and holding the board so it wouldn't turn over, but was still paying attention to where he was. Hopefully, going to land, which happened to be Katsuki's face. Katsuki and Todoroki, who were apparently in the middle of a fight over who would be coming first, were both gawking at him, before getting out of their trance and started sprinting forwards, using their quirks in their advantage. At that point, Izuku was descending, and as he got closer to his two classmates and to the end of the minefield, he unstrapped the bindings, and right before landing, he held the snowboard, in hopes to use the force of the mines he landed on to propel himself forwards once more. Miraculously, it worked, and it gave him enough momentum to get past the minefield and onto the ground. He landed with a smooth roll, just like Stain had taught him, and sprinted towards the end of the course. He could hear Katsuki shouting his stupid nickname, and that was enough for Izuku to start running faster. If winning this course meant hurting Katsuki's ego again, just when the blonde thought he was going to win, he would take the chance and fucking win. And win he did. The first student back in the stadium is Midoriya Izuku, Mike announced through the speakers. The crowd raved, and Izuku reveled in it. He had just won the first event of the infamous UA Sports Festival on live television, for the whole world to see. Maybe he would regret this decision later, but right here, right now, he let himself enjoy the thrill of being recognized, being congratulated for his own feats and his own efforts. Catching his breath, Izuku looked back at the entrance of the stadium, where students were coming through one by one. He took great pleasure in seeing Katsuki fuming and having another existential crisis over losing to Izuku, again. Todoroki was also catching his breath, but Izuku also noticed he was exhibiting signs of hypothermia. Could be a drawback to his quirk, considering how powerful his ice was, but if so, why wasn't he using his fire to counter it? Now that Izuku thought about it, he had never seen Todoroki use the fire aspect of his quirk, neither in heroics classes, nor when they sparred together the past 2 weeks. Well, wasn't that concerning? Before he could think about it further, Izuku heard Uraraka calling his name. Midoriya-kun, you were amazing. Thank you, Uraraka-san, you were amazing too. He gave her a polite smile, and turned his attention to Midnight, who was announcing the results of the first event. The top 42 makes it through to the next round, but for those who didn't make it, don't worry. We've prepared other chances for you to shine. The hero licked her lips seductively, which Izuku found really disturbing. Yes, she was the R-rated hero, and it was part of her persona, but they were teenagers. Now, here's the second game. The hologram behind her stated the next event, gaining mixed reactions from the students. A cavalry battle, Midnight announced. She then proceeded to explain how the game worked, as well as how the points of each student were assigned, depending on the results of the previous game. And the point value assigned to first place is, oh, no, Izuku didn't like where this is going. 10 million, god fucking damn it. Everyone was looking at him like he was some sort of prey. It makes sense, if anyone got his headband, they would automatically place first and guarantee their place in the final event. Now, you have 15 minutes to build your teams. Start. Izuku skimmed through the students, considering their quirks, strengths and weaknesses, trying to form a plan. Ideally, his team would specialize in defense, so it would be harder for the other teams to steal their headbands. He also needed a person that would help in offense, mostly to keep the other teams away, and steal a headband or two, for good measure. Even if someone ended up getting the 10 million point band, he still wanted to have enough points to pass. The only problem was, no one wanted to team up with him. He wouldn't blame them, Keeping a headband for the whole duration of the game seemed much more difficult and a pain than actually trying to steal it. Midoriya-kun. Uraraka's voice sounded from behind him. Let's be a team. Oh, are you sure? He was pleasantly surprised to see the girl actually approach him. She had actually made quite a few attempts to talk and hang out since the first day of school, but he always avoided it. She was very kind and sweet, but also too enthusiastic with heroics. Like most of his class, and Izuku avoided them whenever he could. Everyone will be coming after me. Of course. Besides, it's better to team up with people you get along with, right? Well, if getting along meant being friendly and polite, then sure, they got along. Okay. In that case, we need someone to help with defense. If we use your quirk to make us lighter, it will be easier to maneuver the team and avoid the others as much as possible. I see. You're so smart, Midoriya-kun. She gave him a bright smile, and he gave her a polite one in return, before they started looking for people who wanted to team up with them. Iida refused, saying that he saw him as a rival, and wanted to challenge himself. So did Todoroki and most of their class, and Katsuki wouldn't even think of teaming up with him for any reason whatsoever. Izuku had almost accepted it would be just the two of them, and he would have to figure out a plan to make it through with just Uraraka, when he saw a girl with pink dreadlocks, that he vaguely remembered seeing at the pitfall from the obstacle course, coming towards him. She had a pair of goggles on her face, and numerous gadgets on her body and head. Team up with me, person in first place, she exclaimed, getting right on his face, making Izuku take a step back. I'm Hatsume Mei, from the support course. I don't know you, but let me use your position. Oh, that made sense. I'm Midoriya Izuku. You want to use me to attract attention and show off your support items, right? Izuku asked, hoping it didn't come off too insensitive. He had heard that, just like the hero students were doing their best to draw the pro hero's attention, the support course could advertise their inventions so that support companies would take notice of them. It was a solid strategy, and Izuku respected it. Yeah, you get it. You will be the team everyone's watching the most, and then the big companies will be watching me and my babies. She was invading his personal space as she spoke, making Izuku place a hand on her shoulder, which she didn't seem to notice, too fired up talking about her babies, probably meaning her inventions. Okay. Sure. Izuku grinned. The girl kind of reminded him of Himiko. They both had the same gleam in their eyes, talking about something that excited them. Great. Don't worry, I think you will also benefit from this alliance. Hatsume proceeded to present a suitcase. Where was she even hiding that? With a variety of support items. I have tons of babies, I'm sure you'll find one that you like. As Izuku skimmed through the items, his eyes landed on something that looked like a jetpack. Oh, did this catch your eye? I made it based on a certain hero's backpack, adding my own original twist to it. As she explained the functions of her jetpack, he started forming a solid plan. He just needed another person to help them with a fence. He scanned the students that didn't have a team yet, and his eyes landed on the perfect person for the job. Let's hear those battle cries. Present Mike shouted through the speakers. It's time for battle. Chapter endnotes. I had such a hard time writing Izuku's speech. I had finished the chapter days ago, but I couldn't for the life of me think of something for Izuku to say, so I kinda bullshitted my way through it yesterday, and it turned out okay? I kinda struggled with describing the first event, too. Since English isn't my first language, I had to rack my brain for hours to end up with what I wrote. I put in more effort than some of my uni classes, lol. Hope you guys liked it. Your beauty never, ever scared me. Chapter summary. Mary on a cross by Ghost. This chapter. I've been looking forward to writing it for weeks, and it's finally here. Chapter notes. Holy shit, guys, we've reached 9K. Nice hits. I can't believe the attention this story is getting. Thank you all so much. CW. Referenced child abuse, bullying and discrimination, mentions of suicide baiting. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The cavalry battle went smoother than Izuku expected. Izuku's team, consisting of himself as the rider, Uraraka and Hatsume as the wings, and Tokiyami as the horse, mainly relied on defense. Izuku would flick his fingers while having full cowl activated to send back the teams that pursued them, and the other three would navigate the whole team around the arena. At first, almost every team went after his, but thanks to Uraraka's gravity quirk making them float, Hatsume's jetpack providing airborne maneuverability, and Dark Shadow defending and attacking any team that got close enough to try and steal their headbands, they managed to make it through without losing a single one. They even stole a couple, and even came close to take Todoroki's. The fire and ice user had cornered his team, trapped them with his ice a couple minutes before the end of the battle, and almost stole their 10 million points. As the two teams clashed again, Team Todoroki, still aiming for Izuku's headband, the one for all user, activated his quirk, and Todoroki used his fire in defense, before President Mike declared the end of the battle. The top 4 teams were the ones that would proceed to the final event. Team Izuku took first place, Todoroki's was second, Katsuki's was third, and at fourth place was, surprisingly, Shinso's. NOW. We'll take an hour-long break for lunch before we start the school festivities, Mike announced, and Izuku wasted no time. He thanked his classmates and Hatsume for their help, and bolted out of the arena. Before he could make it to the changing rooms, though, he heard Todoroki calling his name. Midoriya. I need to talk to you. Again? Okay? Is everything all right? Todoroki didn't respond. He instead guided him somewhere more private. Even after they came to a stop in a hallway, the heterochromatic boy still didn't speak. Izuku frowned. Todoroki's usual apathetic expression was exhibiting a mixture of confusion, frustration, and pain. What is it, Todoroki-kun? The boy didn't answer for a few seconds, and Izuku almost thought they would be having a staring contest, but eventually Todoroki sighed and looked at the floor. Because of you, I broke my pledge. Izuku's brow furrowed, but he didn't reply, waiting for the other team to continue. I had promised to myself I would never use my fire, but at that moment, I was overpowered. I could feel the intensity of your quirk. At the USJ, I witnessed All Might's power. Yours is similar. Oh shit. Had he figured out the true nature of their relationship? Izuku wouldn't be surprised if more people had realized All Might had a special interest in Izuku, but someone finding out the truth would be bad news. Todoroki looked up to Izuku, his gaze filled with such intensity. Izuku was getting nervous. Are you All Might's secret love child, or something? Izuku choked. All Might's secret love child. The teen started coughing violently while laughing. Oh, that was gold. His laughter echoed in the hallway, and as his coughing died out, tears started springing to his eyes. His belly started hurting. He hadn't laughed like this in so long. Oh, fuck no. Seeing Todoroki's serious but confused expression only made him laugh more, and by that point he was basically crying. I'm sorry, Todoroki-kun, that really caught me off guard, Izuku said after he somewhat calmed down, wiping the tears from his eyes. No, I'm not All Might's son. My father is an asshole who left when I was 5. Todoroki's eyes narrowed, but said nothing. Izuku tried really hard not to burst out laughing again. Even so, you have some sort of connection to him, isn't that right? Izuku sighed. Yes, I do. Todoroki seemed surprised at his straightforward answer, but didn't reply, waiting for his classmate to elaborate. You know I got my quirk late, right? And it's pretty similar to All Might's? The other teen nodded. He saw my footage from the entrance exams, and volunteered to train me. He helped me adjust, get used to my quirk and figure out a way to not break my bones every time I used it. Izuku patted himself on the back. He came up with the lie on the spot, but laced it with enough truth to be believable. Still, part of him felt bad for lying. Not about the lying itself, but lying to Todoroki. I see. The boy seemed to gather his thoughts before looking up to Izuku again. Even so, your connection to All Might is more than enough of a reason for me to beat you. There it was again, the sadness and desperation he was giving off when he was practically declaring war this morning. Why? Izuku felt like he was missing something. Something that was right in front of his face and he couldn't see, and it irritated him to no end. What do you mean? Why is my connection to All Might that important? Why is that the reason you want to beat me? Izuku questioned. He let the other teen think his answer through, and watched his expression shift from intense and downhearted, to sorrowful, but also angry. Izuku was having a hard time interpreting the boy's emotions. To an untrained eye, he would seem stoic and apathetic, but Izuku, who was usually adept at reading other people's emotions, could pick up on the subtle changes on the other teen's face. Sometimes, though, his expressions were hard to decipher. My old man has a strong desire to rise in the world, to be the number one, Todoroki started, after a minute of silence. He made a name for himself and rose through the ranks, but All Might, the living legend, always bested him. And when he couldn't surpass him, he moved on to the next plan. He then looked at Izuku in the eyes, and uttered the next words with such venom. Izuku couldn't help but share the sentiment. Have you ever heard about quirk marriages? The teen proceeded to tell his story, one of pain, blood and tears. A story of anger and violence and death. As Izuku listened, he could only describe what he was feeling as pure and indisputable fury. Izuku already disliked the number 2 hero. He had seen the statistics, the brutality of his arrests. He knew of the kill-to-capture ratio, the collateral damage, the injured civilians who just happened to be in Endeavor's vicinity. He had read about his eldest son's quirk accident. That the commission had covered up, but he hadn't expected the truth that was Todoroki Tuya's tragic existence. A boy with a fire quirk stronger than his father's, raised to be greater than him. Only to be rejected, when his flames started consuming him. Having inherited his mother's ice constitution, his quirk was not compatible with his body. Still, the boy tried his best to please his father, being told all his life that surpassing him was his purpose in life. Until he pushed himself too far, and burned to death by his own power. Even so, Endeavor showed no pity towards his wife, who had to grieve her eldest, and mourn the childhood her youngest would never have. He showed no parental love to his second son and only daughter, only seeing them as failed experiments. He showed no mercy to the child he called his masterpiece, training him to a legacy he never asked for, to be someone his father created him to be. My mother, she couldn't handle the stress of being a literal baby machine, making child after child, just to be discarded as a failure. Until I was born. But even then, in all my memories of her, she is always crying. The teen cupped the left side of his face, when the scar on his eye was. She called my left side unbearable, before she poured boiling water on my face. Izuku's breath hitched. Holy fuck. That was so fucked up. He couldn't exactly blame the poor woman. She had obviously been so traumatized, and her mental health had deteriorated to the point she thought her own son, or his left side, was her abuser, and she ended up burning him. Wait, burning? Wasn't Todoroki's left side fire resistant? Just like his right side was ice resistant, high temperatures shouldn't do any damage. Oh. His mom had an ice quirk. She must had realized what she'd done and tried to help with her quirk. It was an ice burn. The heroes failed you, too, didn't they? Izuku murmured. Izuku looked up at the boy's face, realizing he had said that out loud. Oh, shit. He had just confessed heroes had failed him. Yes, I suppose they did. The other teen looked surprised at his question, but he actually answered, and agreed. This is why I have challenged you, Todoroki continued. I wanted to show the old bastard what I can do, and I'm going to win this festival without using his quirk. It's not his, though, Izuku argued. Mismatched eyes widened, staring into his own. It's not his quirk. It's yours. Izuku felt great sympathy for the other teen, who seemed greatly confused. He didn't blame him. His whole existence was the product of his sperm donor's fucked up desire to make the perfect hero with 2 powerful quirks, one being his own. It was no surprise Todoroki didn't view half of his quirk as his own. It was literally the perfect hybrid, half fire, half ice, and Izuku would be damned if he didn't try and change his mind. Just like the ice aspect of your quirk isn't your mother's, your fire isn't his. Your eyes are not theirs, they're yours. Same thing with your hair color. You are your own person, Todoroki-kun. not the sum of your parents' characteristics. Todoroki stayed quiet for a few moments, processing. He was clenching and unclenching his fists, his lips pursed into a tight line. Izuku had probably just ruined his whole worldview and given him an existential crisis. Whoops. He didn't regret it, though. It's just food for thought, Izuku finally said, seeing the boy struggling. You don't have to use your power if you don't want to, but it is your power. Just think about it. I'm not using it, Todoroki stated as a matter of fact. I'm going to beat you, Midoriya. I'm going to show him I can win this without his fire. Look, I don't really care about winning the festival. I've probably gained more attention than I'd like already. Izuku shrugged. I don't want to be a limelight hero, he explained, seeing Todoroki frowning in confusion. Or any type of hero, but we're not getting into that right now. But you do, so you should give it your all. Todoroki didn't respond, his gaze stuck on the ground. Izuku decided to leave him alone and give him some time to process, think things through. Izuku had stuff to think about, too. He dropped by the locker rooms to get his bento box and sat on the bottom of a staircase to eat his meal in peace, while he contemplated the conversation he just had. Of all the things he expected to happen today, Todoroki trauma dumping wasn't one of them. Still, he was glad the other teen trusted him enough to share his story. And what a story it was. Now that he knew the truth about the flaming garbage that called himself a hero, Izuku would have to do extensive research about him. This seemed much more urgent than sorting out Labraba's hard drive. If Todoroki's claims were true, which Izuku was sure they were, who knew what other atrocities the flame hero had committed, that the HPSC had shoved under the rug? The number 2 had led his eldest son to his death, and Todoroki surely had received incredible abuse in the name of training, in order to become his masterpiece. Todoroki didn't go into details about himself and his own experiences, but Izuku felt an urge to protect him, to take him away from his abuser. Maybe he was overstepping boundaries, but if he didn't do anything about it, no one else would. Now that lunch is over, it's finally time to reveal the final event. Mike announced once the students were back in the stadium. But before that, there's good news about those WHO didn't make it to the finals. It's just a sports festival, after all. We've prepared recreational games that everyone can participate in. Cheerleaders, that had apparently come from America, started, well, cheering, signaling the beginning of the games. Izuku was glad to see the girls from his class were not among them. He had overheard Mineta explaining to them earlier, during lunch, that all the girls were supposed to wear cheerleader outfits for a cheer battle, and that Aizawa himself had said so. Kaminari was also there, nodding along. Izuku could smell the bullshit from a mile away, so he walked up to the group and casually asked what the great pervert was talking about. The little shit had obviously not expected his appearance, but tried to explain, hoping he would convince Izuku to go along with it. Izuku, who strongly despised objectifying teenage girls, but was also very gay, had no interest in seeing his female classmates in revealing cheerleader outfits. With the fakest smile he could muster, he said, "I'm sure Aizawa-sensei wouldn't mind confirming this, right? In fact, I'll call him right now." He made to take his phone out of his pocket, and the two boys started sputtering something about being confused and that it wasn't necessary and whatnot. Izuku then crouched to Mineta's level, still smiling, and whispered, "If you ever attempt tricking the girls like this again, I'll make sure you wish you were born blind." Izuku must have put the fear of God in him, and started snickering when Mineta all but cried and run away, Kaminari following him, visibly uncomfortable with the whole situation. Yaomomo thanked Izuku for intervening, relieved that she didn't have to make and or wear cheer outfits, while Sue pointed out how outright scary the green-haired boy could be sometimes. Izuku just shrugged it off, content to have helped. He wasn't actually going to turn Mineta blind, but he sure was tempted to. Present Mike then explained the basics of the final event, a one-on-one tournament, and Midnight started drawing the lots to decide the pairings. Before she had the chance, though, Ojiro declared he was withdrawing from the tournament. "I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle," he replied to his classmates' questioning. "It must have been that guy's quirk." Izuku followed his furious and disgusted glare, landing on Shinso. Oh, that's right. The Gen Ed students team was the one who placed fourth in the second event. The purple-haired boy avoided his gaze, clearly embarrassed, but Izuku could tell he was also downhearted. I know this is a great opportunity, Ojiro continued, and that it's foolish of me to waste it, but everyone here competed by giving their all. I don't want to pass to the final game without even knowing what really happened. Izuku tuned out his classmates' objections and instead focused on the lavender-haired teen. He was slouching more than usual, and looked like he was trying to hide from the numerous revolted glares he was receiving from everyone around him. Izuku could hear whispers from students, not really bothering to be subtle about their opinions on the boy and his villainous quirk. How dare he use a quirk like that? Who does he think he is? He's a villain, tricking hero students like that. Izuku's mind briefly replayed the events from just a few days ago. Shinso being surrounded by his classmates, face bleeding and broken and scarred, and Izuku was furious. He was furious that a hero school allowed this to happen. That a kid like him was being beaten for nothing more than the nature of his quirk. That the same kid was now receiving dirty looks and harmful words and was being avoided like the plague, like he was a monster. Izuku was furious, but he was also among hero students, participating in a sports festival being broadcasted to all of Japan. So he bit his tongue and summoned all the self-control he had to make his face remain stoic, as another member of Team Shinso also withdrew from the tournament. 2 1B students, Tetsu and Shiozaki, took the empty slots. Izuku didn't bother paying attention to how that was decided, and Midnight finally drew the lots and announced the pairings for the first round. Izuku would be going first, against Shinso. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. Present Mike announced the beginning of the recreational games, that Izuku had no interest in participating, and instead withdrew to a quiet area to let off some steam. Before he had the chance, though, Ojiro's tail flickered in front of him. Midoriya, wait. Izuku turned to face the other teen, raising an eyebrow. I need to talk to you. Ojiro led him to their class's waiting room, and proceeded to warn him about Shinso's quirk. His quirk, it controls people. I don't remember anything after I answered his question, so I think that's how he does it. Ojiro was scowling at the memory of being under the influence of Shinso's quirk, and he didn't bother hiding his disgust while talking about it. I snapped out of it at some point, though. When Shinso, he practically spat the name, took Tetsu's headband. I bumped into Shiozaki. I think you can snap out of his control with an outside force, but you shouldn't rely on that in a one-on-one match. Izuku's expression remained neutral, but he didn't speak, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Midoriya, that quirk, it's villainous. Don't let him control you. And there it was. Honestly, he should have expected it. The tail quirk student was usually humble and polite, but Izuku knew better than to get his hopes up. He was just like the rest of them. You know, you really shouldn't judge someone for their quirk status. He got up and didn't wait for the other student to respond. Even if you do, keep your opinions to yourself. Don't go bad-mouthing people just because their quirk is different, especially not to someone who has been mistreated his whole life for being quirkless. Ojiro paled when he realized to whom he was talking to, and making discriminatory comments. He started sputtering apologies, but Izuku had no interest in hearing them. Not trusting himself to not punch his classmate square on the nose, he left the room, heading for a more secluded spot to spend the hours leading up to his first match. All right, people, the first match of the one-on-one tournament is about to begin, Present Mike announced. Are you ready? The crowd roared, making Izuku a tad more nervous. A whole stadium would be watching him, never mind the thousands of people watching from home, and would be focusing solely on him and his match. First, the boy that placed first in the entrance exam, Midoriya Izuku. Present Mike introduced, as Izuku made his way towards the arena, versus the mysterious general ed student, Shinso Hitoshi. The purple-haired boy was drooping as he walked, eyes glued to the floor. He looked like he was regretting every life decision that led him to this moment. The rules are simple. Force your opponent out of bounds, or immobilize them. You can also win if you make your opponent say, "I give up, bring on the injuries, we've got our own recovery girl on standby." Put your morals aside for a moment, of course. Anything life-threatening is not allowed. Heroes should only use their fists to catch villains. Izuku suppressed a groan. This whole speech was so wrong, he didn't know where to begin. Firstly, promoting violence between students just for a show was fucked up. It didn't matter that they had a healer on standby. The students would still be in pain until the match was over. They were allowed to seriously maim their classmates, putting their morals aside, again, just for a good show. What kind of hero school promoted that kind of thinking? And people were okay with this. Of course they were, it was just an event, after all. Also, using deadly attacks was prohibited, unless they were directed towards villains. Because killing wasn't okay, unless it was for catching bad guys, regardless of their crime. That kind of mindset was the reason heroes like Endeavor existed. Ready? Begin. Izuku walked towards his opponent, having decided to fight quirkless in this match. Shinso didn't have a physical quirk, and Izuku thought it would be unfair to him to use his literal super strength, when the boy could hardly defend himself. Of course, what happened a few days ago, when his classmates grouped up and assaulted him, wasn't the same thing as an actual battle, but Izuku doubted he knew how to fight. "I give up, huh?" Izuku stopped in his tracks when the purple-haired boy started talking. "This is a fight to test the strength of your spirit. If you know what you want for your future, you can't worry about appearances." Izuku blinked in confusion. What was he on about? That monkey was going on about his pride, he continued, but don't you think he was dumb for throwing away his chance? Oh, Izuku understood now. His quirk was response-based, he was trying to get Izuku to answer him to take control of him. Well, as much as Izuku agreed with him, he knew better than to fall for his taunts. He felt rather bad for the boy, having been paired up with himself in the first round. Izuku had more than enough practice in controlling his emotions to slip up in a situation like this. Izuku started walking towards him once more, his lips sealed. Shinso's eyes widened, and tried another tactic to get him to respond. "You're lucky you have been blessed, Midoriya. You probably won't understand, but even with a quirk like mine, I still had a dream." "Wait, had?" "Because of my quirk, I've always been left behind. Someone blessed like you can't understand, can you?" Oh, Izuku understood. More than understood. He could feel what Shinso was saying deep in his bones. Being quirkless, but still having that stupid dream of being a hero. Still, he kept his mouth shut, and got even closer. Shinso looked even more nervous, and took a sloppy defensive stance. Present Mike, who was providing commentary from the beginning of the match, explained the nature of Shinso's quirk to the understandably confused spectators, earning gasps and whispers in response. "Someone like you, who was born with the ideal quirk, will never understand." At that, Izuku snorted. It probably didn't count as a response, but even if it did, the taller teen seemed too flabbergasted to activate his quirk. Izuku would be, too. Izuku took advantage of his startled reaction, and started pushing him towards the edge of the platform. "Say something." Shinso went for a weak punch to the face, but Izuku stopped it with his hand, and made an apologetic expression before using a swift move to throw him off balance, and pushed him backwards. "Shinso is out of bounds," Midnight announced. Midoriya advances to round 2. The crowd roared. Way too enthusiastically for a boring match like this one. Izuku could hear people shouting things like, "Show him his place," and "Take that, villain." That made Izuku livid. Shinso didn't deserve that, no one did. Izuku tuned everyone out, and focused on the boy laying on the ground in front of him. He extended his arm, silently offering to help him stand up. The other teen hesitantly took him up on his offer, but before Izuku could say anything, he turned and walked away from the arena. As he passed beneath the stands where their classmates were seated, several general ed students started shouting at him, throwing slurs and mean comments like their lives depended on it. Even some pro heroes, that have been attending the festival, probably to scout for interns, were discussing the villainous nature of his quirk, and were wondering if the kid actually intended to be a hero. Shinso kept his head down and dragged himself into the changing rooms. Shinso-kun, wait. Izuku followed him, ignoring the protests and warnings of his classmates, and caught up to the boy right as he walked into the changing rooms. Shinso-kun. The teen had obviously heard him, since he left the door open for Izuku to enter, but didn't turn to look at him. Instead, he sat on a bench, his back to Izuku, and rested his forearms on his knees and his face on his hands. Izuku quietly closed the door and approached the taller boy. He sat on the bench next to Shinso, leaving enough space between them so the other boy wouldn't feel too uncomfortable. The purple-haired teen didn't say anything, so Izuku took a deep breath and voiced his thoughts. Shinso-kun, I just wanted to say, Izuku licked his lips, trying to find the right words, I don't believe any of the things the others are saying. He spared a glance to the other boy, who remained silent, before continuing. Everything they are saying about you, they're wrong. I meant what I said the other day. Judging you and mistreating you because of your quirk, because of something you can't control, is just wrong. Still no response. Calling you a villain just because your quirk could be used for villainy is just plain stupid. If anything, they're the ones acting like villains. At that, Shinso's head snapped towards Izuku, wide violet eyes staring into emerald ones, unshed tears threatening to spill. They both barely registered the crowd cheering over the next match. I'm really sorry you're being treated like this, Izuku continued, a small empathetic smile on his lips. No one should have to go through that. Silent tears started streaming down Shinso's face. Do you really mean that? His voice was so soft, so broken, it shattered Izuku's heart. It reminded him of himself, every time the kids at school told him he was worthless, that he was better off dead, that he should kill himself so no one had to bother with him and his pathetic existence. Of course I do, Izuku said softly. I know what it's like, being treated like the scum of society. How could you possibly know what it's like? Shinso interrupted him, wiping his tears with the back of his hand. You're the 1A prodigy. You have the perfect quirk, meant for a hero. He let out a short, mirthless laugh. How could you possibly understand what I've gone through? Izuku knew that it wasn't personal. That Shinso wasn't bitter towards him, but towards the society that treated him this way. Izuku knew that. But still, insinuating he had the perfect life, because he now had the perfect, heroic quirk, lit a spark that he couldn't ignore. You don't know what I've been through, Izuku replied, calmly. My life isn't, as perfect as you might think. Enlighten me, then. The taller teen was clenching his jaw shut, a vein visibly pulsing on his forehead, just above the scar over his left eye. Izuku was silent for a few moments, contemplating whether he should tell the truth. For some reason, he found himself wanting to share his story. He felt like he could trust Shinso, who had been through similar hardships because of something he couldn't control. He figured that, if anyone in this stupid school could understand what he had been through, it would be him. I was quirkless, he finally admitted. Shinso was, understandably, surprised. His beautiful, amethyst eyes were wide open, and Izuku felt he could stare at them for hours. The green-haired teen cleared his throat and turned his attention to his fidgeting hands. For 14 years, I was quirkless. My quirk manifested late. Right before the entrance exams, to be exact. Izuku's eyes darted to the other boy's face, meeting Shinso's impossibly wide ones. The taller teen seemed like he had a million questions, but made no move to interrupt. I know what it's like to be discriminated against because of your quirk, or, well, lack thereof. I've been beaten, tossed around, ridiculed, bullied in every way you can think of. I've been told to kill myself, by all my classmates, even a few teachers insinuated it. I've been left bleeding on the ground, forced to do my own stitches at 10 years old, because the school nurse didn't care enough to treat a quirkless kid. Izuku took a deep breath, refusing to let his tears spill. Shinso wasn't faring much better. Silent tears were once again streaming down his pretty face, no matter how much he tried to wipe them off. My dad, Izuku bit his lip. He hadn't told anyone about this. He has a fire-breathing quirk. He had used it on me a few times, before he decided that having a quirkless son just wasn't worth his time and left us, me and my mom. Izuku's hand absent-mindedly ran over a particular burn scar on his left forearm. It was faded enough to not be noticeable. But Izuku could vividly remember when and how he got it, even though he was only 4 at the time. My childhood friend turned on me when his quirk manifested and mine didn't. The bitterness was obvious in his tone. He would berate me, beat me, use his quirk on me, you name it. The funny thing is, I hadn't realized he wasn't my friend anymore until last year, when he told me to jump off a roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. Izuku let out a heartless laugh at the memory. Shinso, on the other hand, looked furious. Izuku would, too, if someone told him they had been treated this way, especially by one they called a friend. So, yeah, I get it. I may not have been called a villain, but I've been told enough times that I was better off dead to know what discrimination is like. Oh, gods, I'm so sorry, Shinso whispered. I didn't know, I didn't mean. It's fine, Shinso-kun. Izuku gave him a wobbly smile. You couldn't have known. Still, I shouldn't have said. He made a vague gesture with his hand. It's okay. Really. Silence engulfed them. Just like with Todoroki, it wasn't uncomfortable or unpleasant. They just coexisted, with the sounds of battle, present Mike's commentary, and the crowd cheering barely registering in their minds. I also wanted to apologize, Izuku blurted out. What for? Shinso wrinkled his nose and cocked his head in confusion. He looked like a cat. A tired, tall, purple cat. Izuku averted his eyes as he felt heat rising to his cheeks. For our match. You didn't get to show off your abilities, Izuku explained, playing with the hems of his gym uniform sleeves. You want to be a hero, right? I did. Shinso said woefully. I'm not so sure anymore. Oh. Izuku lifted an eyebrow. This sounded vaguely familiar. I've always wanted to be a hero, ever since I was a kid, despite everyone telling me. Someone with a villainous quirk, like me, could never be a hero. The tired teen started picking on his nails. Izuku hummed, but otherwise didn't interrupt. When I didn't pass the practical exam, seeing how combat-oriented it was, I started having doubts. I got placed in general education, and when everyone found out about my quirk, it was like middle school all over again. Another mirthless laugh escaped his lips. I thought UA would be different. I guess I was wrong. Yeah. Izuku understood. If he hadn't inherited One for All, and had gotten in UA quirkless, assuming he would even be allowed to, he was pretty sure he would have been treated just like in Aldera. Aoyama has fainted. Ashido advances to the second round. Present. Mike's voice echoed through the stadium, signaling the end of the second match. Izuku planned on taking notes on his classmates during their fights, but considering Shinso looked much calmer than before, talking to him was definitely worth it. He wasn't sure why, but he would do it again in a heartbeat. I should go. Shinso interrupted his thoughts. He got up and walked up to his locker. You won't stay? Watch the other matches? Izuku got up as well, but made no move to stop him. Nah. He started changing out of his uniform, but Izuku noticed he hesitated when he went to get his arms out of his sleeves. Izuku turned the other way to give him some privacy, gaining a soft, "Thank you," from the other boy. Will you be going home, then? Even though he couldn't see him, he could feel the taller teen stiffen. Well, wasn't that a red flag? I guess. Shinso didn't elaborate, and Izuku got the message. I will head back, then. Izuku went to walk away, but turned to face the other boy, who had already changed into his school uniform, bar the tie. Do you want to exchange numbers? Shinso froze, his tired eyes widening slightly. Sure. A hint of a smile crossed his lips, and Izuku could feel the blush creeping up his cheeks. He suddenly felt the need to see it more often, to be the reason Shinso smiled. He couldn't help but smile back. Chapter end notes. Did I write a summary of the cavalry battle so I wouldn't have to describe the whole event? Yes, I did. Honestly, the cavalry battle is my least favorite part of the sports festival arc, and I usually get bored reading about it in fics, never mind actually writing it. So I skipped it altogether and wrote a summary, and that was that. I've been listening to Mary on a Cross by Ghost on repeat for totally unrelated reasons. Those being that it's an incredible song and I love Ghost's music in general. But that particular line, "Your Bowie never, ever scared me," is by far my favorite. It's something that really resonates with me, and I've been thinking of the vibe I've wanted Shindiku's first moment to be, and this lyric was just perfect. Having that scene in the same chapter as the Todoroki trauma dump and subsequent connection with Izuku was on my mind for forever, and pairing them with this chapter. Title is just Chef's Kiss. I think this is the longest chapter so far, and it's one of my favorites. Hope you guys liked it. Izuku. So, I don't want to win the festival, or become a * limelight hero Izuku. But you do. Todoroki. Izuku. Right? Me, the author. But does he? Izuku. To Hitoshi. You want to be a hero, right? Hitoshi. I did. I'm not so sure anymore. Izuku. Izuku. Am I turning people away from heroics or something? The rage in every tear I've cried. Chapter summary. Warrior Inside by Leader. The 1 version 1 tournament continues, with Izuku and Shoto's match taking the spotlight. Chapter notes. Hey guys. Quick parenthesis. I absolutely have to ask you to check out the funniest FIC I've ever had the pleasure of reading. It's called The Bizarrely Disastrous Days of Windex, by Don DeEve, and it's an ongoing crack treated seriously OCFIC, with that one Windex bottle person that had a cameo at some point as the main character that everyone simps for. It's a Found Family 2014 fanfiction parody with tons of references and fourth wall breaking that will surely give you your daily dose of serotonin, and then some. With that out of the way, I hope you enjoy today's chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. After Izuku exchanged numbers with Shinso, the latter wished him good luck on his next match and bid their goodbyes. As Izuku walked towards the stands where the students were sitting, he could hear the next match, Yaoyorozu vs Tokiyami, starting. Before he left the locker rooms, Izuku had taken his UA Hero Analysis Volume 3 notebook with him, eager to update his notes on his classmates, as well as begin analyzing the 1B students. Stop being so stubborn, Shoto. A deep voice sounded from just around the corner. If you used the power in your left side, you would have won both the obstacle course and the cavalry battle. Izuku concealed his presence, and took a peek at the person speaking. Confirming his suspicions, Endeavor was there, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, while Todoroki was walking away from him. Instead, you lost to that all-might wannabe. Izuku wrinkled his nose in disgust. Not just for how the hero called him, but for the way he was looking at his own son. The way he grabbed his arm and yanked him towards himself. When he didn't receive a response. Stop this childish rebellion already, the flaming piece of trash sneered. You have a duty to surpass all might. Todoroki yanked his arm free and curled his upper lip to the man who called himself a father. Is that all you have to say, old bastard? I will win with just mom's power. You have a duty, Shoto, as my masterpiece. Okay, that was enough. Izuku stepped out in the corridor and approached the 2 Todorokis. You should leave, he said calmly, controlling the rage building within him. What did you say, you runt? Endeavor narrowed his eyes, glaring at Izuku with contempt. This area is for students and faculty only. You're not allowed to be here. Lister here, you brat. He towered over Izuku in a pathetic attempt to intimidate him, but the teen glared back at him, clenching his fists, resisting the urge to activate his quirk and punch the asshole in the face. You. Endeavor seemed to recognize him, and straightened his back. You have a very powerful quirk. Similar to All Might's, I would say. Izuku rolled his eyes. He knew where this was going and he didn't want to hear it. It is my Shoto's duty to surpass All Might. Beating you will. Spare me, Endeavor. Izuku interrupted him, before more bullshit spewed out of the hero's mouth. I am not All Might. And Todoroki-kun is not you, either. He got past him and looked at his classmate, nudging his head towards the exit. Let's go, Todoroki-kun. The other teen nodded, and with a final glare to the fuming hero, who had started throwing profanities for being ignored and disrespected, he left the corridor and headed towards the arena, Izuku accompanying him. They could hear the crowd cheering at Tokiyami's win, meaning the third match, Todoroki vs. Zero, was about to start. Good luck. He gave him a small smile, gaining a nod in return, before heading for the stairs leading to the stands. Most of his class was there, watching the battles and chatting. Izuku, not wanting to interact with any of them, made his way to the back, concealing his presence so no one noticed him, sat in the back row and opened his notebook. Izuku had already seen how powerful Todoroki was. Maybe he hadn't seen the full extent of his power, never mind his actual full power, since he refused to use his fire. He had seen him freeze a whole building, and a bunch of zero-pointers, with seemingly little effort. It shouldn't have been a surprise when he unleashed a glacier so enormous, it encapsulated his opponent, as well as half the stadium. The whole arena went quiet. In the deafening silence, Izuku could hear Midnight asking Zero if he could move. After confirming he, obviously, couldn't, she declared Todoroki as the winner, and the crowd roared. Present Mike announced they would be having a 30-minute break to clear the stadium from the ice, and in the meantime, Izuku worked on his UA hero analysis. He looked over his notes on his classmates, making corrections and additions, including observations he had made during the obstacle course and cavalry battle, as well as some recreational games he had watched. After the break, the first round of the tournament went on, and Izuku watched intently, filling his notebook with more information. Kaminari went against Shiozaki Ibara from 1B, and lost spectacularly. Ida went against Hatsume, who basically used him to advertise her support items. She had him running around for 10 minutes straight, while she introduced her babies and demonstrated how they worked, before stepping out of bounds. Slay. Next was Kirishima and Tetsu from 1B. They had really similar quirks, and apparently the same levels of strength and endurance, making for a quite boring match of exchanging blows and brute strength until both of them were too exhausted to continue, and agreed to decide the winner via an arm wrestling match. The final match of the first round was Katsuki vs. Uraraka. The Gravity Girl had excused herself a few minutes before Ida was declared the winner against Hatsume. She was understandably nervous, going against Katsuki. Even though she would probably hold her own for a while, Izuku knew the explosive blonde long enough to be sure he would win. It wasn't for the reason people thought, though. Sitting quietly behind his classmates, he could hear them chatting about the upcoming match, and wondering if Uraraka would be able to defeat him. I don't think even Bakugo would use a full-strength explosion on a girl, Iida stupidly insisted, when Jiro commented on their difference in strength and quirk proficiency. Of course Katsuki would. He wouldn't hold back in a fight just because his opponent was female. It was the 24th century, having that kind of mindset was plain stupid and insulting. Seeing, however, the crowd's reaction to his brutal attacks against Uraraka, it was obvious people still had a long way to go. Civilians, heroes and students alike, were booing, commenting on how unheroic. Izuku snorted at that one. Katsuki was bullying the poor girl, attacking her relentlessly, toying with her and playing around. Izuku would beg to differ. Actually holding back because he was against a girl would be like insulting her right to her face. Besides, people were watching and cheering on an event where children fought to the point of exhaustion, serious injuries, and overusing their quirks, just to make a show, but boys hurting girls is where they drew the line. Even present Mike started saying Katsuki's actions were too harsh, but Eraserhead took the reins and pointed out the obvious, that he was treating her like an equal, giving it his all and not letting his guard down. It wasn't like Uraraka was a helpless little girl either, she was a strong heroic student who was actually in the middle of executing a solid strategy. Treating her like a child that was being bullied was blatant disrespect. Not that Izuku was expecting any better. While the crowd focused on the explosive teen's defensive attacks, Uraraka was taking advantage of the nature of his quirk. She was laying her body low as she was seemingly trying to touch him, making him focus his attacks towards the ground, and using all the debris that was created and keeping them floating above them, storing them as weapons to be released once she had gathered enough. Honestly, people not noticing the huge pile of rocks and slabs of concrete floating above the stadium, especially the pro heroes and hero students, was just embarrassing. In the end, Katsuki's overwhelming explosive force was enough to blow the rubble to bits, once Uraraka released them. Their classmates were too busy labeling him as villainous too. Notice Katsuki was yelling at Uraraka in excitement, even calling her by her actual name instead of a stupid nickname. Katsuki would never admit to this, but Izuku knew the blonde was actually terrible at remembering names, so he went for nicknames to show he never cared to learn them in the first place. Calling someone by their given name was a way for him to show respect and/or affection. Izuku remembered a time where he was also called by his name, before he became DEKU, quirkless and useless, not worthy of Katsuki's attention and respect. Even though he had already accepted his fallout with Katsuki, a part of him still longed to be recognized. Yes, he had placed above him at the entrance exam and the quirk apprehension test, he had beaten him at the battle trials, and both the previous events at the sports festival, but Izuku couldn't help but wonder what it would be like, hearing his own name from his childhood friend, being seen as an equal, just like when they were toddlers. Before Katsuki manifested his quirk, when they would dream of becoming the #1 hero duo. When they were just Kachan and Izu. Uraraka is out of commission, Midnight's voice brought him back to the present. Bakugo advances to the second round. The crowd cheered, and Izuku watched silently as his childhood friend left the arena. Anyone else would think he was smug, but Izuku could tell he was actually impressed by the gravity girl, even though she had exhausted herself with her meteor shower attack before they could fight again. Present Mike announced they would be taking a 20-minute break before proceeding with the quarterfinals. Izuku started to get up and prepare for his match against Ashido, when Katsuki arrived at the stands. He stopped in his tracks, meeting Izuku's eyes. He glared at him for a few moments, and the green-haired teen raised an eyebrow. The blonde huffed and turned towards the two boys, calling him. "Hey, Bakugo," Shiro exclaimed. "That was tough, huh? Playing the villain." "Shut up," Katsuki yelled, before sitting right next to him. Izuku was almost certain his tone and body language shifted for a couple seconds, indicating he was hurt by the comment. Before returning to his default state of aggression. "Man," Kaminari started, "I can't believe you aimed such a huge blast at a frail girl." I couldn't help but hold back with Shiozaki. Izuku could almost see his eyes turning to hearts at the mention of the 1B student. He rolled his eyes and went up the stairs, not interested in his immature classmate's commentary. Tisk. What part of her was frail? Izuku almost didn't hear Katsuki's reply as he turned to the corridor leading to the changing rooms. A small smile involuntarily grazed his lips. For all the things Katsuki had ever said to him, he had at least started recognizing he wasn't stronger than everyone else. Izuku could tell Yue had started changing him. He couldn't help but mourn the friendship they could have had, if things were different. Izuku's second match was barely more strenuous than the first. He started running towards Ashido the moment the battle begun, putting her immediately on the defensive. She would throw acid attacks at him, but Izuku, an expert at evading lethal knife attacks from both Himiko and Stain, easily avoided them. The pink girl bombarded him with desperate acid shots while clumsily stepping backwards, and by the time he got close enough to touch her, she was already at the edge of the ring. It only took a little push on her shoulders to make her fall backwards and out of bounds. Izuku went back to the locker rooms to retrieve his UA Hero Analysis Volume 3, up to the stands, and resumed taking notes on his classmates. Tokiyami and Todoroki's battle took a surprising amount of time. Even though the bird-headed boy was incredibly proficient with his quirk, Dark Shadow, and could keep his ground against Todoroki's ice attacks fairly well, in the end, he didn't have 10 years of experience in combat and quirk training that the other boy had to go through, and inevitably lost. Izuku had noted during hero training that the sentient shadow had a considerable weakness for light. If Todoroki had used his fire, he would have won much quicker. Rejecting a part of his power, a part of himself, was seriously holding him back. This was just a sports festival, it wouldn't matter much if he didn't use his fire, whether he won or not. But he could be in a serious situation in the future, and his stubbornness could prove dangerous. Never mind the mental strain of denying a vital part of himself. Izuku knew all about hating yourself and a part of your identity, and he would be damned if he didn't try to change the boy's mind. Iida and Shiozaki's match was over in a flash. The stiff boy used his speed to get behind the 1B student, and push her outside the arena before she had a chance to attack him. Katsuki's match with Kirishima, on the other hand, was long drawn out. At first, it looked like an endurance battle. The blonde would throw explosions, and the redhead would harden his body to deflect them. Then, Kirishima would strike with quirked fists that Katsuki would evade before attacking with explosions again, and so on and so forth. Neither had sustained any kind of injury, so it seemed like the match would go on until one of them collapsed from exhaustion. At some point, Katsuki must have realized that assaulting his opponent with consecutive explosions would weaken his hardening state, that the redhead was continuously keeping activated. And so, he started bombarding the other boy, not giving him a chance to recover. Eventually, Kirishima's quirk couldn't keep up, and Katsuki dealt a final blow, knocking him out, and subsequently won the match, proceeding to the semifinals. The second round drew to a close, and Izuku made his way down, since his match with Todoroki would be starting shortly. As he walked through the hallways, Todoroki's and Endeavor's words echoed in his mind. "I'm going to win this festival without using his quirk. I'm going to beat you, Midoriya. I'm going to show him I can win this without his fire." The heroes failed you, too, didn't they? Yes, I suppose they did. You have a duty, Shoto, as my masterpiece. It is my Shoto's duty to surpass all might. Izuku could feel the rage pulsing through his veins. He clenched his jaw, willing his face to remain neutral as he entered the arena, the crowd cheering for the upcoming match. "The first match of the semifinals is a big one," Mike shouted through the speakers. The man WHO left the crowd literally frozen with his win in the first round, Todoroki Shoto. The teen seemed as stoic as usual, but the anger searing through him was evident in his eyes. Versus the champion of the obstacle race and the cavalry battle, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku joined his classmate to the center of the arena. Both have shown top-class performances. It's like two great rivals fighting against each other. Well, wasn't that ironic? Endeavor sure looked at it that way. A fight between All Might's and Endeavor's successors. Izuku wasn't sure how much the number 2 knew about One for All, if he did at all. In any case, he seemed to view Izuku as a stepping stone in his masterpiece's road to triumph. To fulfill his duty. It made Izuku's blood boil. "Ready. Start." Todoroki immediately shot pillars of ice towards Izuku, who had activated full cowl and smashed them with his fists. He sprinted towards his opponent, while destroying his relentless ice attacks. Midoriya stops Todoroki's attacks. The crowd cheered while present Mike provided commentary on the two boys' quirks and moves. Todoroki created an ice wall to prevent the One for All user from attacking him directly, while shooting ice spikes and freezing the ground to immobilize him. Izuku jumped to avoid getting trapped and used his feet to smash the ice below him. Giving the other team no time to send another wave of ice, he smashed the ground, causing the arena's floor to shatter. Wow! Midoriya absolutely crushes the ground. Izuku did his best too. Tune out the voice hero's remarks and focus on his match. He had a job to do, after all. The dual-colored boy used his quirk to avoid touching the ground, and created a bridge to walk on and run towards Izuku. The green-haired teen retaliated, punching the upcoming attack with a quirked fist, while approaching his opponent, who stopped just a few meters away from him. Izuku could already see the boy's breath and shivering body, clear signs of hypothermia. "Thank you, Midoriya. The bastard's face is already clouded thanks to you." He tilted his head towards the crowd, and Izuku followed his eyes, spotting the number 2 asshole fuming, bright crimson flames flaring. "Todoroki!" Izuku shouted while turning the boy's next ice attack to smithereens. The other teen looked startled, and frowned in confusion. "You're trembling. You're reaching your limit, aren't you?" Won't that be solved if you use your fire? Seeing the boy's angry expression, he clenched his fists and walked towards him. I'm going to beat you, Midoriya. I'm going to show him I can win this without his fire. You haven't even laid a scratch on me and you want to win? With just your ice? If you want to beat me, you have to use your full strength? Todoroki glared at him with an icy stare. Pun intended. Midoriya, what are you planning? Did my father put you into this? He charged at Izuku, but his movements were too slow, and the shorter boy dodged easily. The heroes failed you, too, didn't they? This has nothing to do with him. Izuku punched the other teen, sending him flying backwards to the rubble that had formed when he destroyed the floor. Todoroki got up and sloppily attacked him again, sending small, desperate ice pillars towards him. Izuku smashed them and punched him again. I won't use his power. Frostbite had started forming on Todoroki's right side. Even so, he launched another wave of ice, and Izuku, whose rage had been vibrating through his whole body like a drumbeat, briefly lost control over his quirk. He concentrated one for all in his right hand, and pounded his fist on the oncoming glacier, shattering the ice, as well as his arm. Yes, I suppose they did. But it's your power. Izuku clenched his broken fist, doing his best to ignore the pain screaming from his arm. Shoto. That seemed to gain the boy's undivided attention. It's your quirk. Your power, it belongs to you. I'm going to win this festival without using his quirk. It's not his quirk, it's yours. Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. Todoroki's eyes started watering, and before they knew it, his whole left side was set ablaze. Every bit of ice left in the arena evaporated, and huge wave of heat engulfed the stadium. Izuku let a huge grin appear on his face, and Todoroki mimicked him. You're crazy, Midoriya. You know that? The half-hot teen activated his right side, and released another ice attack towards him. Izuku activated full cowl, shattering the glacier, and launched himself towards the other boy, left fist drawn back. Midoriya, Todoroki sent another wave of ice, and expanded his fire. Thank you. The sudden rush of flames heated the cooled air, expanding it, and created an enormous explosion that blasted both of them back. As the dust settled, the stadium turned quiet, everyone waiting for the result of the blast to be revealed. Midoriya is out of bounds, Midnight announced, once the dust dissipated. Izuku, who was clutching his shattered arm and panting, looked at his feet, and indeed, he was a couple steps outside the ring. Todoroki was standing at the edge of the arena, half of his uniform burned off. Todoroki advances to the final round. The crowd roared. Izuku, who was trying to catch his breath, was approached by medical bots, that led him to Recovery Girl's office. To Izuku's dismay, All Might was also there, waiting for him. Oh, hey, All Might. Izuku rubbed the back of his head with his good hand. I'm sorry I lost. I know you told me to give it my all, and tell the world, I am here, but... He glanced at his shattered arm. He didn't regret what he did. He knew that if he had said nothing, Todoroki would weaken himself from hypothermia, and Izuku could have beaten him. But after everything the other teen had told him, after learning the truth about his father and the reason he detested a part of himself, Izuku couldn't just take advantage of that and win the match. Izuku didn't really care about getting first place, or living up to the Zygote's expectations, anyway. He even had a valid reason to lose, now. I saw Todoroki-kun, and I couldn't help but think of how sad and angry he was. Izuku kept his head low as he walked inside the temporary office. Recovery Girl ushered him to lay on a bed and gave him a quirk-induced kiss, healing his arm. Winning 2 events, as well as his exhausting match with Todoroki, had left him with little stamina. The youthful heroine's quirk drew almost all the remaining energy he had left, leaving him with just enough to stay awake, lying in bed. Shonen. All Might had this stupid sympathetic smile of his that made Izuku want to hit him with a frying pan. It is an unfortunate outcome, however. The hero rested his hand on Izuku's shoulder, and the teenager held back a flinch. All Might was never one for boundaries, and he had no qualms about invading his personal space. You did this to help Todoroki Shonen, did you not? Izuku nodded. Meddling when you don't need to, that's what makes a hero. You are a hero, Midoriya Shonen. Izuku wanted to scowl in disgust. Even now, several weeks into UA's hero course, he couldn't help but be repulsed by the idea of himself being a hero. Every time someone called him that, he just wanted to scream at the top of his lungs. He was not a hero. And he never would be. You know, All Might continued, unaware of Izuku's thoughts, every time I see you using One for All, your quirk, I am amazed. You have exceeded my expectations in more ways than one. He squeezed Izuku's shoulder and sat on the chair next to the bed. You already know I originally became a teacher here to find a successor. There are so many students here, giving it their all, doing their best to become great heroes. Izuku looked up to the hero with wide eyes. Where was he going with this? If All Might ended up asking for his quirk back and give it to someone else, Izuku would seriously consider leaking every bit of information on him to the press. And possibly murder. Even so, I have ever once regretted my decision to choose you. Your progress and mastery over your quirk in such a short amount of time is astounding, even with little slip-ups like today. The hero gave him another sympathetic smile, and Izuku lowered his head and started fiddling with the hems of his tattered uniform, to keep himself from introducing All Might's face to the bedside table. You have come so far, Midoriya Shonen. To be honest, your resolve to do better, to be better, reminds me of myself when I was younger. At first, Izuku thought this was just the hero congratulating Izuku and sharing his thoughts on his progress. But Izuku could tell this was going somewhere. He watched the hero carefully from the corner of his eye, still keeping his fingers occupied. You see, I was quirkless, too. He was. What? Chapter end notes. As you already know, I don't know how to write fight scenes. I hope I did Izuku vs Todoroki justice. Many of you have probably read 4,732 variations of It's Your Power. I hope it wasn't too boring. At first, I completely forgot that I changed the order of the matches, so I could have Izuku talk with Hitoshi and also interact with Endeavor and watch Shoto's match later, and I wrote Izuku vs Shoto happening in the second round, like canon. But then I asked my best friend to proofread the match to make sure it was readable, and she pointed out that Izuku would not fight with Shoto but with Mina. Thankfully, I had time to fix it before I posted it, and all is well. Also, for those wondering why I didn't make Izuku win. Firstly, I have an important scene coming up and it wouldn't happen if Izuku won. Other than that, Shoto has way more experience in battle and using his quirk, both fire and ice. It makes sense to be able to beat Izuku, who has only been training just over a year, when Shoto has been since the age of 5. I'll never be like you, I'm rising up. Chapter summary. Enemy, by Tommy Prophet. Chapter notes. Hey guys. Hope you enjoyed today's chapter. I was really looking forward to post this, you'll see why. Hee winking face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Izuku's mind went blank. His ears started ringing, and his vision blurred. In his head, a single word was repeating itself, over and over. Quirkless. All Might was quirkless. He was quirkless, so he knew. Izuku was seething. He bit his tongue hard enough to taste blood. He couldn't attack him, not here. If they weren't in UA, and Izuku wasn't completely exhausted, he would have made a punching bag of that fucking. Izuku took a deep breath through his nose, his teeth still making his tongue bleed. All Might was quirkless, so he knew. He knew what it was like. He knew the discrimination Izuku had faced, how society treated them and isolated them. Maybe it wasn't as rare then, but being quirkless in Japan had not been common since the 23rd century. And yet, he still did what he did. He still crushed Izuku's dreams, told him to be realistic, and left him on a fucking roof. He still told him he could be a hero, but only if he had a quirk, his quirk, and changed everything about himself that made him the weak quirkless DEKU. He still reminded Izuku every day during their training that he could be worth something only with his help, his quirk, his support. That he wasn't enough, wasn't useful, wasn't worth a damn unless he became his successor, a carbon copy of himself. And now, he reminded him of his younger self? They weren't anything alike. Izuku didn't have a molecule in his body even resembling the man that would later become the symbol of peace. If this was All Might's pitiful attempt at some sort of bonding moment and solidarity, he had downright failed. Even so, my master believed in me, gave one for all to me, and raised me to be a hero, Izuku heard him say, once the ringing in his ears subsided. All Might probably mistook his silence as a simple case of surprise and loss of words, but that wasn't the case. Izuku wasn't just shocked, dumbfounded, stunned. No, he was completely and utterly livid. At first, I saw the old me in you. Oh, so that's how it was. He saw the weak, little, quirkless kid with an unrealistic dream and a potential for heroics and decided to save him. He made Izuku his successor and gave him a quirk because he pitied him. But you have gone beyond what I imagined, time and time again. I know you will be a greater hero than I am. Izuku wanted to laugh, so bad. No, he wouldn't become a greater hero. He would become so much more. He would surpass the number one hero. He would surpass all of them. But not as a hero. No, he would never become one of them. And if that made him a villain, then so be it. Midoriya. He blinked a few times and looked to the left, where the voice had come from. Oh, hi, Todoroki-kun. The boy was sitting in a chair beside the bed, where All Might was sitting before. Hello. His face was stoic as always, with a hint of worry across his eyes. I'm sorry, did I wake you? Izuku didn't remember falling asleep, but he did close his eyes at some point while the number one asshole was talking. He was trying to calm himself after the bombshell the hero dropped, and he had no interest in whatever the man had to say. Anyway, he must have drifted off a little while afterwards. No, I wasn't sleeping. I probably dozed off a bit after Recovery Girl healed me. Todoroki hummed. Are you okay, now? Oh, my arm. Yeah, it's fine. He wiggled his right arm to show it was completely healed, gaining a nod from the other boy. How about you? Are you okay for your final match? I didn't miss it, did I? Izuku glanced at the clock on the wall. It had been 30 minutes since he was brought in Recovery Girl's office. No, they were fixing the arena from our match until 10 minutes ago. Iida and Bakugo are still battling. Right. Izuku could faintly hear the sound of explosions under the loud cheering of the audience. Todoroki fiddled with the hem of his sleeve. He probably got a new uniform, since he burned off the last one. I'm okay. I didn't have any serious injuries. The frostbite melted after I used my fire. The teen looked at his left hand like it had insulted him, and Izuku was hit with everything that happened during their match, and how he had convinced the other boy to use his fire quirk. I'm glad you did. I meant everything I said earlier. Todoroki's face didn't exactly say he agreed. I don't think I can just use my left side now. It's not something that can easily be reversed. But then, just for a moment, I forgot about him. Izuku smiled. He knew it wouldn't be easy, accepting a part of himself that he had denied for so long. But the green-haired teen was glad he convinced him, if only for that instance. Baby steps. Izuku's mind then blanked, recalling exactly how he managed to persuade him into unleashing his fire. I'm sorry for calling you by your first name, he blurted out. I just wanted to gain your attention. I won't call you that if you feel uncomfortable. It's okay, you can call me Shoto. I'd rather not be called by my father's name, anyway. He grimaced at the mention of the number 2 asshole. Oh, okay. You can call me Izuku, then. Okay. Izuku. They sat a few moments in silence. It was not uncomfortable, though. They always seemed to be perfectly content in just coexisting, even without exchanging any words. Izuku had only ever felt like this with Himiko, but she was his best friend. Did that mean he and Todo Shoto were friends now? You know, Izuku started, if you want to get back at your sperm donor, why don't you use your quirk for something he hates? A hint of a smile appeared on Shoto's lips. Izuku thought it suited him. He wanted to see him smile more often. The gods know he deserved to feel happy, after everything he had been through. Izuku and Shoto stayed in the nurse's office, dropping ideas on things the dual-quirked teen could do with his fire that would piss a never off the most, until President Mike announced Katsuki's victory and advancement to the finals. Izuku wished his friend good luck on his final match, and, after getting the okay, and a handful of energy gummies from Recovery Girl, he headed once again to the stands, and sat on the far back. He wondered whether Shoto would use his fire against Katsuki. If Izuku was being honest, Shoto had been set on winning with only his ice, so using his fire during the final match wasn't a very plausible scenario. He would definitely win if he used his full strength, and knowing Katsuki, the blonde would yell at him to stop holding back, but Izuku wasn't sure it would work. He was right, in the end. Shoto tried to end the match quickly, trapping him with a big ice pillar, but Katsuki melted it with his quirk. They sparred for a few minutes until the explosive blonde grew tired of Shoto not using his full power, accusing him of underestimating him and declaring he didn't want to win if the other didn't give it his all. Izuku could tell his friend was conflicted, but in the end, his stubbornness got the better of him. Katsuki used his quirk to get high in the air and spin himself around, and launched himself with a move that basically created an explosive tornado, hitting Shoto head-on. After the dust settled, the dual-haired teen was revealed to be unconscious and out of bounds, and Midnight declared Katsuki the winner. Obviously, the blonde wasn't happy with that outcome. He went to attack Shoto, demanding explanations, screaming about how he didn't want to win like this. Midnight approached the student, and without even trying to calm him down, she used her quirk to knock him out. Izuku saw red. Shoto was glad the sports festival was finally over. Even though he had fully recovered from the villain attack at the USJ, he still found himself getting fatigued more easily the past couple of weeks. He considered himself very lucky, having gotten out of the USJ alive, never mind with only a broken arm, a concussion, and a scar on his face. That bioengineered weapon, the Nomu, the hand villain had called it, had held him on the ground like he weighed nothing, snapped his arm like a twig, and smashed his face on the ground without a second thought. Honestly, if it wasn't for Midoriya, Shoto would have probably sustained serious injuries, considering he even lived to tell the tale. The damn problem child had rushed into the scene without a thought, with no regards to his own safety. Shoto believed the kid had incredible potential as a hero. He was awkward and quiet and shy but also kind and polite and terrifyingly smart. He didn't look like he had a mean bone in his body, and the gods know that if he did, he would have been beyond justified. Growing up quirkless certainly couldn't have been easy. The kid had said so himself, back on the first day of school, after the quirk apprehension test. Even so, Midoriya seemed set on achieving his goals, the determination in his eyes reminding Shoto of himself when he was his age, hell-bent on proving people wrong and becoming a hero, despite everything they said about him. He trained hard and improved at a remarkable pace, easily surpassing even some of the strongest students UA ever had. Midoriya had that same spark, the same resolve and strength of will, exceeding any and all expectations Shoto and the other teachers had of him. Shota's other students also seemed to have the same opinions on the kid. They all respected him, especially the girls. Shoto had overheard Asui saying how he had put the fear of God in Mineta, while also stating that he could be terrifying sometimes. Shoto had a hard time believing that. He had caught the kid glare at the shorter boy or bang his head against his desk when he made a weird comment. Shoto would deny he ever saw that happening, but he couldn't picture Midoriya as scary. He was always so sweet and polite. For all his kind-hearted and friendly personality, Shoto was surprised to find out Midoriya didn't actually hang out with his classmates. He would isolate himself at any given opportunity, and all but vanish at lunchtime. Shoto had caught him hang out with Todoroki, with whom he usually partnered up with during hero training, a couple of times, and that was only the past few days. Midoriya's relationship with Bakugo, on the other hand, was sketchy at best. The way the explosive brat had acted after Midoriya's turn at the ball throw, the way Midoriya had referred to himself as a quirkless loser, when he started explaining his quirk situation to Shoto and Bakugo, it rang a few alarms. Shoto had checked both of their records but nothing noteworthy came up. Still, them knowing each other since they were kids, and growing up in the same school, would indicate they were childhood friends, but the brat's behavior towards him didn't really tally with that. If anything, Midoriya had insinuated that Bakugo had been one of the friends that turned on him after his diagnosis, which implied the brat had actually been a bully, and with the behavior he exerted, Shota wouldn't have a hard time believing it. Even if that was the case, Midoriya showed no signs of being scared or intimidated by the explosive blonde. On the contrary, he usually had an almost bored expression when he had to deal with Bakugo's shenanigans. That wasn't what a typical case of a bullied child looked like. Well, Midoriya was far from a typical, ordinary kid, but the point still stood. Shota had caught the kid a few times with a furrowed brow or a complete neutral expression, devoid of any and all emotions, but he always shifted back to the good-natured student everyone knew. That really rubbed Shota the wrong way, but he couldn't exactly tell what bothered him about it. Shota shook his head. There was no point in thinking about it now. He couldn't wait to go home, put on his comfy pink pajamas that Nomori had gifted him for his 25th birthday, and cuddle with his husband and cats. But first, he had some work to do. Nomori had gone and used her quirk on Bakugo, after he tried attacking Todoroki for not using his fire, and didn't that raise red flags about Endeavor's son, without trying to talk him down first. And then, she had called Shota and a few other staff members to help her restrain him, because after he woke up, the boy adamantly refused to accept the first place award. And that's how he found himself in his current predicament. He and Nomori, Hizashi and Ishiyama, aka Cementos, were discussing what to do with the explosive blonde, who, as soon as he woke up, went feral, started screaming and throwing profanities at Todoroki, who was also there, sitting on the second-place podium with a neutral expression, not even acknowledging his classmates yelling. Ishiyama had already helped Nomori restrain the kid with locks on his arms and hands, as well as tie his body on a wooden log to keep him in place, which Shota thought that was a bit excessive, if he was being honest. He was standing against the wall with his hand rubbing his face, unable to resist pinching the bridge of his nose, considering the absurdity of the situation. The other heroes were in the process of putting a mask on Bakugo's face, since he wouldn't stop yelling, when they heard a familiar voice. They almost didn't recognize it, considering the enraged tone it was laced with. "What the fuck are you doing?" All heads turned towards Midoriya, who was standing a couple meters away. Shota hadn't even noticed him enter the room. His fists clenched tight, glaring at them with the most indisputable fury Shota had ever seen a person emitting. He had his quirk activated, making green electric-like energy flow through his body, his eyes glowing bright viridian. It looked so wrong, seeing the problem child, who was usually reserved and friendly, seething with such rage. Shota could swear the room temperature had dropped. The only sounds that could be heard were Bakugo's labored breathing, and the crackling electricity of Midoriya's quirk. No one dared speak up as the green-haired kid stomped his way towards the explosive blonde, and easily broke the chains and locks, freeing his classmate. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Midoriya looked like he wanted to strangle Cementos in midnight, but settled for gently taking the mask away from Bakugo's face instead, and then crushing it to dust. Apart from the fact that this whole thing is extremely inhumane, he is not an animal for fuck's sake. Have you not read his file? Midoriya didn't give the gaping heroes a chance to answer. Didn't you see in his record that he was attacked by a villain last year? A sludge villain that restrained him and almost suffocated him to death? Midoriya was glowering at each of the heroes, his eyes feeling like knives piercing their skin. And you want to do the same thing to him, chain him and muzzle him like a monster, and for what? Because he doesn't want to accept an award. And you were going to do that on live television, where the whole country is watching. What the fuck is wrong with you? Shota was at loss for words, his mouth slightly ajar, eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. His co-workers were pretty much in the same state. No one had expected the kid to lash out like that, never mind to the heroes' faces. Ishiyama cleared his throat and opened his mouth to speak, but a single glare from the problem child shut him up, making him press his mouth shut and turn his eyes away in shame. And not only that, he continued, turning to Nomori, who looked seconds away from throwing up, "Don't you know how Katsuki's quirk works?" That's also in his file, and you of all people should know about it, but let me remind you, he sweats nitroglycerin. That's a vasodilator, and it lowers blood pressure. Your quirk is a fast-acting sedative that also lowers blood pressure. He could literally die if it gets too low. Did you even think of that when you decided to knock him out instead of, I don't know, talk to him? Midoriya scoffed when Nomori, who was white as a sheet, stayed silent. Of course you didn't. By that point, he had deactivated his quirk, and he was sitting on the third-place podium, his fists clenching the edge of the podium tight, the acrylic material creaking under the pressure. Shota got out of his shocked state when Bakugo broke the silence. I don't need you to defend me, he started, but Midoriya cut him off with a sharp glare. Spare me, Katsuki, he grumbled, effectively shutting the explosive brat up. I didn't do this just for you. Bakugo clicked his tongue, but otherwise didn't retaliate. Shota spared a glance at the other student occupying the room. Todoroki's mismatched eyes were wide, but he was looking at Midoriya like he had hung the stars right in front of him. Before the erasure hero could ponder further on his student's odd reaction, Nomori cleared her throat, her eyes glued to the floor. I guess we can, proceed with the award ceremony. She all but fled the scene, heading upstairs to begin the closing ceremony, since all the winners had gathered, apart from Iida, who would not be participating. Tensai's mother had called Shota earlier, saying Ingenium had been attacked by a villain and was currently in the hospital, undergoing surgery. The doctors said he would be lucky to survive. Shota's heart had clenched. He didn't want to lose anyone close to him, ever again. Right, Shota mumbled. Since no other adult seemed willing to speak, he took the reins, hoping to lighten the tense atmosphere. The ceremony will be starting soon. Take your places, and behave. He gave Midoriya a pointed look, but he didn't scold him for his outburst. The kid had been right, after all. There was no denying that. Shota couldn't really say anything to defend himself. And just like that, the heavy blanket keeping the atmosphere heavy was lifted. Midoriya's demeanor changed completely, going from absolutely livid to his usual neutral and polite attitude. It felt so wrong, it set Shota on edge. Yes, sensei. Hazashi started, but he shut him off. Let's go, Mike. The blonde stared at him for a few moments before nodding, and left the corridor, Ishiyama following him without a word. Shota spared one last glance at the problem child, who was looking at him intently, but otherwise seemed relaxed, almost bored. He gave his student a final nod, and headed to the announcer's booth. He wouldn't take part in the award ceremony, but he wanted to provide emotional support to Zashi, who was surely freaking out but didn't want to stress out Nomori even more, since she was the main target of the problem child's verbal onslaught. Shota rubbed his temples as he went up the stairs. He could already feel a headache coming. There were so many things wrong with everything that had just played out. Apart from the unexpected tirade and foul language, the most shocking revelation about the problem child was the amount of sheer rage pouring out of him, and how it seemed to evaporate, like with the flick of a switch, after he was done. It really concerned Shota, how easily the kid could conceal his feelings, put on a mask in the blink of an eye and turn from looking absolutely pissed to his usual polite and nonchalant demeanor. Shota wondered whether he had been wearing that mask all this time, disguising his true feelings and putting up a facade. Whether he had ever been his true self since the first day of school. And the scariest part was that, if Shota hadn't seen him shift his mood, he wouldn't ever be able to tell he was faking it. Izuku was fucked. Now he had done it. He had let his anger get the better of him, and fucking yelled at his teachers. He couldn't bring himself to regret it, though. When he saw Midnight use her quirk on Katsuki, he couldn't help but get mad at that gross display of hero malpractice. Having grown up with the explosive blonde, it was logical for Izuku to know exactly how his quirk worked and affected his body. As a former hero fanatic, on the other hand, he had already made an entire section of the R-rated hero's quirk and its properties. It wasn't difficult to put two and two together, and figure out how Katsuki's body would react to the heroine's anesthetic. So when he saw her approach him and immediately activate her quirk, without even trying to call him out, Izuku got mad. As he headed down to the corridor where the podiums were, he had only intended to calmly explain to her why what she did was dangerous, how Katsuki could have died because she didn't think twice about the consequences of her actions. But then, he saw him being restrained. He saw Katsuki being wrapped up and chained, his hands trapped in locks so he couldn't use his quirk and free himself. He watched Midnight putting a fucking muzzle on his face, like he was some sort of wild beast, and not a literal child throwing a temper tantrum. He saw Katsuki's eyes, impossibly wide and glazed over, his chest moving irregularly, as he panicked and struggled to breathe normally. Izuku couldn't help but think back to that fateful day, the moment he caught Katsuki's eyes, pleading for someone to help him as he was being suffocated by the sludge villain, while the heroes did nothing. He remembered how he had been suffocated by the same villain, just an hour earlier, the burning feeling of sludge inside his lungs, his mind telling him that this was how he was going to die. He was absolutely certain that Katsuki was on the brink of a panic attack, being restrained while the heroes did absolutely nothing to help him. At that moment, Izuku could feel raw and molten anger flooding his veins like a tide, vibrating through his very being. Any self-restraint he had managed to show in any situation concerning heroes and their complete incompetence evaporated. He snapped. Before he knew it, he had activated his quirk, and was yelling at the heroes for treating Katsuki like an animal, channeling his anger on the fucking muzzle if only to keep himself from attacking the adults in the room that called themselves heroes, and reducing it to ash. Aizawa thankfully didn't scold him, but Izuku knew he would have to apologize later, even if he wasn't sorry for anything he said, nor for stepping in. After the heroes left, an awkward silence engulfed the hallway, none of the three teenagers daring to speak about what had just happened. Izuku glanced at the two boys on his right. Katsuki was clenching his fists, his leg bouncing nervously, his scowl revealing something more than just irritation and anger. Shoto, on the other hand, was looking at Izuku with wide eyes. When he caught Izuku's gaze, he finally broke the silence, his voice barely louder than a whisper. "That was so cool." Izuku's eyebrows went up in surprise, and Katsuki turned his head towards the dual-colored teen so fast, his neck audibly cracked. Before anyone could say anything else, the crowd on the stadium above them cheered, and the podium started ascending, revealing the three winners of the sports festival to the world. In addition to Midoriya, Midnight absolutely refused to look at him as she spoke, apparently still shaken up from before. There is also Iida in third place, but he won't be attending the ceremony for family reasons. Oh, that's right. Izuku had overheard the class president confide in Uraraka during the final match, that his brother, the hero Ingenium, was critically injured by a villain, and that he would be taking the first train to Hosu to visit him in the hospital. Now, we will be handing the medals. The person who will be giving them is, of course. She made a dramatic pause and with a grand gesture extended her hand, and a familiar, booming laugh, coming from the place she was pointing at, echoed across the stadium. Oh, gods. Please, don't. I am here, bringing the medals. But alas, the gods had never been merciful to Izuku. Our favorite hero, All Might. The crowd roared at the Zygote's entrance, and Izuku did his very best to keep his facial expression neutral. Optimally, he would have adopted a happier attitude, being one of the winners of a national event. But he was way too tired to bother. He could feel Katsuki's piercing glare on him, but he glued his eyes to the ground, until a splash of red and blue and yellow entered his vision. Congratulations, Midoriya Shonen. The number one hero placed the bronze medal on his neck, and proceeded to hug Izuku, who was way too tired for this shit and just wanted to go home. You already know it, but I'm so proud of you. This is only the beginning. Keep up the hard work, and a journey of greatness awaits you. Izuku let a smirk show on his face. All Might was right, after all. He would become greater than the hero could ever expect. The heroes had no idea what was coming for them. All Might gave Shoto and Katsuki their medals, the latter throwing some pretty colorful words, making his dissatisfaction clear, but accepted the medal nonetheless. The hero then made a closing speech that Izuku didn't bother listening to, ending it with his signature catchphrase. Go Beyond. Plus Ultra, Izuku joined everyone, if only for appearances, as they celebrated the end of the sports festival. Chapter end notes. Just to be clear, I don't agree with everything Izuku is thinking about All Might. Even though I do believe he has done so many things wrong in canon, I don't hate the character, like Izuku does here. He has been let down by heroes so many times, and his bitterness and rage has built up so much he takes everything the wrong way. His hatred for All Might leads him to misunderstand his motives and thinking, so he makes everything he hears fit his own narrative. He's gone past thinking things through and seeing them objectively. How to avoid writing a match that doesn't happen in canon so you don't have to. Improvise 101, by Best Boy. Make the narrator sleep it off and or have them trash talk about Endeavor. Aizawa Pav. This is my first time narrating from the POV of someone other than Izuku. What did you guys think? I don't intend to do this often, but I have a couple instances for a POV change in mind. Aizawa. Midoriya doesn't have a mean bone in his body, and has incredible potential as a hero. Izuku. Me, the author, the literal villain Midoriya Izuku, tag. Am I a joke to you? As you may have guessed, this whole lashing out scene was the reason I didn't make Izuku win the festival. I was debating with my friend on what I should do, and then the whole Bakugo is chained up and muzzled thing came to mind, and OFC I had to make Izuku get extra mad at the heroes for doing something like this. Honestly, it was so fucked up. I remember watching it for the first time 7 years ago and I was like, the fuck? So yeah, there you go. And that concludes the sports festival arc. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.